right, welcome back to Madrid. We are here live. I'm Jeff Gross, joined by Brian Rast. We have got the final table of event number 9, the 100,000 euro main event. Going to be over 2.4 million, almost 2.5 million euros to first. Lot to play for, lot to consider. We're going to cover it all. We're going to go through the table, go through the lineup, go through the bust outs, and Rast. We saw on the bubble yesterday, there was 2 table redraw 16. 3 players got knocked out. We had to get to the money, and we are going to go and run through this day yesterday for you right now. So let's take a look here, Rast. This was with, I believe, 16 left, a very crucial hand in the tournament. I mean, this is a spot where we see Gilles flat ace-queen suited. Could have maybe 3-bet pre-flop, but he does elect to call, and then we go multi-way to the flop. Pretty nasty run out here for Gilles, but anything think he could have done differently, the ace-queen suited?
Yeah, I mean, obviously pre-flop, hand's good enough to flat or not. I mean, the point of note is Grafton was opening under the gun, so he gave that range a little bit of respect. I kind of think post-flop, it's a tricky spot when it's lead raise, but I mean, I feel like you have to go for it. Yeah, feels like he's kind of trapped in here now. I mean, he's way ahead on the flop. Now, we can see on the turn that Grafton hits, I mean, an amazing card. But, you know, Giles got a lot of money in with the best hand, and I don't think Grafton can really go anywhere on most blank turns. I mean, maybe a club. So pretty unlucky run out and pretty fortunate run out for Grafton, who clearly has used those chips well, as he's the chip leader coming into the final table. Or second in chips, rather. But, yeah.
Absolutely. Well, here's no stranger to the high-stakes world. Andres Nemeth getting his first Cyprus title in Triton title in Cyprus, but here he gets an unlucky cooler on the outer table. We take over to the action where he gets tangled up with the very talented Henrik Hecklin, and we can see it's queens to jacks. Pretty unfortunate timing here. The board would run out, no threat there with the king 5, 4-4, and eventually the 5 on the river. And Andres Nemeth, very close, very deep run, but not going to make the money there. And this would actually bring us to the Stone Cold Bubble spot where, of course, it's super intense. No one wants to be the one to go put themselves at risk, but very lucky for Surzat Hizu, who is our shortest stack at the moment. He got the benefit of seeing Nikki P, who is no stranger to the bright lights and big stakes, and did make a shove. You know, he sees Pac open the button with had ace king, but of course with his stack in the situation, he could be opening much lighter. Wasn't to be the case, but queen jack suited versus ace king, still well in a opportunity to double. Doesn't get help through the turn, and he's going to need on the river to hit a queen or jack, or he would be our official bubble boy. And there it is. So Nicky P, the very talented player, Nick Petron. Help me out, Rast, because I have
Nick
always.
Petrangelo.
There you go. That's the way to do it. I always struggle with that one. I want you to bring us home there and
call him Nicky P.
I like sticking with that, but I wanted to hear it roll off the tongue once, just to be sure. Well, after that, we see the man who benefited probably the most as the short stack. He gets it in very short, but he's in good. He's got his, I believe, grandmother or mother's lucky shirt. Ali was telling us he's got a nice shirt. Was looking dapper and ready to go. He got a great flop. The turn would still keep him in the lead. I heard him say ace. He asked for the ace, but when you're ahead, you don't need an ace. You just don't need a queen, and that's what happened. That pesky queen on the river, and everything working for Sam Grafton there, as he's going to add to his chip stack, and that would bring us down to 12 players, 6-handed. It's a 7. Down to 6 at each table, and we would go to the outer table, and there is a familiar face, Linus Love, with his attire. You know, he's got he's always rocking some drip, and here he gets it in. King Queen versus Brian Camp, horse Ace 4 would get some paint on the flop, and that would be it for another Dutchman who is three players from the Netherlands down towards the end there. A couple going out, one before the money, one right after the money, and then of course we have the chip leader who is sitting very pretty. Also, look at this. This is Brewer, the man who already got a title this week. So, you know, he's in the money. He's feeling good, but he gets it in ace-jack versus Orpin's 9s. And we see a 5-5-3 flop. No help, 6 turn, and then knuckles all around, as a deuce on the river would not be enough. And that is, for Brewer, you can just see in he just wanted more. He knows what a big spot it is. He's right there getting close to that final table, 2.4 plus million euros going to the winner rest. So, I mean, he knows what a big spot that is. Heard him say he's bubbled some 100 and 200K, 250K tournaments, but this was the hand to end us last night. And look at this, ace-7 suited, ace-king. Ponikov's got all in before ace-10 of clubs to 10s, chopped. This time he's got the best of it. Laughs, I mean, you laugh and no laughing matter. A lot of EV, a lot of equity on the line here. And look at this, on the turn, Linus, who flops clubs in a 7, and Ponikov's would be left very short, just still smiling, just still believing. And look at that, king on the river. Hard to believe it runs out like that, but Linus Love, a lot of people call him one of the best players in the world in cash, and also had some success, a Triton winner in the past, getting a trophy. But look at it. I mean, for a man who just took a pretty nasty run out, he is he's still all smiles, man.
Yeah.
What's not to? He's having fun. He's in the mix. He's in there. He's getting cashes, and he's having a great time. So today, though, we have a huge final table. This is so important to see draw, to see how the chips stack up. Of course, we talked about ICM yesterday. We've covered that. We understand, 8th through 13th is where it's the most significant. We are now down to 9, so we're still in that sort of critical time. But why don't we take a look on the Triton Poker Plus app and take a look here as we look at some of the layout of the table. And, Ras, anything that stands out for you in particular? I mean, the chip leader is Pac. He was a chip leader after day 1, chip leader after day 2. It's his first Triton series. He's had a 5th and an 11th, kind of laddering from a 30K 11th, 30K buy-in, 50K buy-in in he got 5th. So he's kind of just going up, and now he's chip leader. And what stands out with you at the seating here at this table for him?
Yeah, so the standout with the seating would be kind of the clumping of chips versus no chips, so to speak, or short stacks, right? We can kind of see in what looks like the upper left in the graphic, there's Hecklin, Pac, and Grafton, all one after each other. Some of the guys with the most chips on the table. Orpin sliding in between with a shorter stack, and then Ponikov's. So in those 5 seats in a row, you have the top 4 in chips, right? So, I mean, that kind of stands out, and obviously some of them have a slightly better seat than the other ones. It's a little bit of a rougher seat for Hecklin and Pac, Grafton and Ponikov's with 2 of the best seats on the table there. And then, kind of one of the nice things for Ponikov's is after him, there's a bunch of stacks that can't really hurt him, going to be a bit handcuffed. So, yeah, you could argue if Volkman starts going on a run, his seat could be pretty rough as well,
yep.
Right? Being out of position to all the chips. Like, there's just not going to be a time, at least at the early stages of the final table, where he won't be covered by, everyone to his left. So, yeah, I mean, from the chip stack situation, kind of that's what stands out. And going back to the graphic real fast, from the money side of things, we can see that, when you go down, a lot of these guys, as you can see, 13th through 10th, all kind of got, roughly, given how much money's being given out in this, like roughly the same amount. Not to poo-poo 14,000, but, when you're looking at these kind of payouts, 14,000 is not moving the needle. But we're just kicking into the part of the tournament where the money starts sliding up every spot. So, I mean, just a difference of nearly 100,000 just for the first bust out. And then as you go up more and more, and I mean, yeah, first is, nearly 2.5 million euros, which is huge. But I mean, second is pretty substantial. And even third clears the 7-digit figure. So it'll be interesting to see how these guys treat that. This is going to be a huge score for just about anybody. So, laddering up counts as well.
Absolutely, it does. And I'll tell you who is very interested in laddering. It's Ponikov's. It's his first time at Triton. He has bricked 20K, the 30K, the 50, the 75. Maybe a couple rebuys in there. You can only guess. But the elevator, escalator, however you want to call it here, gives you an opportunity. Now he's in the main event. He's in the money, and he's eyeing a huge prize. So this guy has been tangoing. He's been mixing it up. He plays a lot of hands. He's not afraid. We saw him really attacking Big Al every time he was limping with the wide array of hands, king 10 off, ace 6 off, ace 5 off. He was just relentless. He's got chips. He's playing to win, and we're going to keep an eye close on him. He is third in chips and very, very talented. Would you say Big Al? I mean, he's kind of it's super impressive. I mean, he's played the Triton Million cash final table. He's now played the 100K Triton main event here in Madrid, and he's cashed again. So his style Not going to be called a wizard if you were to break it down. He's not a GTO guy. He plays some feeling, some old school poker, but seems to have amazing instincts and just, again, record, not a huge sample, but pretty impressive for him to be 2 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, another final table. That's impressive. You can't argue with those kind of results. And everybody has their own style, right? So you just got to make whatever you're doing work for you. And clearly Big Al is doing that. He's coming in, the only player, as you can see on the graphic, with under $1 million in chips. So he has his work cut out for him. But, everybody likes a good underdog story right now. So, he can get a double up, 14 blinds, make some magic happen. We'll see. We'll see.
He's you just don't want to bet against the guy. He just seems to get it done. And I don't know, I don't want to go into the exact anecdote, but I do remember in a late night convo last night, I'm not going to give exact specifics, but I do know that there was a last longer that was proposed to Big Al of the variety of, a couple buy-ins in the main event. And he then said, why don't we make it $2 million?
No, I think it was proposed one buy-in. A one buy-in last longer.
No, it's $200K.
No, I don't know.
Originally,
originally it was 100
Okay.
proposed to him, and and then he was like, "No, let's make it $2 million."
Let's make it $2 million. And then it was asked, was it Hong Kong $2 million? And that was quickly said, no, U.S. dollar, which is, Hong Kong is in the 8 to 8.5, 9 time difference.
And then went
less.
in the tank and realized it might be absurd to do a last longer for like first place in the tournament.
Right.
And then 200K.
200K was
back.
offered. That was
I
taken.
guess that just barely met Al's minimum requirement for making a bet like that. But
Yeah.
he's won the bet already.
That won't go onto his Hendon Mob, but he does have a 200K last longer added in. So the guy, again, that gives you a little bit of a feel for he's not afraid. I mean, listen, last longers are fun, but
he's a big time gambler. All right. I mean, he's not afraid to bet some money, some real stakes.
Absolutely.
So.
And shout out to Bruno Volkmann, the Brazilian coming in. He's 7th in chips. It's his first Triton series. We saw him tangoing in the end of last night. We saw
he got in a lot of tricky spots last night.
Yeah.
Tough to navigate. He even had a really cool hand, 5, 6, 7 with pocket sixes. I analyzed that hand a little bit afterwards, and actually he played the line great. Turns out with his sixes on the 5, 6, 7 flush draw, ace, double flush draw, you're supposed to go for the double check raise. That was pretty surprising.
Try to get to the meat rack spot.
Yeah, which made a lot of sense. Be fun to talk about that hand a little bit, but I'll let it go for now. But that was a really cool hand and a really cool spot when I looked it up.
We're going to be covering that. What is also really cool is the 50K. There was a 50K turbo. Players had a chance to hop in, and we can see the results yesterday. It was a unbelievable field. And look at this, the man, Laszlo. Look at this guy. I wouldn't want to play this guy heads up. He looks tough, and he got heads up with relatively unknown. Look at that smile of relief. He just can't believe it. Look at that. You win a tournament, it looks like with 2-3 and
suited
600-some thousand.
That's the diaper right there. That's the new name for that hand.
That is true. It was a big score. 630,000 euros going Laszlo's way. And a PLO today, Rast. There's a PLO 25K. I think you and I are both going to be hopping in at various times. Put our money where our mouth is, and we'll see how many entrants. I know Laszlo will be in there. There's one entrant registered before the start of the tournament. I got a feeling it might be him. He's quite a PLO player. And again, today, 2-time winners. Let's talk about who can do that. Hecklin and Orpin, the only 2 that have a Triton title. They're going to look to put their name, to etch it in stone as a main event champion and join that elusive club. Everyone else does not have a Triton title. It's going to be absolutely insane day of action. I mean, they talk about you literally have the main event, the PLO. We'll see how many. It's anyone's guess how many entrants we'll get in the PLO, but the main event today is.
Yeah, I'm curious to see that myself because, obviously we're both going to play. You're going to hop over there a little before me. I'm going to be in the booth for a little bit longer. But, obviously the only PLO event here, some players, they've just played a grueling schedule, just had 100K, maybe grueling multi-day. Did they bubble? Did they not? How many people will hop over into the PLO? I hope a lot. I'm hoping, the field gets big, especially because we're playing, but we'll see. It should be exciting to get a little 4-card in there in a, tournament series, which is known for its 2-card specialties, whether it's full deck or short deck. It'll be kind of fun, especially as a mixed game player to get in there and play some PLO, a little bit different game, kind of add that in.
Yeah. Well, listen, I love PLO, 4 cards
Yeah.
as much as anyone. I'm going to be in there. I'm going to be doing a giveaway for YouTube and Twitch, so stay tuned. But for the moment, let's get down to the floor. It's time for the main event. We're going to see someone win 2.5 million euros.
Let's go.
Yeah, there's a look at the chip counts. 85 for Pac. I'm going with Pac. I've said Pac. I can't make up my mind. I kind of like Pac. We're going to go with that. Sounds strong. 5.125 million chips. Sam Grafton, the man from the UK, the man with the plan, is first time at Triton. He flies in. I saw him just have a good score on one of the big series online, 25K event, and he is one of those guys. He's been in poker only 13 years, 41 years old, but he has really burst onto the scene in a big way. And now, he's been around, but now he's asserting himself as one of the absolute crushers in poker. Sam Grafton.
Grafton, yeah. Oh, yeah. Actually, last night after we were done, we hopped over and we're hanging out with Grafton and Hecklin over in the bar area. Grafton, very gregarious, but I'm pulling for Hecklin right now. Hecklin enjoyed a beer, and just one, but he was hanging out, had a beer. We had a beer together, and I got to pull for my man. He knocked one back the day before the final table, relaxing. He's in there with his comfy hoodie, so that's my guy this time.
All right, that's fine. I haven't got a pick yet. There's just so many great characters here. We see a mix of the old school and new school. Orpin, who is, I think, in that business pro category, has a Triton title, has some big scores, not afraid to mix it in with the biggest and brightest stars, and he himself is. There's really no one here that is not experienced or competent. So your guess is as good as mine. Hecklin, very nice guy. First time I got to really talk to him. And Grafton, I always enjoy, and he's a great follow on Twitter too. If you guys aren't familiar with Sam Grafton, he is a very personable guy and has a lot of fun. So there's a lot of money at stake, though. I don't expect these guys to be telling too many jokes, and should be light and fun.
This is a pretty big spot right now. I mean, they're playing for the difference. Going out next and winning the tournament is, I think it's over 2.2 million euros.
Yeah, it's absurd.
I mean,
it's
so
real stuff going on here.
Yeah, big deal. And I mean, like I was talking about, even like second and third are super healthy paydays. Like 7, you make third, you make 7 figures. So, fourth, 888. Nice, fun little payout right there. 8 being kind of a lucky number in Eastern culture. So, 4 being an unlucky number. One of the things, maybe it's not so obvious, but there's no seat 4. It just goes from 3 to 5. There's no 4th tournament on the Triton schedule. That just also goes from 3 to 5. So, I don't know. 7th and 8th there. 344, 440.
I'll tell you what, there is a 4. There is a 4th place. They don't just skip that. They do neutralize the 4 with the 888 luck.
Yeah.
Kind of just, I don't know if that was officially what the payouts were, if they kind of contoured that exact number and moved it around a little, because that is pretty funny.
So you didn't get snake bitten going out 4th. You get the triple 8 in there.
Yeah, it's sort of like it's a wash, but nice score anyway. Yeah, these guys are looking dapper. Everyone's ready to go.
Listen, guys, I will say off the bat that no matter whether or not Jeff asks me, there will be no diatribe about ICM today. Okay, if you want to know more about ICM, you got to listen to yesterday's broadcast when I gave a really long speech about exactly what it is. You can go find that. You can look it up on YouTube or wherever else they show this media. But today we're not going to go into it. All right, we'll save everybody from that boring.
Honestly, I think. Listen, I think ICM's fascinating.
Well, listen, whatever. Right? Someone complained. No, you can't make everyone happy.
No, you
right?
can't.
I'm sure there's a few
listen,
people.
Twitch
that
and
loved
YouTube, they're the chat. I love them. I think they're the best. So it's fine. It's just.
Listen, somebody asked the question.
Yeah.
You asked me a question. I give an answer. But
yeah.
But that's it. It's on the end of yesterday's day 2, the last bit when we were on together, and we're back again. Team Vig Free.
I love it. Yeah, we do have a podcast. Don't want to give too many self-promos here, but Rast and I do. If you enjoy us together, you can always head on over to see our podcast on YouTube and all the outlets. So that's it. We're going to do one quick one there, and we're going to focus on these guys. And Big Al with 2 jacks getting off to a good start. It's always nice to get a good start. You know, it's just you could get cooler. You don't want to be the first one out. It's such an interesting time in the tournament. It's like fun to see jacks and ace king, but you also realize like you could just be playing for all of it at any second.
Yeah, I mean, Al's kind of short enough here. I mean, not only did he start with like, he started at, you know, pretty close to half the amount of chips that the next person has. Now, after winning that pot, it was sizable enough that he kind of clears that 50% barrier, and he's, you know, now he's got about 2/3 what Orpin has. But the point is he can't just come in and sit around. So, real nice when you have that kind of stack to pick up a hand that you can go with and pick up the pot. Oh, and it looks like you got another. Yep. And this is going to be a really healthy pickup that I mean, I don't think either of these, I don't know, actually, Antonius might have to call here. It's going to be a dicey spot for him. The problem for Antonius with calling is like, I mean, he's getting a great price, 600,000. The problem that sucks for him is that he's kind of behind, and it's a lot of his chips. But, I mean, he's getting over 2-1.
Wow. And, I mean, this from Big Al, this is not a super comfortable spot either. It's like, I mean, it's not like out of line. It's just also it's a huge ICM spot, and especially when he doesn't have much full equity.
I think he has to take it. I think he has to take it. Well, it's close. You're right, actually, because they're early. It's like plus
there's
one,
people
plus two.
behind. These guys aren't necessarily. Patrick probably not just super.
But this is the point that Al.
Yeah, he's going to take these spots that are close.
No, but yeah, it's all the point that Al. I mean, Al has the shortest stack by far, so he can't be doing too much waiting around. But yeah, I mean, Al didn't make a meal of this though. I mean, he just shoved it in. I mean, I think Patrick is probably thinking Al has ace king, ace queen. Like, does he have ace jack? Maybe not. I mean, that's actually kind of good for Patrick. That's another hand that has him locked down a bit. But like for pairs, like what, like 10s plus? Does Al do it with 9s? Like maybe not. So I think against that range, given how good the price is, he should probably call. But again, it would be for, you know, I mean, it would be technically only for about half his chips because he already put in 350. A little less than half, actually. He's got 1.4 behind. So my guess is he probably ends up making the call, but he's not happy about it. He will be happy to see ace-queen, which is one of the better hands he can be up against, which, you know, he has 41%, which is pretty huge given how kind of modest his hand is compared to Al's range. Oh, wow, and he ends up letting it go, which is totally reasonable, too. I was curious to see what he was going to do. It's a dicey spot.
It's such an interesting spot. It really is. And Big Al, I mean, he's got to be thrilled to take that down in that fashion against that hand. And I think part of the concern there for Patrick is he's against ace-king. You know, that's obviously, like, if he had seen his hand and he has that money, the equity, the price is there. But you just can't know that he has, you know, you're hoping he has 10s or ace-queen, really. If he has ace-king or, you know, whatever, queens, aces, possibly. I mean, you're just very close spot. But Patrick will conserve those chips. And
I mean, you're almost getting the right price to call against ace-king. 2.5 to 1.
Yeah. No, it's
like,
I mean, it's close.
I mean, you're not getting the right price very likely with ICM effect considerations, but you know, that's one of the worst hands for him to have. I mean, even queens, you're probably actually getting the right price. So
yeah.
It's a tricky spot to navigate.
Interesting start. I mean, again, these are how final tables, you just never know how it's going to play out. It can be separation, big stack, starts leaning, taking off, consolidating the short stacks together, or it can kind of get middly and you know, no one can bust for hours. It's just how it goes. We are 9-handed.
Yeah, I mean, against 10s plus, ace-queen plus, he's almost exactly a 2-to-1 dog. He's getting 2.5 to 1 on the chips.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's pretty
Oh no.
It's pretty
Yeah,
close.
3.4.
I
It's
mean,
it's
like
also
with
his stack.
ICM,
It's his
with
stack.
ICM, you could maybe
Okay.
argue for a fold to stick around. So, super close spot. Patrick, ton of awareness right there about how close it was using the time banks, and fold totally reasonable. You know, if you maybe like you give Al nines or something, it starts to get he's starting to push up to 34.5%. But if you take away nines, if Patrick doesn't think he has ace queen, right, then it starts to be close to probably even break even without ICM. So, obviously in the moment, we could see Al did have ace queen, actually had ace queen off. But, yeah, versus like tens plus ace king, Patrick's 29.9. So now you're kind of getting to, he should be basically folding it even for chip EV, right? So pretty interesting spot. And my guess is if you're sitting in Patrick's shoes, it's not easy to know exactly what Al's going to be shoving, and ace
sure.
queen was a pretty key hand for Al to have.
This is developing into an interesting spot because Grafton calling with sixes. This is one of the more interesting cards. I mean, I guess 6-7. How often does he have 6-7 suited? He is on the button, so surely that's a hand with his stack and how this hand. It isn't open though from Patrick, so maybe I don't know if he has how much 6-7 suited. He's gonna go ahead and start telling the story here that he likes the board. Of course, he could have fours, he could have fives. He does block 6-7, although Patrick's never opening 6-7 in this situation, suited from +1.
So it went raise call and then Patrick led flop.
It was raise call, and
Pre.
then Panakovs had sevens in the big blind, and then on the flop we were reminiscing about the ace queen hand. I do not have the exact.
I mean, a bet must have gone in on the flop. The pot's
pot's
pretty big. But I mean, the thing.
Wow.
Patrick doesn't just check call.
Wow. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that play. I mean, interesting. So interesting. Just takes it down, just ships it in. And Sam, who's probed in a few pots here, that was.
Yeah, Patrick deciding not to check call, check river, could have maybe given Grafton some rope there. It's possible Grafton was setting up a river bluff. So Patrick decides to just play his ace-jack for all the chips out of position. The pluses and minuses of the line Patrick took are if your opponent was making that bet with hands with a lot of equity, right? Like some back, flush straight draw, pair two, maybe like pair gutter. You're denying quite a bit of equity. Occasionally, some of the time you're going to get called. You still have the best hand. Probably if your opponent can beat ace-jack, given the action, it's 2-pair plus, and that's calling you. The flip side is against some hands that maybe were floating a bit on the flop and don't have a ton of equity, of which Grafton had one. You do deny your opponent the chance to bluff rivers. River could be kind of dicey, but just decide you're going to check call and then check call, most anything, maybe not a 6 or 7, maybe not a diamond, but would have been interesting spot by Patrick, and he decided to take the aggressive line.
Yeah, so we see small blind. Panakovs come in with the chip covering, puts pressure on Greenwood with queen deuce off, but Greenwood, no stranger to small blind, big blind, and has enough of a stack to play. He's got some decisions here.
Yeah, so I mean, Panakovs with the 3.5x here, he's taking advantage of the fact that Greenwood has some ICM pressure. The stacks are short enough. These big little offsuit combos being ones that like to try to take the pot down. When you get called, you're blocking a queen, which is a hand that's in a lot of Greenwood's best hands: ace queen, king queen, queen jack, pocket queens. When you get called, you can flop a queen, which is a pretty big pair, which is you just like having big pairs when you're super short with low SPRs. Greenwood with the decision pre-flop as to whether or not to kind of jam or fold. And I think off 30 blinds and with a number of stacks shorter than him.
Or call, which you did.
Yeah, sorry. I don't mean fold.
Right.
Sorry, jam or call. Yeah, my mistake. Obviously, he's not folding king jack there. You know, he decides to just call, play in position, and not risk it. Again, the flip side in those spots, and this was a pretty close one by Greenwood, but you know, you give your opponent the chance with the weak, dusty parts of his range, you know, to realize and not take the pot down. You know, the benefit is that you're not risking all your chips in order to take the pot down. So I mean, this is a spot where we'll see what happens. Like, this is a bit of an action turn. I mean, Greenwood doesn't have a heart, unfortunately, but he's going to have some incentive at some point to maybe bluff at this, maybe not. I mean, he does have the nut no pair. Could decide that's good enough to try to show down if his opponent's just giving up.
Yeah, you don't have a heart in your hand, and you just could. That's exactly you just could have the best hand. It's a very tricky spot.
Yeah, I mean, with a heart too, with a 2-to-1 stack to pot ratio, like maybe he decides it's too good to like bet fold even, and maybe, you know, I was curious to see.
Neither player with the heart in this scenario. And now Ponikov's with kind of an interesting one as well. Maybe not sure where he's at on this one.
Ponikov's has to think his hand's good here, like you know, a reasonable amount of the time. You know, he'd love just to get this to showdown. He's out of position. You know, so now he's deciding between the check or kind of block. There's no way you can go for, you know, a decent value size here. The block is more just to kind of slow your opponent down, maybe.
Also understanding how tight Greenwood is in this spot, he could easily have some kind of, he could have an ace, he also could have a better queen, very likely like a queen king or something would play like this, and snap check back.
Queen is good.
And unlucky for Greenwood, but
yeah, I mean, Greenwood could definitely have weaker aces off 30 blinds, almost just like he didn't really want to, you know, you don't want to jam. Same deal, like ace-7 off, a hand like that.
Pocket pair. What? Pocket pair? You. Okay.
When we were playing the feature group yesterday, Seth was like,
Thinking to value bet, but I didn't use some bluff.
"What's he looking at?" I was like, "There's nothing there." Like, looking up to the god. Like, what should I do?
Big Al here, we can see he's chipped up quite a bit. I mean, he's basically doubled up since sitting down without showing down. It's beautiful when that happens. 800 to 1.6. I mean, he has a nice hand, totally reasonable open. The interesting thing about it is his sizing. I mean, he's just gone, I mean, nearly 4x here. So under the gun, 9-handed. So the kind of curious part of it is, you know, given his range under the gun 9, I mean, this definitely is one of the weakest hands he can have. And Patrick, probably a little, I mean, very good hand here in the big blind that he's defending. Probably also a little curious about what exactly does Al have here, nearly 4xing under the gun 9-handed. And if this is a pretty nice flop for Al to continue betting. I don't think ace-3 is going to win at showdown a ton. You know, the king, little-ish type. I mean, he can definitely get some better ace highs to fold, or even like queen and jack high type hands, which don't have enough equity.
I mean, they just asked me a few times.
wow.
Yeah, delayed c bet. Nice hand by Al. You know, there's a decent amount of his range that likes playing that way as well. Hands such as queens or jacks. You could definitely play a king that way. So kind of uncomfortable spot for Antonius. And Patrick can't really think he's ahead too often. And like I said, I mean, the under the gun 9, nearly 4x open, you know, it can't be interpreted as light. And we can see that that might have been one of the worst hands Al would ever have there anyways. So, again, we were talking about this in lead up, but just Al, you know, some things that are maybe a little bit unconventional, but he makes his style work for him. And it can be tough when, especially for everyone else, when in a certain sense, okay, you kind of get how maybe people are playing a little bit more, but Al's throwing curveballs, throwing knuckleballs, and so far it's working out wonderfully for him. I mean,
Yeah, yeah, nice start for Al.
I mean, right here we're seeing the disadvantage to Hecklin's seat. I mean, he's opening a good hand. Obviously, has to go through kind of the murderer's chip row behind him, and almost got 3-bet by the queen 8 suited, which would have been pretty light. It would have been, you know, from watching Pac play, I feel like he's a guy who seems really comfortable with a lot of chips. He's definitely applies pressure, and we could see even there he was considering it.
Yep.
So,
yeah, I want to welcome all of you on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook. This is the final table, 100,000 euro event number 9, 2.471. We'll just call it 2.5, just under 2.5 million euros to first. This is a massive, massive purse. 93 entrants, 34 re-entries.
470.
Some of those could have been multiple, but gives you an idea of how big of a pool and purse this is. And look at this, Panakovs. My man just, people know he's aggressive. They know he's capable, but he just doesn't care. He's just going for it. And the ace-jack off going to shrink up massively. And 2-10s is a tricky one here, too.
well, listen, Hecklin doesn't just have to worry about the 3-bet. I mean, he got flatted by Grafton. And, you know, Grafton can have a number of strong hands here, as we see he does. Now, this is a tricky spot for Grafton. I mean, this would be a pretty big laydown. It's a pretty annoying position to continue, though. You're out of position. You're playing a huge pot. This is a guy who can really hurt you. So let's see what he does.
Yeah, and I mean, if you're Grafton and
this would be a big fold also with 10s, right? And if Panakovs can be messing around, I mean, you could be a big favorite. The tough part is if he's messing around, it's hard to know what hand he's doing it with. Right? So as we can see, Panakovs has, you know, a really dusty one here.
What a flop, though. I mean, this gives him a license to maneuver. And, wow,
Yeah.
and 10's a tricky one. Also, he can sort of take away, you know, the ace-king aces. I mean, this is, you got to believe.
I mean, yeah, this is.
You got to believe he's just, this is a board where he's going to attack.
I mean, when you 3-bet the queen deuce suited light against like a EP open and a middle position flat, and you have queen high and you flop a flush draw, this could be the time when you start barreling away, right?
Yeah, and if you think about hands Grafton has, it does feel more like 10s, 9s, maybe not jacks, but like something like that, ace queen suited, right? It just kind of doesn't feel like king queen suited,
queen
maybe
suited
the one you're
being a
worried
big
about.
One, king jack suited. I mean,
You block king queen suited though.
Yeah,
with the queen,
only one combo.
Yeah,
because the king and the queen are a club. But yeah, you do block.
Wow, this is quite a hand.
Yeah, I think Grafton has to call here to such a small sizing with 10s and I mean, but now is when it starts getting dicier for Grafton to call, especially if Ponakov starts sizing up. You know.
This is a
5 and 6 and 7 are all interacting. Doesn't matter for this hand, but Grafton will be thinking about that when he's considering, you know, what hands does Panakovs have here. I mean, I think Panakovs, should he bet again, he's definitely repping hands like king queen. I mean, Panakovs can have like king queen off and decide to 3-bet pre.
Wow. And I mean, how 700,000 here. I mean, this would just be. There's just, I mean, the upside, downside for Grafton here. This would be
This would be kind of a big call. I mean, it's a tough spot. I mean, Ponikov's value range now is hands like king, queen, ace, king, you know, aces, kings. The thing is, it's a double flush draw, so Ponikov's can have, I mean, if he had like a suited diamond hand, it now might keep barreling. If he had clubs, it's barreling. I mean, Grafton's blocking the 10 of clubs, so it's maybe slightly less likely he's barreling suited hands. But, I mean, this is tough. Like, you call here, you know, you got to call out of rivers, right?
Really
you don't know what your opponent has. It's really hard to improve. I mean, tough spot for Grafton, pretty hard to continue, and see that aggression winning Ponikov's that pot. Pretty huge pickup there with a hand that I think almost most people normally fold, right?
Yeah.
Pre-flop, given the early position open and flat by Grafton.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, little creativity there by Ponikov's.
Yeah, blinds 40-80 with an 80 ante. 40,000, 80,000, 80,000 ante. Blinds getting up. We've seen some pretty amazing hands so far, and the queen deuce suited, like that's stepping out.
Yeah.
That's stepping out. Like that is not in the normal spots, and quite a tough. You know, again, when you sit down, you draw it up. People have a plan. That's just a bit unlucky to get. That's really, I mean, and he gets bailed out with the flop, right? The queen deuce suited, right? He makes an aggressive move, gets called, and gets a fortuitous flop to continue telling a story. But really impressive play there, impressive aggression, and Sam, I mean, just nothing he can really do there. He's stuck on for a bet. He called pre, saw turn card after the flop. I mean, and Ponikov's up to 4.4 million. If we take a look at the current chip stacks. 5 million, second place, and Grafton now in third with 3 million, 2.98, and Volkman gets it done.
Yeah, I mean, queen deuce suited not making any GTO 3-bet ranges there, that's for sure. Hands with kings in them, generally a little more prominent. And that was a big pot for Ponikov's. I mean, he's, you know, and he took it from Grafton. So Grafton's kind of slid down into that third place. He's in third place and grouped a little bit there with Hecklin. And Ponikov's separated up. And he's a bit closer to Pak now with 4.4. Wow, Orpin here picking up a huge hand. Love to get some action with the kings, but looks like he's not going to get any. And raise and take it, not usually what you want when you finally get the Cowboys. But it's better than going out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's what you could almost go like 30 on finals. Yeah, I know what I'm saying. Like no one's like running the clock down, but yeah, I know what you're saying.
Yeah, I wonder how much sleep these guys get. You know, it's exciting when you're playing. Most of these guys, it's going to be the biggest score of their career potentially, right? So it's kind of sometimes hard to just settle in. But I think the adrenaline's so high though. Come in here, the bright lights, big money, and if you're tired, rest. You just suck it up. I'm sure some of your huge final tables in your career, you've been a bit gassed. It's sort of, you know, tiring. These guys aren't just playing the main event. A lot of them have played all the events or playing every day, so it can get a little bit draining.
I mean, I never really had a problem sleeping before final tables. So yeah, you're playing a lot of poker, but you know, everybody's different. Personally, I always had really good stamina. You know, those long sessions in Macau, you know, playing 20, 30, 40-hour sessions. So, you know, playing 10 or 12-hour tournament days, especially when I used to do it, was never too big a deal. I mean, I think the biggest thing that catches up to you is if you're not sleeping well.
Yep.
even more maybe than the long days for a lot of these guys, because I'm sure a lot of these guys also coming from a place where, they put in long sessions here and there, maybe not super drag out ones, but a 10-hour session, 12-hour session with breaks, not too big a deal, but it becomes tough if you're not sleeping right. Also, some of these guys later on in depending, everybody's different, but usually, exercising consistently can also be important. You come into these series, maybe you're doing all right health-wise, but then just day after day, you're kind of you're playing poker. When you bust, you're hanging out with people you haven't seen in a while, right? Some friends, get some food. You get out of your kind of regular healthy schedule, and it's fine for a few days, but a week in, 10 days in, it can catch up to you.
This is a very dicey spot for Grafton, who's had a bit of adversity so far today, getting put in, tens, ace, jack. Those are tough hands to play nine-handed when there's huge ICM on the line. This is where it gets a little dicey. You start call here, start thinking about some situations. A jack or an ace high might not even be so easy. You could be in a lot of trouble. It's suited. It's not an insane
the
price.
sizing is very small, right? I mean, which is fine because Volkmann's not that deep.
Yeah.
But,
I mean, I like it, actually. I like it both ways. I mean, I get Sam's kind of thought there, right? It's so strong from Volkmann. If he calls, it's like, we can see he's out of position as well. Tough hand and well executed from Volkmann, but, I don't fault Sam for folding there. It's sort of not a very amazing situation to be in.
Well, given the relative positions, kind of Volkmann, will have some very strong hands there.
Yeah.
Right? Aces, kings, queens, jacks, ace, king, ace, queen. And Volkmann was definitely on his queen, jack suited seems good, but given the relative positions, everything that was definitely in Volkmann's steal range, so to speak. I mean, it's a strong hand if that's why he's picking it. When you're 3-betting under the gun, I mean, you're not doing it with total banana hands like king 3 off, right? You're going to see that. 35 blinds, the big blind might do that versus the button, right, who has a much wider range. But, you're not going to see stuff like that versus EP opens. I mean, even we were remarking that last pot that Ponikovs did it with queen deuce suited. I mean, that was a banana, all things considered. Like, usually not a hand you would find a 3-bet there. But so queen jack suited, really reasonable hand to be doing that with. I think Volkmann also decides maybe with his stack, he doesn't really want to flat it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's too short, all the ICM pressure. So let's turn a hand as good as queen jack suited into a kind of a 3-bet steal.
And we see Greenwood get out of the way with ace-9 suited, although he feels Ponikovs could be up to no good. Unfortunate for Patrick here, and we see an ace gone. He is going to 3-bet ace, queen off, and Ponikovs. I mean, this must look like suited aces to Ponikovs, who's been active. He's 4-betting queen deuce suited, and now he gets a real hand.
I mean, this, I don't see Ponikovs doing anything other than going all in.
Yeah.
He does want to deny equity to ace high hands. It's 2 queens. I mean, it's versus a stack that's just over 20 blinds. This is, I mean, the tough thing for Patrick about 3-betting ace queen off here is, like, it's a tough spot as well. I mean, a lot of people would actually flat ace queen off here or jam themselves rather because, you 3-bet, then you fold. I mean, Ponikovs can easily be doing this 20 big blind stacks with hands like tens. I mean, Ponikovs comfortably has more chips than him as well.
The Adamo style too, ace-3 heart stuff or spots where you just kind of ace-4 suited.
Like, I feel like usually in Patrick's spot here, people choose like, oh, hey, ace-5 suited, ace-10 off, ace-jack off, because they're much more comfortable folds.
Right.
Patrick, this is the issue about choosing ace-queen to do that with is it gets really dicey. I mean, my guess is after passing the king-jack suited, he passes this.
Wow.
It's kind of a similar spot.
Yeah.
Yeah, where, Ponikov's range is pretty strong and he's a dog, and the price he's getting in this pot actually wasn't as good as the king-jack suited price.
Yeah. Well, I will say this. Patrick, I think he gets put into some difficult situations because of, he is sort of like a legend of the game, like old school legend. Here, like, imagine your Ponikovs, and you always have to kind of think a little extra that you might be getting messed with. I don't know, because that's a tough one. But I'll tell you what's not tough. Polymarket puts you in amazing spots to bet on things you want to follow the odds on. I mean, it's just an unbelievable. You can see here. they throw it up there. They throw all different type of market questions, whether it's Triton, there's all kinds of other genres, politics that you can bet on in Polymarket, giving you a way to follow and sweat odds and bet on different markets. So, Rast, I don't know if you've checked out polymarket.com, but you got to check it out. Some fun stuff. And also, Rast, when people always talk, you see a lot of prop bet situations. A lot of people put their money where their mouth is. Polymarket allows you to do that. Let people pick a side, make a wager.
Not super happy.
You know what I'm saying, though, Rast? Don't you feel that way sometimes? Like if you're at the World Series or if you're in an event, like you just kind of know that sometimes people, you have such an illustrious career. People sometimes, there's a category, I think, where people, you sometimes want to not hear. I don't think I was just going to go out of this.
If you're going to double down on this, then I was going to stay silent, but I kind of disagree. I don't think Patrick's getting messed with there because he's Patrick.
I'm not saying that he is there. I'm saying he always in his mind. I think because he's like that guy that played high stakes from an early thing in poker. I'm not saying the guy. I'm just saying that.
This is a table full of people that have all played high stakes and whatever. I mean, if Patrick has a certain style that people think he plays.
But more so not even him. I'm saying that he's played a lot.
I do think a hand like even maybe this Ace Queen one. Yeah, I mean, I think Ace-Queen off is actually kind of good enough. I would guess the standard play there would just be to flat. I think it's almost too good to 3-bet fold, if you want to play.
Let me backtrack. I'm not saying there or
Patrick, I think, is going to be a person who does some kind of non-standard things
yes.
In those spots. But I don't know if it's like, he's Patrick. He's had a illustrious career. Guys at this table are going to play goofy versus him or something.
More what my point is, let's take pretty girls in poker, women at a table. People sometimes want to show off or do something, and also I think there's well-known people that have bet. I'm not saying here these guys are all playing high stakes. They know each other. They're not, whatever. I'm saying if you're at the World Series, like when you're playing at a table and you're like, you can kind of tell sometimes when guys want to like go at you because you're a known pro or you're a woman, a female or something. I think there's like a category where you have to kind of, it just kind of makes you second guess or always think a little extra hard. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying here that's why or what. I'm just saying that there is, I believe, in poker live that happens.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. Grafton, interesting spot pre-flop here, whether to 3-bet or not. I think he just decided, let's just call, realize equity against one of the chip leaders.
Yeah, so
kind of, he 3-bets, he gets 4-bet jammed on, decent amount on 30 big blind stack.
And Grafton has not had things go his way so far at this final table, getting some very difficult and dicey situations. In this spot, however, he does outflop his opponent. He was in position, and if you're Pac, this is ace-10 off. Not a great looking scenario, but you do realize that Sam's range consists of some suited broadways and some hands you are winning.
Sure. I mean, Grafton's most likely to win this. Pac could take some definitely can continue here, either for a call. Maybe he even takes an aggressive line. I mean, Pac is a guy who, so far from watching him play, strikes me as someone who tries to figure out how to win pots maybe like a little bit more than the average player, even like, say, the average, nosebleed high-stakes guy here at Triton. Definitely seen him take some aggressive lines. I mean, this is a board that doesn't have many draws. And given that these guys are, short-ish, a lot of the draws that are on there are draws that neither player has a ton. So sometimes, right, like 6-4 suited, right? There's a good chance neither player has that. Or if a player has it, it would be Pac. 6-7 suited may be a little bit more reasonable. But maybe Grafton doesn't even call that pre off of 30 bigs. So given that there aren't that many draws on this board, it's pretty reasonable for Pac to start trying to figure out ways to win this pot. Yeah, if he gets called here, he has to think he's like not good the vast majority of the time. So the question with this bet is whether or not it's like kind of a weird multi-purpose bet on the turn, but does he just turn his hand into a bluff on the river? This is an interesting card to see.
I mean, Sam's really been putting in some tough spots. I mean, here he calls the turn, and there is a chance he would be. There's a chance he's not good, and there's also a chance he's going to face some heat on the river. And I mean, it's tough to continue there with just a 5.
I think you have to continue with a 5 on the turn for a small bet. I mean, it would be much too tight to lay that down It's a very dry board. You're in position. You're getting a great price. Sometimes you just get to show this down on the river and not face a bluff. I mean, we'll see whether or not this is one of those times. You can improve hitting an ace or a 5. I mean, that's worth something as well. So, you know, the river will be a really tough spot if Pak bets here, because it's a spot where, you know, Grafton is pure value, purely bluff catching, rather. I mean, if Pak bets here, he's never betting a hand worse than ace 5. You know, I don't see a lot of point in blocking as Pak, you know, given the way this hand played out and getting called on the turn. I mean, I would expect Grafton to have some, like, you know, maybe he has like 6s or 4s, you know, hands like what he has, ace 5 suited. Maybe he hit the king on the turn. You know, you're not getting a king to fold. Grafton could even have an 8. So you definitely want to try to get a, if he's bluffing, the main part of the range you want to fold would be hands like 7s, 6s, ace 5 suited, 5, 6 suited. And yeah, I don't see Grafton value betting this. He's
No, of course not. He's
Yeah.
definitely not betting.
Yeah. And good news for Grafton is something finally went his way.
Yeah.
It was a rough start, but yeah, we said Pak really was thinking about bluffing that. So he
Yeah.
will see that was one of the hands he maybe could have gotten to
Hey
fold.
guys, you can let me win one pot.
Yeah.
Not, don't have to win every one.
Yeah, he's
Just
Pak.
show down one time. Come on.
Pak. Finally a smile there. He was thinking, he didn't know. Sam defusing the situation, and tell you what though,
Grafton with a little ribbing after
Yeah,
the pot. Like,
yeah,
come
yeah.
on, man. Let's just
Like-
show down one hand. It's
He's
not
like,
a big
"Yo, I gotta
deal.
win a
Don't even
hand.
try to win every
I
single
haven't won
pot."
one today. And there we see the chip counts stands out 16, 17, 17 blinds, and Al separating himself a tiny bit there in 6. And look at those juicy, meaty, voluptuous. So we could go a lot of different adjectives here. There is a lot of money in that. Jacob and Co. watch only in the one column there, the one row. That's the winner is going to get that. In this and the short deck main event, we will have short deck main event coming up in the coming days, and a 150K short deck to end the series on the 24th to go into the 25th. But for now, Ras, it is the main event. No limit hold'em. No one's gone out. Nine left. There's been some bobbing and weaving, some maneuvering, some 3-bets, some cold 4-bets. We saw the queen deuce suited from Ponikov's getting a little saucy, falling through. Patrick getting put in some tough spots. I'd say Patrick and Sam have had the most difficult sort of
Yeah, for sure.
spots. And Al got that, you know, things could be much different. Patrick could have called King Jack suited. He thought about it. Would have been against
Yeah.
Ace Queen for a knockout. That
And,
definitely shifted things.
I mean, that was, we could see Patrick, it was like 41-59. So that would have drastically changed the final table if Patrick calls there. I mean, not like huge, but, you know, I mean, pretty decently. I mean, another kind of thing that changed it a decent amount at this point is Ponikov's decision to 3-bet queen deuce suited, which, ooh, wow. Super comfy shove here for 15 blinds. And I mean, Pak's probably got to call this. I mean, you open 8s in the hijack. I mean, you're not loving it, but yeah, he's going to be getting,
How much count?
he's going to be getting a pretty good price to call. And
I actually, yeah, you're right. And ultimately with his stack and what he could, but you know, I think that's you're right. It's tough because I guess what does Greenwood do with 6s and 7s? and
yeah, I mean,
5s?
Greenwood can easily have smaller pairs and should some of the time. Greenwood can have a bunch of suited Broadway type combos. Like, he could definitely be doing this with, like, you know, he could just take the equity. I mean, one of the big questions is what does he do with, like, Queen Jack suited or Jack 10 suited? I mean, those hands can jam here because you have fold equity for sure.
Yeah.
But sometimes players don't in these ICM spots. I mean, people always treat that differently. So, you know, it's close. Like, this isn't, yeah, but I feel like, especially the fact that Pak can comfortably call this, it's only, you know, it's less than a third of his chips to start the pot.
Greenwood brothers.
He's
versus
going to be
Strowman.
pretty sad to see a bigger pair.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you could let it go. It would be pretty tight, though. I mean, one of the issues if you're folding eights as a hijack open, I mean, this it would be pretty exploitable to shove,
Yeah,
right? What you're
look at
calling
that.
like nines plus. I mean, it's pretty hard to have nines plus. He's opening way wider than that.
Yeah, that M88 logo right on there, kind of teasing the eights there, but not on the flop. We see right on the turn. Can he fade it? Oh my goodness! Right on the logo. That is absolutely crushing blow for Greenwood. He's going to now need to find a king on the river. That was
eight was worth a lot of money for Sam.
unreal. Unreal. Green. Yes, Sam is going to bow out, and I mean, just a.
I mean, sorry, it cost Greenwood a lot of money. I mean, wow, what a brutal card.
Him 10-6 suited, so.
Oh, man, so much equity.
Wow. Max Greenwood on the river is what you need there. Fucking hell, bro.
Sam Greenwood going to win 260,000 euros for his effort, and that is one you don't like to report to the boys, to the group chats. That is a difficult way to go out and on the turn. It's just such a cruel game at times, such a beautiful game, but that is a first exit for the day. 9th place, Greenwood, such a talent. Saw him get in a tough spot. King Jack versus Queen Deuce off, got out flopped there, and kind of can't blame him for not being thrilled. That is absolutely brutal.
I mean, yeah, I mean, that's pair over pair.
Yeah.
Spots that just get right in the thick of things winning that. I mean, he was a shorter stack.
Yep.
Got it in good and just right on the turn.
Big relief for the players remaining. You see such a talent go out. Also, you get a little pay jump, right? And you kind of, now it's down to 8-handed and a little more room at the table and a little less pressure. So it's brutal for Greenwood, but nothing he could do. He got his money in great, and great guy, great player.
Pretty much everybody else at the table okay with that result, right? I mean, from an ICM perspective, you know, you auto lock up that 80,000 pay jump. So, and then obviously Pac winning the chips, so great for him.
Just to wait till I'm in profit, then I can hear it. You know what I mean? Just play it's like a little bubble for me.
Sam Grafton saying it's a bubble for him right now because he's in for 3 entries. He's saying
maybe the only guy on the table who doesn't love that would be Ponikov's.
Right.
Who, you know, if Pac loses, Ponikov's kind of has the chip lead, right? But now he's down about $1 million in chips. Pac's got 5.7, and Ponikov's has 4.8. Right.
Yeah,
if Pac loses that, Pac's down to 3, around where Grafton is. And then Ponikov's kind of has some separation. So Ponikov's probably the only player other than Sam who was cheering for Sam. And Greenman, that is, because there's obviously another Sam at the table, Sam Grafton. But don't want to just call him Greenwood because there's actually more than one.
Multiple.
Yep. So.
To be honest, if you're short, and it is nice when someone busts, it's sad for Sam.
Just a nice Sunday morning fun. Enjoying the sunlight.
All right, so first elimination. Pac is up to 5.7 million. Ace deuce suited, kicking it up. Antonius also with the ace 2 suited, but different situation, different position, and he is going to let it go. And look at that. When it's working, it's working. That's how you draw it up. Hit a 2-outer, chip up, have the lead in the table. RFID, player's not moving over really because player eliminated, but they have it set. It's still 8, now 8 remain. Final
yeah,
table here.
When you asked me how much I had, I was like, all I remembered from the app is that I was like, I was 2 big blinds ahead of you. That was like all I took from it. You know?
Pac has been chip leader throughout at the end of the day. It's day 1 and day 2 chip leader. It's his first Triton series.
Like when someone tells you their name and then like 2 seconds later you can't remember it. It's like you look at that,
yeah, exactly.
then you look up and now you can't remember at all, you know?
It's true. Sometimes it Gotta say Grafton's spot on there, but he's kind of escalating on the payouts himself. He took 11th in the 30K, took 5th in the 50K for 389,000, and now he finds himself chip leader with 8 left in the main event 100K. So nice introduction to Triton for Pac.
And Hecklin just has to, every time he opens, which is not very often, he just has to fade
2.35, I believe.
fade multiple people tanking behind him, deciding whether or not they want to 3-bet him. Pac has done it pretty consistently. This time we can see Ponikov's actually has a hand. And I mean, Hecklin is right at the bottom of his range here. Probably 6s might be the smallest pair he opens, given how early his position is in ICM considerations. So yeah, he decides to let it go. I mean, calling can be pretty tough with ICM and how short they are. And I mean, I think some people, maybe if you take a stand there, just reshove. But yeah, it doesn't feel like the spot to me. But Hecklin, unfortunately, I don't think he's dragged a chip yet. I mean, he opened ace-jack off, got 3-bet. Opened 6s, got 3-bet. Those might be that might be the only pots he's played. Is that? Has he played another pot?
No,
I don't think so.
don't believe so
That's
either.
pretty rough for him. I mean, I think he started with over 3 million. I mean, he's down to 2.2. So
Volkman's had a pretty quiet day, but got the nice queen jack suited through on the
yeah,
open
I mean, that was a
3-bet.
big pickup. I mean, he's actually up on the day because of that.
Yep. Pac at 5.9 million. King 8 off.
Yeah.
Saw him open King 9 off in a similar spot the other day, but it was actually 5-handed. I think yesterday he opened under the gun, or 6-handed. So this is King 8, 8-handed under the gun. You're going to run into some good hands, but you know, Orpin now +2.
Yeah, but the question is are some of the other players going to do anything about it if they get pretty good hands? Like, this is the spot where Orpin has to decide what he's going to do. You know, Pac has a chip lead.
400.
Okay, yeah. So
Decides not to shove, makes it 400. And look at this guy behind
and I mean,
Panikov.
this is probably why
Right.
he decided not to just shove, because now if somebody comes in behind, I mean, that range is super strong, right? And he probably feels like he can fold to someone else 4-betting behind him. Ponikov's hand, I think, too good here to go, but it's never a spot that's fun. Got to put a lot of chips in, and he does have to worry that the one guy who can bust him is Pac, who opened this under the gun. So, I mean, he's probably fine getting in with Orpin. Wow, and he lets it go.
Whoa.
Wow, that's a big fold. I mean, that's a lot of respect to, I think, Orpin's range there.
Wow, I'm a bit shocked he doesn't, you know, make it a million or whatever, 1.1, and just go with Orpin. But I guess Orpin did have. Yeah, I mean, he's only got. Oh, wow, that's.
Good one.
Hmm?
Good one.
Good one.
You have good one.
Aces.
I love it. I love it because there is a delay. It'll come up, but Ponikov's now really. He's making Panikov feel like a super boss.
Yeah.
I mean, which is kind of.
Solid.
What else?
That's amazing.
Only aces, right?
And Orpin
Lucky I didn't
loving
play
it
on
right
top.
there.
The man owns a yacht. He's obviously now got he's obviously just
You know what
goofing
money
around.
is
This is
called?
just this is just
Do you know
this
what?
is play money.
Do you know what it's called?
Yeah.
What?
Aces.
No, shut up. No, it's not.
Name of your boat, your yacht, Aces. Respect.
Only is.
Orphan probably don't lie.
Huh?
You probably don't lie.
I'm not a liar.
Yeah.
Even
I
when I
realize
lie.
that. Would be surprised if you are.
Yeah, I have aces.
He's double barreling it.
Yeah. You're not a liar, right? He's like, no, I'm not a liar. I had aces.
Poker table. I think that's. Look,
Yeah.
I mean, is the graphics right? Because
Does he
Ponikov's just laid queens. Does he just have queens every hand?
160.
That's pretty ridiculous. He's had it 3 times. get it against Patrick. Oh wow! And now, I mean, he's gonna have a customer here. Patrick's not in the business.
Yep.
He's not laying this one down.
Patrick's all in, and Panakov's is calling. I mean, the only thing that would make this different, I mean, there's 3 hands here. It'd be a pretty strong, yeah. Oh, but both queens are out in those hands, so Panakov's won't be flopping a set, and Antonius won't make Broadway.
Queens.
Ace, king, queens.
And 2 times in a row.
Classic. That percentage is 56-43, but a little less probably with the queens gone. So Patrick, if he is able to secure an ace or a
Last
king,
hand also had queen.
does cover the club for a
Which
4
last hand?
flush.
I had queens
Oh wait,
last
hold on. Let's look.
Versus when I raised? Shit.
Orban.
Tight boy.
Orban a bit surprised he folded the queens.
Patrick gonna need help here.
You get
Club would make
target.
it sweaty, although there is 1 club in Panakov's hand. Some sweaty cards. Oh, Mr. Antonius, and as we know it, that's gonna do it.
You bopped that.
Anyone had queen?
You bopped that.
You don't want to know all of them.
Yeah, no outs.
What?
Says 5%, but it's 0.
Please never say that one.
And Patrick gonna get up to 2.4 million.
You got to go.
Wow, pretty big turnaround for
Yeah.
Panakov's there. I mean, he makes it $1 million on the last hand. He just takes that down, right?
Yeah.
I mean, no one's continuing, and
Instead
he
loses
picks up
with
a big pot, and the very next one he doubles someone up. So
poker's so crazy, right? It's just
Yeah.
such a. It's always.
also this is being hand shuffled, so it would have changed this hand.
Oh,
Just
you're really
let
going.
that be known.
You're going butterfly effect.
Yeah,
full
super
deal.
butterfly effect there. But welcome sight for Patrick, who
I mean, it's still fun.
You hold it until the turn.
I mean, listen, that's a man that's played a lot of big
Yeah.
poker,
Yeah, yeah.
big tournaments, big cash
yeah,
games,
but
still.
I mean, Patrick's gonna. I mean,
No, that's
you
a
know,
big one. That's a
on
nice
his
one.
bicycle for what is what
Three
are we at
something?
now? Yeah, 360 was it? 340, 344. Now he's in with a healthy stack. I mean, you know, whatever. That stack's probably worth high 6 figures.
Yeah, probably around $1 million at least. I mean, he's in fourth. Fourth pays 888. More. I mean.
Yeah,
it's-
but I mean, it's
yeah,
it's
it's more.
fourth, but it's a
for sure, it's more. It's chips. It's a lot.
Now you can play.
yeah. I mean, that stack's probably might even be worth $1 million.
With 9-8.
Panakov's is cheery though. He thinks he dodged the aces, but he's going to be a little less excited after. he
Let's wait
sees
for the
it.
moment.
We'll know.
Like
we're gonna
45
know.
minutes from now.
We're gonna know who's paying attention
if
to the
he
app,
looks that
the
up,
Triton
because
Poker Plus app.
he's probably going to bring that up.
Of course,
Right.
someone will. Sam
Aces,
will.
huh? Yeah, oh yeah, someone's going
Someone's
to
gonna
look.
bring it
Yeah,
up.
there's no way that's getting through, because even if he doesn't look, someone else is going to want to let him know, hey, by the way, that the huge queens lay down you made, super huge queens lay down.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had the king jack suited, buddy. So you know, don't feel so good about it.
You folded jacks last time, right? You folded jacks last time. Ace queen.
Also, a good lesson: don't necessarily believe what your neighbor tells you, especially when it's not whole cards up. Obviously, Orpin having a bit of fun here, right? Because it will be shown and it's whatever. But like when you're at a table,
Yeah.
you see it all the time. You make a
Yeah.
big fold. Oh, the guy told me he had kings or whatever. It's just like
Yeah, that was like a super double down on the
Yeah.
lie, even
Yeah.
with the stream.
the
there.
fib. Let's
So-
call it a fib, not a
Yeah,
lie.
fib, yeah,
it's
lie
like,
is strong.
because
It's
it's,
like
gonna
whatever.
come up.
Well, 'cause-
If it were not whole cards up, it would
Listen,
be a
I
lie.
want to say it's not unethical. You're playing a poker game. You don't need to tell the truth
Right.
about what you had, right? It's not like this is, you know, like lying to your spouse or something like that. But you know, your opponents are asking questions that, you know, maybe they shouldn't ask, right? Like, why are you telling a guy you're playing poker with, literally competing for millions of dollars, like what you had in a hand? You know, people just can't help themselves. They love asking.
Not a feature table, but here it doesn't make any sense to hide.
Yeah, we're gonna find out.
Like only 50 minutes.
Yeah, but there's 50 minutes there. He's feeling really good. He's chirping. He's asking Antonius what he laid down in the other pot, which is, you know, he laid down jacks. No, it was ace queen. Yeah, we're telling the truth. Orpin's just probably got a big smile on his face.
My lucky gadget.
180.
You do well in Hungry Case.
I bubbled twice.
And Grafton with
1-1.
Like-
You win one.
I won one bubble twice. No other cashes.
So
A little nice little
only
protection
focus on
bet.
first.
First or last.
If you're not first, you're last. Ricky Bobby said it best. Orpin does have a title. I think he's had a couple bubbles in the title, but if you play poker, it's better to get a title and some zero cashes than a lot of min cashes, right? It's nice to get the win.
I mean, there's a lot of money up top. It takes a lot of min cashes to equal
Yeah.
to
Top
equal
two,
what
top
you make
three
in
at a podium.
a podium,
Yeah.
especially winning. Right? I mean, you'd have to cash this tournament, whatever, 15 times or something in order to get as much as if you won.
Okay, you see the blinds, 40, 80, 80, 200 in the middle. Panikov has been active. Showing some real heart, though. The queen deuce suited, that was quite a spot, I mean, to go for, right?
I
that
mean,
was
this has been a table where people have been looking for spots
Yep.
right off the bat. I mean, let's not forget Bruno with the queen jack suited. You know, guys are. Oh wow,
I mean, these are two
big
guys.
pickup for Volkman. I mean, 30 blinds, raise call. Ace king off. I feels like a hand that's like really nice to just go all in. Yeah, don't really love get like 3-betting to some cute amount, getting called. Want to
Wow.
save that for like the aces, the kings, the queens, maybe ace king suited.
Pock getting to get out of the way pretty easily with the ace queen off. Panikov's also and Big Al gonna get out the way. Him
Huge pickup.
and Panikov's and Big Al have tangoed a lot over these few days.
I mean, Bruno just taking down massive pots pre-flop and chipping up. You know, that time with a hand that just warranted the aggression. Previously with a nice little find with the queen jack suited and got a hand that dominated him to fold. So, I mean, he's got some creative chip stacking there. It's going to be hard for that tower to get too much higher and not accidentally fall. Might have to change his chip stacking configuration if he wins too much more. But it can be hard. Like once you're stacking a certain way, you know, to change gears.
Play 3-7.
Like
3-7.
got to ride with your chip stacking configuration
Why?
till you ride or die, till you win or bust.
It doesn't matter. But concentrate. Sorry.
Grafton has a cheeky little one on the button. It's not absurd. It's a suited 10. 5's not too low, but Orpin here with 20 blinds. Wow, pretty tight fold. Pretty tight fold. I mean, definitely a hand that could consider just going all in
Playable.
versus a button open. But Orpin taking the conservative route, preserving chips, didn't necessarily want to put them all at risk and probably didn't want to just flat out of position.
Listen, when you take the conservative route, you do get to pick up some nice bluffs, right? Is it
Yeah,
Jack?
the king
Oh,
jack.
believable
Yeah.
too. Everyone's like, yeah, aces for sure.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Yeah, Orpin, great player.
Yeah, I mean, listen, ace-6 suited there versus for like 19 bigs versus a button open, standard button open. Definitely a hand you can just jam all in. That said, you know, there is ICM pressure and, you know, it's not like, it's a spot, you know, he just decides to wait. Staying alive is worth quite a bit of money. The man might have a yacht called Aces again.
Well, actually, may not,
May
because
not.
there's some fibbing
Yeah,
going
yeah.
on the stream. But
That could have just been adding to the story. Man could have a yacht called Aces, but he still might be interested in laddering up a couple $100,000.
so I believe he has a yacht.
Yachts are expensive.
I believe
to-
he has a yacht
I would
confirmed
guess.
because Sam knows it and says
Yeah,
it,
yeah.
but the
aces
name
might have
is
just
that
been-
might have been a parlay on the
on the
fib,
lie,
on
like
the-
or fib or whatever we want to call it. Yeah.
All right, so Pac going with the Jack 5 offsuit. I mean, I don't want to use the word disrespectful, but he has got the big stack, and he is licensed to fire. And Orpin going to get out of the way. Definitely a difficult hand. And here's Panakov's. This is one of the powerful reasons opening so wide. I mean, look at even a hand as strong as this is a difficult position for him with King Jack off.
Yeah, out of the small blind. It's not comfy. I mean, you know, he might be aware Pac's not doing very much, but given the chip stacks and being out of position, flatting, pretty annoying. You know, do I 3-bet Pac? And he decides he doesn't want to 3-bet him, so he lets it go. And then Patrick here. Suited connector, but very small. It's a difficult. These situations are difficult because clearly, you know, you're getting a great price. It can be a little annoying, given his chip stack being a bit handcuffed by ICM considerations. Post flop, sometimes you end up being in kind of annoying spots where you fold, can't realize your minimum defense frequency as much as you'd like. But you know, the flip side is if you never take any of those spots, you just whittle away and your chips slowly go down. So he decides to defend, and
I think Pac's going to go around 50, 60, some kind of decent bet here. We've seen this a few times with modest hands when he flops mid pair. He does check back, a little different situation. I'm a little surprised with his holding that he doesn't bet there, but
no, but you know, it's so gross getting check raised, especially like, I mean, normally you just call, but short stacks, final table is how often is Antonius doing it light? You know,
yeah.
9-4-5. I mean, in terms of just flopping weakish medium strength hands, definitely Antonius normally going to have more 4s and 5s in his range. I mean, we can see that might not be the case if Pac's opening this wide, but I mean, Jack 5 off is a pretty wide open. So I think Pac just going to be pretty happy to get to showdown here. Maybe a little river bet. One of those. I might probably have the best hand, and maybe I don't want to show this one down for another hour.
Yeah, exactly right. Words out of my mouth. I would be shocked. Now, Patrick could. Is there a scenario where he
could block
bet?
himself?
That makes some sense.
Yeah, I mean, trying to get value from ace high or 3s or 2s.
Oh wow.
This is surprisingly a little big. I mean, well over half pot.
Yeah, and to the point where Pac is as played. I mean,
as played, I don't see Pac. How do you fold here?
Right. You also don't have. I mean, the time. It's super interesting. This is not how I saw the hand going at all. Especially on the river. Now,
although the sizing is going to make Pac a little worried.
Also, the other side where you showed down the Jack 5.
He could maybe think his kicker plays, like, does Patrick have a 5 here? Like, either 10-5 or a 5 that plays the 9 kicker?
Wow.
Oh, wow.
There's a little equity in the not showdown the Jack 5. You have to be right and then show the Jack 5, which, I mean, again, obviously if he knew he had a winner, he'd call. But Patrick, well played. I mean, look at that.
I don't think Patrick thought he was bluffing.
No, I think that was a value.
Yeah,
but a blocker value, right? A merge. And
it wasn't a blocker, dude. He went like 2/3 pot.
No, I know, but in the sense that taking control, a control. He's merging. Anytime you accomplish multiple things in a bet, it's good. And there, I mean, unconventional hand and takes it down. I'm very surprised Pac doesn't call if he plays that passively with the 5. His hand's under repped.
Super under repped. I mean, Patrick obviously thought he was trying to get value from ace high, right? Ace high or 2s or 3s. He's just like, my opponent has this a ton. I think what Patrick is thinking is, like, this, when I size up here, it looks like more credible as a bluff. So maybe I get heroed by some of those hands and win a little bit more. And he just thought, probably given the double check back, it's just pretty unlikely that Pac maybe has a hand that beats him. Maybe the only hands he's really expecting to find would be like 8s or 7s.
Yeah.
You know, probably didn't think Pac has too many 5s, given hijack open. And Patrick probably doesn't think he's opening hands as dusty as like Queen 5, Jack 5 off, etc.
Right.
So Patrick kind of made little bit of a exploit, oversize, you know, kind of thinking he was maybe doing better against Pac's range than we could see he probably was doing. But pretty interesting little spot there on the river, which little wild. Like he's value betting the worst hand and gets the best hand to fold.
Yeah, interestingly enough, Ponikov's is still in a healthy third where he started the day. Grafton is back in a nice second, and he really had a bit of a wild ride to start. Bruno Volkmann in fourth. Patrick is in fifth after that key pot, and Henrik is at 2 million with 25 big blinds. Big Al in seventh, and Orpin, even with that nice King Jack suited 3-bet that got queens to fold behind, he is in our short stack position at the moment.
Wow, and huge card for Big Al here, as, I mean, very hard for him to have a hand as good as he does, because I mean, most of the time you might think kind of ace-jack plus might just shove pre less than 20 blinds. Pac's also been super active, so he's really under-repped. I mean...
Whoa, going for a big bet here.
Yeah. And Al is not going to be going anywhere.
No, this might even just be a check all in.
Cool.
Yeah.
Oh, call. Okay. He's in great shape, but
Yeah, but
board's pretty dicey.
the problem for Al is that he's giving rope to a hand that I mean, whatever. If Pac had some kind of no showdown type queen jack, queen 8, 8-7, but I think with a 9 he probably just tries to show this down and hope Al himself has queen jack.
And the thing, Pac actually, he's going to get the quick check back and
Yeah.
well clean. And
Yeah. So I mean, he'll be very happy to win the pot, and I'm sure Al would have called a river there.
Yeah.
But Pac doesn't have a hand to bluff with. So looks like they're about to color up.
You want to collect or?
So he was doing the color up honors here. A couple candidates, guys with a lot of chips. Pac is in the lead, 5.1 million, down to 4.4 million now. So actually still has a lead, but it's tighter there.
Yeah, I believe the blues are 5Ks, so they'll be going off the board. So we'll just be down to those 100Ks and 25Ks, clean chip stacks.
All right, take a look there at M88 Mansion. We saw the 8-8 on the board when the 8s came in on the turn, but it does provide the most competitive sportsbook selection, the largest collection of casino games, and more. That is your #1 gaming destination in Asia, M88 Mansion, one of the proud sponsors here at Triton. Sam Grafton taking a little stroll, letting it soak in. Big moment for him, big purse. Becoming one of the world's elite players. Very quick time. It's interesting, Sam Grafton started playing at 28, Ras. That's not your typical poker story. He was a late start, but now 13 years into the game, he is arriving as one of the elites. And look at the blinds, tightening up. 15 blinds separate us at the bottom, 44 at the top. I mean, this is wide open. Super wide open. Bruno Volkmann being active, got Sam in a tough spot with ace-jack suited, made the fold pre, got him to lay down when he had queen-jack suited. Patrick Antonius has been active. He's been in some difficult holdings. Ace-queen off has been a theme here, some difficult decisions. We saw Big Al ship it in, get a fold from king-jack of diamonds. Henrik not really got anything going yet. We did see Sam Greenwood get it in good. Kings to 8s.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen the thing that stand out to me, I mean, Bruno Volkmann's made a move up right? I mean, he was way down there. Now he's up in fourth. I mean, hasn't even had, just basically taking it down pre-flop, some good spots to jam with the ace-king. Also attack with that queen-jack was a nice pickup. Big Al has chipped up as well. I mean, he started this 800,000. I mean, he's nearly tripled his stack in sixth. Those are the two. And Hecklin has kind of slid down. I mean, he was in third with over 3 million, and now he's in seventh with 2.
Yep.
No one's super short, but those are kind of, to me, the ones that stand out as having really kind of moved their position. I mean, Grafton has slid down some, but he's still in second. So, yeah, those are the big changes from the beginning. And then, obviously, Sam Greenwood going out with that brutal beat. But, yeah.
That is, I got to say, we talked about some themes. So important are table draw. You know, you see a seat draw, and some of the things we talked about at the beginning was Grafton to the left of Pac, ICM spots, but then Hecklin with the worst seat. That was mentioned at the start of the show, and look at that. He hasn't got anything going. Of course, card distribution situations haven't really gone his way, but that also is a function of being handcuffed. And we said Ponikov's with the best seat, and what do you know? He 4-bet cold, queen deuce suited. He also got involved in some other spots.
No,
so
3-bet. He 3-bet.
Wasn't it?
That was actually versus Hecklin's.
Oh, okay.
Open.
It was open. Oh, no.
I mean, Hecklin's only opened 2 pots. The ace jack. And
No,
the
it was
sixes.
an open in a flat, I believe.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
So he
not
squeezed.
yeah,
I'm sorry,
3-bet.
3-bet squeezed.
But I mean, that was just an example of his seat being bad. I mean, he opened a perfectly reasonable standard opening hand, ace jack off, early position. Even only got flatted by tens. You know, 99% of the time or whatever, he's gonna see the flop. Play versus pocket tens, probably lose that one anyway. Might have even saved him chips. I believe it was like a king 6-5 and then a 7 on the turn.
Right.
Pretty sure he's losing that out of position to tens unless he takes some kind of wild bluff line, but which wouldn't have made. He didn't have a club in his hand. So.
For sure. Well, it's exactly a guy. The queen deuce suited. That is not a mandatory squeeze spot at all. So that is
not even mandatory. It's off.
It's
book.
off the. It's off.
It's off there. But
gone.
You know what? Sometimes you just go for it. You know, and that was just he's like, I'm going for this. But that reinforces how bad Hecklin's seat is, because he basically has this murderer's row behind him of guys who, you know, in that same hand, I believe Pac took a good 20-25 seconds with the queen 8 suited.
Yep.
So, you know, he's opening like totally reasonable good hands, and it's just everyone is like, how can I attack this? So we'll see if he makes any adjustments. I mean, he's getting short enough that at some point he's going to have to start going all in. I mean, he's down to 26 big blinds.
We're going to take it back to the action here as you get to see the final 8 remain. Let's take a look at the table as we see the players. Just a short break. They're now, you know, as a 2-minute break, they're getting everything colored up. Everything's in order, and now it is time to get to it, Ras. The blinds are at 50 and 100K, 100K ante. This is expensive. We are officially at what's in the middle pre-flop for a buy-in, 100,000 euros. So get you a little calibration to what the stakes are at.
Is starting stack.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, and here we go. Similar spot last time to when he basically 3-bet the king jack suited. This time he passes it, and we saw Ponikov's fold queens on that hand.
200.
And
this is Al gonna call. Shows that he is willing.
Big Al with a speculative call out of the small blind with queen jack off versus EP open, but Big Al is, listen, he's not afraid. That's for sure.
Yeah.
I mean, this hand is an example of Al not being afraid, because very dicey spot. Yeah, the price is pretty good, but EP, chip leader, guy who's aggressive,
We all playing DDs
open.
online.
Queen jack off, not the easiest to navigate there. But I mean, this is starting to get into, listen, Al's got a lot of incentive to try to get ace high to fold. Will he find a bluff at some point? The turn is a spot where now it's hard because ace high isn't a hand that can improve very much on the river here. Waiting till the river to bluff gives ace high, you know, a few more reasons to maybe want to call, but Pac's not going to let him get there. Now, this is, yeah, fold. That's a pretty big bet. So I think, interesting, Pac's targeting some of those Broadway hands, trying to deny them the equity, queen jack, queen 10, jack 10. He knows he's not getting a king to fold, but he wants some of those other hands, maybe even small pairs to go away. with
started
with a bet of that size,
50,000. So 1.95.
Thanks.
right?
Yeah.
2/3 pot. He's kind of asking maybe deuces, fours, fives, those type hands to go away, as well as obviously, you know, queen and jack high for some of those Broadway gut shot draws. Also better ace highs, right? Ace jack, ace 10. It's all pretty tough, borderline impossible to call. Well, not impossible, but pretty tough calls. And Pak even giving queen 4 suited a healthy look there. And we can see that Pak is really thinking about how to leverage his chip lead and win some pots. Ponikov's, this is a nice candidate to 3-bet light. He's already kind of attacked quite a bit, so,
5.
but yeah, I mean, pretty easy fold to a 4-bet jam from anyone, including Grafton, but a hand you just get to attack the pot quite a bit. I mean, this 500,000 only has to technically, like, if you're just looking at fold equity, it's 500 to win 450. So if you just get folds half the time, you're instantly making money off of this 3-bet. And ace jack off has some good blockers. Pretty clear what you do to a 4-bet re-raise. Nice hand to do that with, given the action. And Patrick had a similar spot earlier where he did it with ace queen, and I was commenting that that's maybe a little dicier because ace queen's almost good enough that you kind of don't necessarily like 3-bet folding it. You know, slightly different spot too, where the stack was shorter. Maybe ace queen off actually works as a 3-bet fold there, because those boys are a bit deeper with nearly 40 blinds effective. So, but against like a 25 big blind stack, it's a little uglier 3-bet folding the ace queen off for just
Absolutely.
20 blinds. You know.
Absolutely right.
So just thought it's a nice little comparison, that the ace jack off spot there. We had an ace queen off spot earlier. Try to connect them. Little teachable moment. All right, Pak. Strong big blind hand versus a UTG Open. This almost feels too strong to attack with. So just, yeah, just nice to just call C3 versus a strong under the gun 8 range. And wow, what a flop for Grafton. I mean, these ace king boards favor his range a lot with Pak. Really, like, I mean, Pak has 8s here. That's really the best hand he could flop, but I mean, Grafton's tight range has aces, kings, 8s, ace, king, and probably all suited aces. So he just has a ton of great hands. You know, ace 8 suited even. So he's just mashing on that, and we can see he had one of his best hands.
Yeah, relatively quick fold there, but yeah, thinking about the runouts there, not a lot of great situations. Maybe your opponent has jacks or queens you're ahead of, but just not really worth
I
getting
mean, you're
stick.
ahead of like jack 10 or whatever, but
Yeah.
it's such a good flop for your opponent.
Yep.
Like when they have that hand, like they're going to be bluffing, multi-barreling with it quite a bit, right?
Right.
So
Yeah, it's
you
not
know,
a great spot.
if Sam has the jack 10 of spades, like that hand's just going to barrel a bunch, right? Because you know, you have such a big range advantage. You're blocking ace jack, ace 10, which probably doesn't 3-bet you, given their relative positions. So it's just a tough spot, and Pak with a lot of awareness there. Just decides to skip that spot out, show some respect, and move on. Wants to conserve his chips, not necessarily give them to Grafton in a dicey spot, who's immediately to his left, right? One of the guys who could challenge his chip lead.
Yeah, we saw. I mean, I think one of the more surprising hands, and of course, whole cards up rest. It's always a bit easier and sort of like, oh, to do this or make the play in the moment. But that Jack 5 open, we see the willingness to go for it. I would just like to see a little more aggression on that board at some point, or just call. I just find that check, check, and then fold to a bet.
Well, I think he determined. I mean, in a weird way, he was like sort of right. Right. Like he's like, I think Patrick has it. And Patrick did think he was value betting.
Right.
Right. That was just like a really bizarre pot. Is like Patrick really like took an interesting line on the river, sizing up so much with a 4, and yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, it does feel easy to just say, hey, you should call. We can see as the best hand.
Yep.
But I don't know. I feel like I probably would call.
You going to the World Series?
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like Patrick can have a 5 as well, right? I mean, that actually does feel like a hand Patrick can have. And you are, so you could make an argument that maybe you're beating a few value hands,
Nice.
you know, plus obviously bluffs. So it feels like you'd have to be pretty sure
Now,
Patrick was bluffing.
3.
But yeah, I don't know. I mean, these guys have probably played together quite a bit over the last days and at this series. So, so yeah, I mean, to the sense that Pac was right that Patrick thought he was value betting, you know, like if somehow you knew your opponent thought they were value betting, I think folding the 5 is pretty reasonable.
Yep.
You know the area? Dominical?
It's from the other airport.
And Grafton with a little pickup there, King Jack off.
1 hour.
Is this the first time we've
You can stay at my house.
kind of seen
There's a
Grafton
place
do a little
called
3-bet?
Saturation.
I don't think he's been.
Yeah.
He hasn't really been in
flatted
those
the
flatted
10s. He's
so-
gotten 3-bet.
We're gonna go
But
in November.
finally gets to pick up a hand himself.
November, what part of November?
I don't know.
4.5x there,
I scheduled
out of position.
Till then,
You let me know.
yeah, I'll take you. This I cannot play, eh? No, I mean it's right. This one.
It was flipped or what?
It
Again.
was too much exposed.
A little flutter action there.
Yeah.
A lot at stake. Let's just get a new one.
I'll tell you what, I'll just comment on that. I like that Patrick said something. I've actually had a few times like a dealer's fluttered my card, and you kind of like look around, and then I've just like taken it. Like I didn't see what it was,
Yep.
but it felt like maybe someone did.
Yeah,
I
scouts
feel like the
honors.
right move is not to trust that these other 7 guys at the table aren't. So I think it's good in that spot to speak up, and I'm a little annoyed at myself when I don't, when my card flutters. Sometimes I just like slide it in, and I'm like, okay, whatever. But
Yeah,
I like speaking.
that seems to be what happens a lot of times.
Yeah.
Like, oh, did anyone see it? And it's like, oh no, it's fine. It's fine. We're playing for 2.5 million euros, but I didn't see exactly. I know it was red and not a picture,
Yeah.
but
You been to Costa Rica?
I didn't know what it was. So fair enough.
Yeah.
You'll like it.
You got to protect yourself. You know, other people might not protect you for you. So
November's good too because the rainy season is over. Depending the
I have.
oh,
Big Al giving some pause and consideration to a really dusty one up front there. Maybe just a little gamesmanship. Little Hollywood on that. Would have been surprised to see Al play the 9-4 off up front. Not just Al, anybody. I mean, even Pac, who's played some dusty ones, like maybe not going all the way down to the 9-4. I mean, the other thing too is Pac doesn't really have a runaway chip lead. I mean,
Right.
he's actually basically tied with Grafton at this point after Grafton picked up that 3-bet versus him, and
Yep.
Ponikov's right on their heel. I mean, they're all within a couple 100,000 of each other there at 4 million. So
It's always interesting when the final table sort of starts and how things shake out. You know, it's
Yeah.
just so much at stake to the chips consolidate or break free. And Grafton looked like he was going to have a bit of a nightmare day going,
Yeah.
and now it's 8-handed. He's back and it's comfortable kind of second.
I'm glad
Yeah, he's
maybe
got a
clubs
smile on
are
his face
coming.
now too,
You
so we
blocking
can.
the flush.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah,
What,
really
jacks or tens?
talented group
That's
here.
that was the thing.
Obvious.
It's, yeah, we applied kings to the club, so it's hard. I mean, it was obvious you had. I knew you had some kind of two. I thought maybe king two, so I decided, you know, I knew one of the cards was this. Nice one.
Pock with the welcoming Queen Jack of Diamonds. Been opening much wider than that. It's a nice hand for him. And Big Al at the 9-3 suited. Gonna flop a big hand. And there is for sure a lot of scenarios where Big Al could be winning this pot. I mean, he's got blocking the nuts and he's got a club draw as well. He's got a lot of options. And Queen Jack suited with the overs to the board. No backdoor flush draw. It's kind of a dicey one. Checks back. Let's see if Al is going to get the lead. He does now take it. That is a very spicy card, Ras. That brings Al with connection now officially on the board with the pair, and Pac has the best open-ended draw. There's a 4-line to a straight. See what he does here. Poker's so fun. Just so many options, so many different ways to kind of start narrowing opponent in your range. Here he says, you know what, maybe I'd have heard from Al leading an 8, and if you're a Big Al, though, you know, you got the flush draw with it. It's a little dicey, but obviously you have a pair and you actually have a flush draw.
Yeah, definitely not going anywhere. But how does he want to play it now? I mean, call. The problem you're thinking when you're Al, when you call, is, you know, how often do I get bluffed out off the river when I do have the best hand?
Yeah, there's some interesting river cards could be here. Oh,
Oh,
wow.
wow.
Well, that's a nice one.
I mean, and this is one you just got to think. Pac is going to bluff a lot. Al just needs to check it over to him.
Well, look at the discipline Al just has.
There we go.
This is a...
I mean, Pac's got it like really the worst hand he could
Wow.
have. He doesn't have a club in his hand, but, I mean, pretty hard to check the Queen Jack back here. Like,
This is class from Al. Honestly, this has got a lot of... This is a big potential to work for
I mean, what sizing
Yeah,
does he
he's-
go, though? I mean, is he going like I'm repping a flush sizing?
Oh.
Or is he going...
Oh, it's pretty
Okay,
good.
so it's pretty healthy. It looks like 850.
Al is going to love this and just...
Yeah.
I mean, he's ultimately... He may think for a second, but this plan is definitely check
I mean,
call.
yeah,
I don't
call.
think he's
Like,
gonna
why
raise.
risk on the raise if your opponent out flushes you? You get to keep that 850, right? If they're bluffing, I mean,
Right.
really, the biggest thing to target with a raise would be an 8. Doesn't 8 even pay you off all the time, right? Al decides it's worth it. I think.
I call.
Okay, yeah, call. I liked the just call by Al. Well played.
Really nice hand from Al there.
Well played. That last 850 is worth a lot, you know? So,
That's honestly, like, couldn't have played any better. He got his opponent to
Wow.
bet behind, hits his
wow, and
hand,
look
checks
at
it over.
Big Al.
Big Al
Started
with the big
in last
stack.
800,000, and now he's up there with the chip leaders around 4 million. And Pac, I mean, that was a big pot. Like, Pac is like down with Bruno now, kind of like tied for 4th. Like, I mean, he lost probably a third of his chips. I mean, super reasonable bluff on the river. I mean, what are you going to do? Just what a card for Al on the end, and well played. Checks it over to his man. And I mean, Big Al is so far pretty much the story of this final table in terms of biggest change. I mean, came in last and is essentially in a virtual 3-way tie for the chip lead. Oh, an ace queen off. This could be a tricky one. I mean, versus an early position open, you know, do you really want to get it in? The flip side is that Pac playing a lot of hands. you know, but he's not the chip leader anymore. Pak might tighten up a bit. You would expect him to tighten up from some of those previous opens. And
Look at this. Al just
good
seems,
just flat
it's-
by Al. I like the just flat.
Yeah.
I don't think you really want to be getting 30 blinds in here versus UTG open a ton. I mean, you could jam, but if Pak's opening tighter than normal, which you could expect him to make that adjustment sometimes off of a 30 blind stack after kind of losing the chip lead, then I think it becomes dicier. And I mean we see that if Al took that aggressive line pre, it really would have cost him here. I mean, he basically would have been dead to full double Pak up, and now as played, he's probably just going to check fold the flop. Yeah. And there he goes, just navigating these spots with ease. I mean, lost the stone minimum on that pot. Right?
Yeah. Yeah, that, I mean, it's
Stone
actually
minimum.
crazy.
Like
He's really, like, he's playing super sick. I mean, it's amazing. That's honestly
like,
amazing.
impossible to lose less. I mean, folding pre-flop would be pretty absurd. So, you know, didn't 3-bet, then probably fold to a jam. Didn't jam himself and probably get called. Almost certainly get called. Just
Ponikovs. This has been a fun final table. I got to say, like, it's just, there's been some interesting hands. There's such a cast of characters and so much creativity. This has been a very exciting start, and we're still 8-handed,
Yeah.
Rast. This is not a...
it hasn't been nitty. Guys have taken some shots. And yeah, let's look to see. I would imagine Pak is going to adjust a little bit here. Might not come as hard. I'm sure that's a very welcome sight for Hecklin, who has, I mean, without dragging a single chip,
All in.
he's lost half his chips. And yeah, this is, listen, for 17 blinds versus the cutoff, this is a pretty reasonable jam. And definitely Hecklin probably super happy to get a spot like this where he could just pick up chips. He's not happy that Patrick isn't releasing his hand.
7, right?
Tough call for Patrick here, because it's maybe if Patrick had like 4 million, but yeah, for almost all his chips, definitely some ICM effects there on calling, and you know, nice to get that through versus King Queen suited. Not a hand you want to get called with. Has quite high equity versus the Ace 10 off. But again, this is the power of shipping it in and picking up all those chips. I mean, big pickup for Hecklin, who
Yeah, the guys are so...
I mean, now just slides over 2 million. Picks up 4.5 blinds. There we go. He dragged a chip. It took a while, couple blind raises, but Hecklin, I believe that was the first chip he dragged at this final table. I mean, talk about not the start you're hoping for. I mean, I guess it's better than Sam Greenwood, who's out, getting the bad beat, but you know, not a fun start. Not picking up a chip for multiple levels.
500.
And now Ponikovs, who last time we saw him do this, he had like the ace-jack off, has done it with queen deuce suited, kind of has the goods, definitely doesn't want to see someone cold 4, but I mean, when you 3-bet Grafton here,
Big Al saying, man, you're asking a lot for me to fold 7-8 suited. You know, like, there needs to be a raise, re-raise. I want to play that one. That thing, and Pak too with a pretty hand, but Grafton, you know, just not the time.
I mean, Grafton's basically bottom of range there with
Yeah.
king 6 suited under the gun,
Yep.
8.
It is. I mean, he's...
So no reason to do anything but fold.
Let's see if Rasp can get an update on the PLO. I don't know. It's 25K today started, I think. We get confirmation on that. I don't know how many entrants there are. We'll check it on that. But today we'll play to a winner in this. We'll pick up that action later at night.
Looks like there's 12 players in the field
Okay.
right now.
It's early.
So
It's very early.
very early.
You have the menu, the Asian menu.
And Hecklin
What you started with?
going for it here.
225.
The ace-8 suited 3-bet, but Ponikov's has a lot of hand here in a spot where Hecklin's going to be 3-bet folding some, so feels like a spot where you take a chance. It's only for half his chips. Ace-queen off. This would be a pretty big fold if he lets it go. But shows the power of attacking. I mean, Hecklin has played solid, super solid so far. I think this might even be his first 3-bet, but you know, Ponikovs clearly knows that Hecklin is capable, and he has a pretty good hand. I mean,
This one?
All in.
yeah, I mean that just feels like the play. Letting go of ace queen off there would be super tight, and it's definitely like you can see the relief. Like when you go all in there with ace queen, you don't really want to be called versus Hecklin's like 3-bet call off range, right? I mean, Hecklin's gonna have some dustier ones like the ace-8 suited. Not that they're bad, but Hecklin's just trying to take that down. 500 to win the 450 that's out there, right? We talked about that before. Good price on that 3-bet, but yeah, you got to have some hands that you fight back with, even hands that you're maybe not that happy when you get called. I mean, yeah, Hecklin can have 10s or jacks, etc. So it's not the end of the world. Given Hecklin's stack size, probably doesn't really have like ace-jack too much,
Ace.
but easily can have ace-king. Hecklin can probably have ace-queen himself. I mean, it's possible. Yeah, ace-jack suited would be a really tough spot for Hecklin.
Look at this spot here where ace, a king 10 off, under the gun raise. Al, a little unconventional call here, ace 10 off. He actually has his opponent dominated. Now Orpin in the big blind with 9s, and his stack risk premium is the shortest, meaning
I mean,
if you were to go out,
blinds.
yeah, if you were to go out, I'm saying he's got the least to risk. He's got
Yeah.
so for him shoving here, it kind of seems fist pump spot, although it is a raise and a flat. You don't have a ton of fold equity. 9s are just, you know.
I mean, he might call and he might jam. You know, there is some eventualities where he gets this through, and this is a good chance that this is one of them. I mean, Ponikovs is never calling. The question is whether Al looks him up with the ace-10 off, but he probably folds. But it's hard to know that when you're Orpin.
Right.
But so see what he does. So yeah, he
Wow.
just decides he can't get it through often enough.
Wow.
And even though he's the lowest, you have to realize Hecklin only has a couple 100,000 more than him at
Right.
1.5. So
Very interesting though spot. The flat from Al, I think, is look
Ooh.
at this, man,
And
and what a swing.
this is one of the problems with 9s when you do play it this way, right? I mean, king 10 off is just never continuing. A lot of king high hands that you can get out. I mean, king 10, king jack, king queen, all hands that Ponikov just can't continue with if he shoves 9s there. So now you know it's kind of a tricky spot for 9s.
175.
Like, I don't think he's gonna fold to 175. Like, it's a thing. He's getting 5 to 1. Five and a half to 1, really. I mean, this would be a very tight fold. You know, his chip's worth so much, but oh, it looks like he might lay this down. Might lay this down. He's staring into his man's soul. And if he lays this down, we can just say that Orpin is like brutally outplaying Ponikov's directly out of position. Got him to lay down queens with the king jack. Okay. Oh.
Wow. And I mean, this is a bit unfortunate for Orpin. I mean, it's asking a lot to get the fold here, but I mean, just if he had shoved pre, he would have taken it down or been against ace 10. We know that to be true. And now, as played,
I mean, wow. I don't know about
the
this.
thing is, actually, I don't think the queens to aces, a queen's hand has come quite on stream yet, right? Like,
Well, here's the thing.
I'm just
Here's
saying
the thing
king
is
jack
that
to
hand.
queens.
I think there was no showdown. I'm not sure if it makes their app. Like you might actually have to watch the stream to know it.
Yeah, but someone is. Someone's
is, or
messaged
someone
him. There's
told
someone
him, yeah.
is watching that gives it. But it hasn't come up at the table, which
No.
it would probably come up. It might even be right after this. But I mean, this would be the craziest. If he ends up getting an extra 175, gets him
Gets
to lay
king 10
down
to
the
fold.
best hit.
I mean, here's the thing: is like,
I think he wonders what would he do with the suited with the hearts. He
I mean,
has a heart in his
hearts
hand.
could definitely jam.
He does
Yeah,
call.
I mean, that would be a pretty crazy laydown with king 10.
And this is a difficult swing now. He has 9% when he would have. But again, whole cards face up. Like you said, you can't totally blame him. Thinks he might not get the nines shoved through.
I
Sees
think
a flop.
calling flop is a bit more. I mean, yeah, you do want to protect against some like queen jack type hands that you're giving equity there by just calling, and they get to probably c5 versus you, and hit a queen or a jack, or a 10.
Oh my goodness gracious. What the heck just happened? This is a crazy situation.
He
He
just
gets
banked
the
that nine.
absolute max.
He got the max. If he had jam pre-flop, he probably doesn't see that.
I mean,
He
this
probably doesn't
is
get the
wild.
double.
Poker is wild. Everyone at home. I almost fell out of my chair, and these are comfortable. These are
He
Secret
might have
Lab,
to change the name
well
of that
secured.
yacht to nines.
Yeah,
Okay.
and Ponikov's is not thrilled because that is an absolutely ridiculous run out, and also he's going to see that king jack suited. Be aware of that soon.
Immediately, 9.
Yeah, those
Oh, there we
queens
go. I
have
was
been
about to
quite
say that
difficult.
smile was finally off his face. He's been smiling the whole time, but he found a way to smile even there. So maybe just a genuinely kind of good-natured, jolly guy, Ponikov's. Hard to be very jolly after that one. It's a crazy run out. And wow, I mean, the chip leader's kind of getting taken down. Now nobody over 4 million. I
Please
mean,
not like Sam
Ponikov
for
still
stack.
has the most chips.
Please not like Sam for stack.
Oh, and Big Al here going for it. 9-8 off. UTG +1. UTG +1 with a 3.5x open. So we did see earlier that he made that large open size with the ace-3 suited. You know, maybe Grafton's seen that hand. It gets him to lay down the ace-6 suited. And now, I mean, Ponikov's, I mean, I guess he's probably, you know, just going to defend here. Doubt he wants to get in 35 blinds versus the under the gun open.
The thing is, so Al's shown like ace queen. He's shown some hands like good when he goes this big at. I mean, this is 8-9
Yeah.
off here.
I mean, here's the thing: is this now? You know, you get some, you know, that another king high flop or something. Al might just. Oh, okay, it's going to be a tough one for Al to win. He doesn't have a diamond. He's offsuit, but he doesn't have a diamond. So, like, is he really going to just barrel this? I mean, the way he wins this is not going to be like with a stab. Stab isn't going to work. But you're going to have to put in multiple streets to get Ponikov to start considering to fold.
The interesting part about this hand is there are flops where it comes like, you know,
Yeah.
8-6-4, 8-6-7 or something, and Al, it looks like it's not good for Al's range, but he just has it covered.
Al with a big bet. I mean, this is getting called, but the question here, though, is on a fourth diamond. I mean, Al has a lot of reason to bluff a fourth diamond, right? He has 9 high, you know.
I mean, look, Ponikov's with the ace jack, but still it's a little uncomfortable. I mean, there are hands that have you crushed. A diamond rolls off and
Well,
you're not feeling.
Al got his information. His man has something pretty good because He just called a big bet pre, and he called a big raise, 3.5x. He called, you know, 500 into 850.
And not anything too texture changing here.
Yeah, I don't think Al's gonna. I mean, he can't win by checking this, but this would. It's not the easiest bluff to make. Ponikovs might try to take control of this river situation by blocking. You know, how nice would it be to bet 150 or 200?
175.
Yeah, he's going with 10% block.
Wow,
I
this-
like this play.
I do
actually.
too. It's actually sort of yeah. I mean, okay. I was just thinking like in a world does Al. Yeah, it's tough.
Like
I
if he
mean,
thinks maybe Al raises a block less than
Right.
he bluffs, bet check bet bluff.
wow,
it
interesting
just-
hands.
I mean, 800. I mean, Al lost 850K in that pot. You know, when you size up,
You actually get max value somehow. Trapped pre-flop. Yeah, just kidding.
How much you play now?
2-6.
but that's okay. Big Al still doing a lot better than at the beginning of the day. 2.6. It's more than 3x the starting stack. Ace-8 off in the hijack. He doesn't have the chip lead anymore. Clearly, Pak with the 5 million earlier is opening this, maybe even from any position on the table. But I mean, Ace-8 off is not the cleanest open from the hijack, but it's so nice to block that ace. I mean, we can see that hands with aces in them are getting played, especially aggressively, guys 3-betting some of these suited aces, ace-10s. So blocking hands that 3-bet you is quite nice when you would be raise folding. Because you're just getting such a good price to try to pick up. Right, you can make it. I mean, there's 250 out there. You make it 200, so 200 to win 250. And then, you know, when you don't get 3-bet, you get to see flops and realize equity.
Yeah, Volkman been quiet all of a sudden for a bit, but has
He
done a
hasn't
good
had it.
job.
He has had nothing.
Yeah, he's got a good job sort of
He's had nothing.
getting through to where he is, maintaining some health in the stack. As the blinds go up, of course, the number of big blinds in play shrink. No real runaway winner,
Yeah.
runaway favorite right
Like
now.
Ace-8 off, probably pretty close to the stone bottom of a GTO open range from the hijack. We can see, I think Pak taking his time to decide to open that means, I would say, you know, he's made a strategic shift a little bit from going for it to trying to play maybe a bit more standard now that he's back with the pack. But, I mean, that could change at any time because he does have 3.5. But, yeah, I mean, Ponikov's 4.8, so Ponikov's the chip leader now. Orpin with the decision here. I mean, 3-bet or flat. I think ace is too good to just pile for 27 blinds. So yeah, I mean, he 3-bet the king jack suited. Let's go ahead and 3-bet the aces. But I think either 3-bet or flat, totally fine there. Right, we're talking hijack versus cutoff. So
Yeah, it's interesting.
I mean, aces mixes there, and either plays okay for 30 blinds or so.
Orpin does get those aces after all. And Grafton, this is
I mean, he's getting 3-1 immediate
2.6.
to try to flop his set, right? Because the 3-bet sizing is a bit small. So he could decide to gamble here. Yeah. I mean, pretty much just mostly set hunting, getting just over 3-1, definite implied odds, but that's a dusty flop where he's gonna be done. I mean, it's like, you know, just calling, hoping your opponent has ace king here is or like ace 10 off or something is pretty. I mean, those hands even have a decent amount of equity versus you, so I feel like that would be kind of bad.
yes, the sizing here. Be curious. Orpin goes very small.
Super small, but yeah, he has a club. I mean, wow, interesting sizing. I mean, Orpin going super small. I guess Orpin is sizing this for 3 streets.
Yeah, the Jack Queen 4. He has no club in his hand.
I mean, he's almost giving Grafton the implied odds to try to hit a 6, but Grafton also has to be worried of that sizing. Like, did Orpin flop a set, right?
Curious if he says aces here, if he just goes with the full.
Yeah, aces
balance.
every time.
I had an ace.
Oh,
That's the truth.
Not ace.
not aces. Oh, wow. So Orpin's just like full on fibbing. I love it.
That's not incorrect. He did have an ace.
I thought he said I did have an ace, but not aces.
I thought he just said I did
Oh.
have I had an ace. I have an ace. I had an ace.
I don't know.
3 and
But
4. Yeah.
Orpin's got things going today.
Yeah.
It's working for him.
yeah.
He's in third.
Yeah, listen. I like it. I'm almost like a little annoyed. It just feels like people ask you what you have so much. It's like, man, let's just play. I don't need to tell you. I like just not asking and not telling. That's my MO. I don't ask people what they had, and I don't tell people what I had. So
How much you started with?
1.525.
respect to Orpin, who's just. You're gonna ask me what I have. I'm gonna just say all kinds of silly answers.
Yours.
We're on the Aces yacht. I'm telling you, he should change it to 9s if he wins this tournament. That was a magical 9 for him.
That was
I mean,
something.
all in with
Yeah,
like
weird.
single-digit equity on the flop, and bangs it out. I mean, he's
She's saying
Chipping
divorced
up
'cause you
here.
folded 10s.
What's that?
She's saying divorced because you folded 10s.
No, no, yeah, no.
so it sounds like they're.
Another hand for Patrick. Another card getting flipped up.
So Ponikoff just was talking to him about Grafton folding 10s. It sounds like on the hand where he had the queen deuce suited.
It's the hair, bro. It's the hair. It's like when it's just something about it. Jaw is the man.
Maybe she's trying to give you a hint.
Yeah, mate, don't me. If I could have pulled this off, you don't think I'd be doing it. I mean, it's not a choice, bro. This is the best they can do. I go into the hairdresser, they're like, there's not much we can show back and sides. I'm like, yeah, okay.
Tonius with another playable hand decides to take it up. And I mean, look, Orpin, it's not necessarily a coincidence. Look at he's got some newfound chips, Ras, and he does open up his game. Queen
Yeah.
eight suited. And ow. On the
And Antonius, some respect there, not jamming on him with the ace-jack off. Definitely a hand you could jam for 18 big blinds. But Orpin's been playing so tight pre-flop that he's able to get this one through. So he made a strategy adjustment here, and Antonius not aware of it yet. And he's going to outflop the ace-jack and the king-9 suited with, you know, slightly the worst hand there pre-flop. Not by a lot. He's not dominated. Could have been. And, you know, none of these guys have a spade. Not the easiest continue for them. I mean, Orpin, yeah, it's hard to put anyone on a deuce, right? Like, Al's the only one who really has deuces. Antonius never does. Orpin with an interesting decision to check. I mean, he's got the range advantage on that board a bit. I mean, well, here's the thing. Antonius is flat. Like, he's going to have aces some there, right? Like, flatting off of 18 blinds. So maybe Orpin a little worried about that. I got caught by one of those yesterday on day 2. I think Brewer got me. Flatted the aces off of like 21 blinds or something. And
Yeah, safe card for the 8 there.
yeah, great card for Orpin. I mean, got to feel good about your hand at this point. And Patrick asking himself some questions here. Is my ace-jack good? I mean, Orpin checked the flop. This is a bigger bet. Kind of isn't a bet that to me strikes of ace-king or ace-queen. Like, is this queen or king high or jack high trying to win this pot? And, you know, Antonius says, yes, that's what it is. And another just beautiful card under the 8 for Orpin here. You know, he could, I think, get value for his hand. It's hard to give Antonius like 9s, 10s, jacks, queens, even kings. Like, those hands all probably shove. Like, if he's losing to aces, maybe ace-8 suited. Maybe Antonius has ace-8 suited as well, but, you know, you're kind of blocking ace-8 suited combos. I feel like a blockish type bet from Orpin here makes a lot of sense to me. Would be nice to get value from your 8s up. I mean, I guess Antonius could also have made, I don't know, I mean, flatting 3s or 4s off of 18 blinds is pretty dicey. Antonius might do it, but he might not. So, I mean, it's, oh, wow. Okay, so not even a block. He just decides, let's really go for it. And Antonius might look this up. I mean, Orpin just has figured that I have the best hand here a lot. Maybe Antonius is going to look me up with a weaker hand. Like, if he didn't jam 7s or 6s pre. Loving not getting snap called there. Once you don't get called pretty quickly, a lot of relief. You know that queen 8 is good. And Antonius figured that one out. Didn't even use a time bank, it looks like. So, nice fold on the river by Patrick. Kind of a tough spot, actually. I mean, I think, you know, he didn't have a spade in his hand. Spades missed. You're right. I mean, it's definitely can give Orpin spade draws. Could even just give him the random king, queen, jack high. So, you know, it would not have been absurd for the ace high hero there. Right, even though it's only ace jack, I mean, Orpin's not like never taking that line with ace king or ace queen, so would not have been an absurd hero call, but he gets away from it.
Panakov's king 10 was not kind to him last time after did get it in for a lot of money with the best hand.
But he decides it's an open, so he's opening it again.
Yep.
He's a chip leader. Let's keep the pressure up, and this one looks like he just wins the 250. Let's see Pak defending 6 deuce off.
Pak's been quiet after having the chip lead and really starting to open it up. I mean, things have changed a bit. He is in third.
Shows his dynamic strategic adjustments, which, yeah, I was mentioning.
Yeah. Speaking of strategy, there is a look at the Triton Poker Plus app. We've referenced it many times. It is a live data at your fingertips for all things Triton. You can see players' profiles, their results, even events they didn't cash. You can go in and check on chip graphs of the players throughout a tournament. Even the outer tables, Ras. It's not just for the covered feature table. That is outer tables in events, and really Cool app. Very, very cool. Nice for players, too, to be able to kind of recap their own action or other hands they want to keep up with. So very, very cool.
Wow, look at Orpin. 4.5 million chips, huh? I mean, he's solidly in second now. He's closer to first, who is Ponikovs with 5. And then he is the third, which is Pak with 3.3.
Yeah, and if King 10 off, certainly King 9 suited going to be an open. And Big Al likes playing hands
Wow,
with Ponikovs, and this one is going to be no different. Let's see what he does. He decides off of
I mean,
21 bigs.
definitely the standard play here is to rip it in for 21 bigs versus a guy, I mean, versus, you know, an open. Big Al just calling. We've seen that he's called sometimes. He's called opens with modest holdings like the Queen Jack off small blind and really good holdings like Ace Queen. So strategy doesn't like going all in pre, risking his tournament life. This could be a tricky one to navigate though. Ponikovs is gonna think at some point his hand isn't good. Might start bluffing at it. I mean, Big Al can definitely have aces here. We've seen Big Al just call with hands as big as ace queen.
Wow.
Oh, and that's, but I mean, it's the king of diamonds, so
I shouldn't celebrate so much.
It's an interesting card.
gutter
That's-
and a flush draw.
Nice. Now you've got me well covered.
Bam.
I mean, now Ponikovs, who maybe was thinking about bluffing at this pot
Yeah, I
before,
think you can just switch it off. They'll cut
is
it.
probably really going to want to get to showdown. Maybe decides the best way for him to do it is small bets.
Yeah, he's going to actually get some
Yeah.
value, but also have a lot to fade here.
Yeah, he doesn't want to face a big bet from Al with his hand, right?
Look at that brick.
So I think that was a bet where, you know, he decided, might even be something he's doing situationally in this pot versus Al, that Al is a bit more likely to kind of bluff at this if I don't bet myself.
Yeah, Al's going to get some bad news there, seeing that King 9 he had in a world of hurt going after the flop and did hit the king, so bit
13
unfortunate.
minutes
Yeah,
left.
so, I mean, Al could have picked
You will reset the
Al
break.
could have picked that one up by just kind of the natural play, moving all in with 10s versus an open, especially the chip leader who's going to be open a little wide. But, you know, this is what happens. There's pluses and minuses. I mean, by not doing that earlier with the ace-queen, he preserved his stack and lost the minimum. You know, this time the conservative route lost him a pot he would have won. But, you know, he's navigating those streets pretty well.
Yeah, there's those chip counts presented by GG Poker. And
And
10 blinds at 45.
We've
so
been 8-handed for a long time, man. I mean, a lot's happened. I mean, Al shot up. Now he's worked his way back down. Still 8. You know, nobody wants to go out yet.
Yeah, it's been exciting. I got to
Yeah.
say, this has been it's been a pleasure. It's been fun. We've been seeing some big play, and all of a sudden now we're going to see some big payouts, big pay jumps. You can start to really see ICM coming to play. We know we love that 3-letter acronym there. I am going to be stepping out of the booth rest. I know I'm going to first take the shot at PLO. I know you're going to come in later on, but
Get it done. Good luck, man.
we will have Ali Najad taking my place, and we will be seeing some very, very exciting action. So we'll see you after the break.
Yeah.
Double scoop.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Hey, buddy.
And a warm welcome back inside the broadcast booth here at Casino Gran Via for continuing coverage of Event 9. The main event final table is set. Sam Greenwood, the only elimination thus far as we began the day with 9 players working toward an eventual champion and 2.5 million euros awarded. Taking a peek at the Triton Poker Plus app, as per usual, we can see Alexis Panikov, 5.65 million. Your chip leader, Orpin Kisachikoglu, who had that weird spot, I understand, a couple of outs, really little equity, managed to get lucky. Was it the Magic 9 we're referring to? And he sits pretty now in second place, as we will be taking 8-handed action momentarily. From back at the feature table, Kevin Pake and Sam Grafton, the only other two above the average stack of 2.9 million, which represents 23 big blinds. Let us not forget, in fifth, Bruno Volkmann, all in for his tournament life on a bluff against Big Al De Carolis, who had an ace-jack. That was a very gutsy play, and he managed to parlay it into this seat here at the final table. Looking at the payouts currently on tap will be 344,000 euros after Greenwood collected 260,500 euros, and you can see 10
let's
through
mention
13
that hand
well.
that he busted. I mean, Sam Greenwood got it all on good with kings to eights and that 8 on the turn. So, I mean, pretty brutal run out there for Sam. Huge spot. Ends up with 260 instead of decent amount of chips. Would have vaulted him right up into the pack. So, pretty tough beat. Sad to see it, but that's how it goes sometimes in the poker streets.
Indeed. Patrick Antonius yesterday held the chip lead for much of play along with Kevin Pake, and here he is. He's got 1.2 million, just 10 bigs. Needs some spins without question. As we look at the chip counts, he is currently the shorty. Henrik Hecklin, Alfred De Carolis, and then, of course, Bruno up from there. Any trends that you've been noticing thus far here at the final table?
Yeah. So Big Al has kind of had the biggest ride. I mean, he started as the shortest stack by quite a bit, only 800,000. And now, Al was up there actually very briefly, joined the chip leaders around 4 million, and it slid back down to one of the shorter stacks. I mean, maybe the biggest kind of run has been Orpin, right? Here we are looking. Orpin started with 1.5 million and is now second in chips with 4.5. Ponikov's kind of switching places there with Pak. Pak started as the chip leader, has slid back down, more closer to an average stack now, and the chip lead is now Ponikov's, who has well over 5 million. So, those have been kind of the biggest movers. A lot of the other players are much closer to maybe where they started.
Yeah. Well, we are not far from getting back underway in the action. I, for one, am hoping that Patrick spins it up, and I'll tell you why. Strictly to do with the fact that I spent the entire morning looking for hotels in and around Monte Carlo. Formula One next weekend. I got to tell you, I'm a little late to the party, Every single hotel I looked at practically within 30 miles, completely sold out. But our buddy Patrick does have an apartment out in Monaco, and maybe there's a couch with my name on it. The price is certainly right, Rest.
Yeah, I would say so. So, I mean, that
So
sounds
we need
like
him
it's
to
gonna
win,
be fun.
be in a very hospitable mood, and then he's like, Rest, Ali, come on
in the
down.
winter-
It's great.
Winner's interview. Hey, so how did it feel winning the tournament? By the way,
You don't mind if between the 26th and the 30th,
yeah,
we grab your couch.
I'll be
dude.
heading to Vegas to play poker right around that time. So I will not be going to the Grand One. I actually am leaving here to go right back and play in a big cash mix game, and then we go right into the WSOP. So it'll be poker for me. But that sounds like a good time. And yeah, I mean, listen, beyond this, the other things to get you up to speed because you're just hopping in the booth, but also plenty of people who are listening who maybe haven't been here for the whole final table. You were talking about Bruno Volkmann. Volkmann has picked up some chips basically with almost not seeing a flop. He had a nice little queen-jack suited 3-bet that actually got ace-jack suited to fold, and then found ace-king and got to shove versus call and a limp. I mean, Big Al has been playing a lot of pots. He's been calling some raises, really saved him in a spot where he lost the stone minimum with ace-queen to ace-king. Some people would have shoved versus the chip leader would have been opening kind of wide, but ended up king-high flop, and he just check-folded. Didn't shove tens on one of the last hands before, kind of probably cost him that pot, but that's been, some of his strategy, and, Big Al has found some pretty cool plays as well.
He's an interesting character because he does have this reputation. A lot of players presume that he's going to be a little reckless, a little wild, a little bit of an ICM suicide artist, but he actually knows how to be snug at the right time as well and not really blast off. As we get a look at those official chip counts, brought to you by GG Poker with the blinds at 50 and 125,000 and 125K ante. Let us not forget that lovely Jacob & Co. collaborative piece with Triton, a custom, lovely little number that will also be awarded to the champion here in the No Limit Hold'em main event, as well as the short deck main event.
It's tricky because, to your point of what you said, sure, we can see pre-flop he's actually is respecting ICM and not trying to get it in there, can preserve his tournament life, but especially post-flop, I mean, he chooses some big bet sizes. He can get after it. He can put you under pressure, and that can work out for him. So it's not like it's just, oh, hey, he's just playing super tight, easy to play against. Al's had some tricky hands. Caught Pock with a big bluff, checked it over to him when he rivered the flush, and in a spot where I think that was a really good check. Pock's going to have a lot of, it was 10-9, 7-6 board, and Pock's going to have a lot of queen and king high hands that want to bluff the river, and he did have queen jack. So
raise and take it. First hand back from the break for the Dutchman.
And another thing to bring you up. So Ponikov's he's the chip leader, and he's had some active hands. There was a hand right at the beginning of the final table where Hecklin, who's really been handcuffed by his seat, opens Grafton flats tens, and Ponikov's in, maybe it was the cutoff, 3-bets queen, deuce of clubs.
Whoa.
It's a dusty one.
Yeah.
Yeah, and ace-jack off, folds under the gun, Hecklin. Tens flats for Grafton. King 6-5, board 2 clubs. Check, bet, call. Turn is a 7, bringing double flush draw. Check, bet. Pretty hard to go anywhere with tens at that point. And so Grafton, pretty hard to continue with tens at that point. So Grafton folds reasonably, and he picks up a pot with queen deuce suited that probably no one else does. I mean, it's a little out of the book. So he was going for it in a few spots. And when Pock was the chip leader, he was as well. 5-jack off, open in early position, So it sounds like Alex Ponikov has earned it, is what you're telling me, sitting here at the top of the leaderboard. He did make, here's an interesting hand. It was Grafton open. Orpin, who's been playing really tight, 3 bets off of 1.3, 3 bets 400K or so with king jack suited. Ponikov's wakes up next seat queens. Dicey spot. He's got 4-point-something million, and Grafton is the only guy that covers him, or Pock, whoever opened, covers him with 5. What do you do? he ends up folding the queens.
Really?
And Orpin takes down the pot with king jack suited for the 3-bet. Yeah. So a lot of interesting pots, just getting you caught up on some of the dynamics, because obviously some of these players are going to be finding out about these hands, right? The queen deuce suited, the queens lay down, you know.
Here we find a blind versus blind confrontation involving Orpin, the 41-year-old civil engineering graduate from the Bosphorus University in Istanbul. Spent some time out there after our Cyprus trip. Lovely city. Father to a beautiful daughter by the name of Ella, with his spouse, Ece.
It's Ella, it's not aces? All right.
Top pair for Panikov here.
This is referencing that same hand, where
Yeah.
afterwards Panikov's is like asking him, and he went with aces, doubled down with aces. His yacht was named aces apparently as well. It is believed, semi-confirmed, not hard confirmed, that he does own a yacht. It is not confirmed if that's actually true, and it is called aces.
It's
But
kind of become the most trendy thing at this particular stop, is just coming up with a wrong reference for your hand.
yeah. Yeah, for sure. I think it's fun. I mean, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of people always asking what you have. Just, I find it to be, I prefer the don't ask, don't tell. But, you know, some guys really like it, and sometimes you do get good information. But, you know, the combat to that is you can just make stuff up.
Meanwhile, 7 1/4 in the middle here between Alex and Orpin. Orpin really with no equity to speak of.
And, I mean, the way this played, Panikov's doesn't raise, doesn't have as many aces. He can have aces, though. Doesn't have to raise a limp with any ace. Calls flop, checks back turn. Jack is towards the top of his range. Pretty likely to call a bet. Orpin has 0 showdown, 9 high. I think a pretty good candidate to pick a bluff. Blocking the 9-10, as well as unblocking hearts, which you want your opponent to have missed hearts.
5-6 is blocked.
Yeah. Yes, 5-6 as well. Although you ask yourself, how often does 5-6? Yeah, 5-6 actually not raising might check back to ace and go for a delay river bluff, so it is relevant. But Panikov's, again, also has a pretty nice hand to call with. He has the jack.
Oh,
Lays
my
it down.
goodness.
Big laydown from Panikov's, in my opinion. Not
Yeah.
having a heart in his hand, blocking a 6 himself. I probably has one of the better bluff catching combos. But we can see, dude, Orpin is getting a lot of respect.
Yeah.
I mean, Panikov's laid down queens to him, and now just laid down what I think is a pretty nice hand to call the river with. Yeah, I mean, he even thought on that hand where Orpin hit the 9s, it was like a king 3 deuce, 2 hearts board. Orpin was pretty short, just checked, thought about it, time bank, all in on the flop. Panikov's took a little while to call with king 10. Like, it's not like he just beat him in the pot.
Right.
It was like, he might have even used the time bank. So, lot of he's giving a lot of respect to Orpin, and you know, Orpin's been getting away with a couple.
Well, Orpin's definitely self-aware, obviously understands his table image, and is savvy enough to know how to leverage it. Despite being an entrepreneur by trade, has definitely earned some respect in the poker world. His most memorable poker moment was the same as his most memorable Triton moment, I would think, except for the fact that winning the Triton 100K in Rosvedov in 2019 was his overall favorite poker memory, but playing in the £1 million buy-in in London was actually his favorite Triton memory.
Yeah, that was a special tournament. I mean, that's the biggest tournament that's been played, right? £1 million.
Yep.
So
It's a little bit smaller at today's conversion rates than it
still
was
bigger,
back then, but yeah.
it's still bigger than $1 million.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think anything's been more than $1 million, right? Or $1 million.
Well, I guess the one drop is 1.1 technically.
Yeah, I guess that's true.
250K to go from Kevin Paquet with the ace-10. He's got Antonius in a bad way. Patrick with very playable jack-10 out of the big.
And also, this has been 8-handed for a while. I mean, Sam Greenwood went out relatively quickly in 9th, and I mean, these guys have been playing 8-handed for most of the entire. I mean, that happened early after not too many hands, and then the rest of the time I was in here with Jeff, it's just been 8. So
Patrick defends, flops the gut shot, 2 diamonds, working for Paquet along with position. Action checked over to him.
I think the blinds have doubled during that time. I feel like maybe it was 30, 60K. So I think it went to 80, 100, now 125 since it's been 8. And yeah, this is an interesting board. I mean, Paquet in position. He's got that ace of diamonds working for him. A nice card, as well as the fact that kind of king high raggedy board's going to favor him a bit. You know, he's going to have the king 10s, king jacks, king queens, ace king, you know, pairs. So the big blind, some weaker, more weak type hands such as 6s, maybe more 6s than Pac. Definitely a lot of flush draws in the big blind defending range. And that's an interesting card.
Yeah, both players are going to pick up this flush draw after Antonius check called the 150K C-bet. Almost $1 million in the middle as Patrick checks once more.
And I mean, looking at that 675K stack, Pac might feel pretty good of just putting Antonius to the test here. Basically it's a 2/3 stack to pot ratio. Pretty comfortable bluff. He's really going to want to put 6s and 9s in the blender here.
And he's never drawing dead.
And I don't mean 2 pair 6s and 9s. I mean a pair of 6s or a pair of 9s. Yeah, never drawing dead. I mean, versus, let's say a 9, you think a 9 calls you some. I mean, you still have an ace, a 10, and a diamond. And same thing versus a 6. A little harder to call with a 6. Yeah, Antonius with jack high is going to have to fold. He would have had an interesting hand to have bluffed himself, but
and sure enough, Patrick is being asked for all of it, and this is a big commitment to make with the non-nutted diamond and just jack high. Obviously, can't make the call and can't feel good about it, as that leaves him even shorter here, 8-handed in the main.
The expression on Patrick's face says a lot. Actually, you could kind of see it's like that recognition that I have a decent amount of equity, but kind of like bemused annoyance that he has to fold it. Little smirk, like, well, here goes this. I mean, obviously a gutter. We can see the diamond wasn't actually working for him, and he was dominated. So he had way less equity than he thought versus Pac's actual hand. But yeah,
non-diamond queen or a jack.
Or jack, yeah.
That's what he needed.
Okay.
And yeah, bluffing himself would have been pretty unlikely to work versus Pac. I think with just the ace of diamonds and the fact that maybe ace high's ahead some of the time if Patrick led, don't think it gets through.
Patrick aggressively diving into that bento box. Nothing makes me hungry like folding away 1/3 of my chips. He does note that the bento box is still complimentary if you're not a seeded player, right? He's not trying to get max value on the 100K, is he?
You know, it could. Yeah, maybe he just wants to get done with eating so he can get back to focusing, right? Eating distracts you a bit from watching some hands.
Queen 10 suited here on the button for Alex Ponakov. Prior to coming in the booth, I hopped out to get a front row seat to the final table of the main here, and in talking to Lara Nisi, she advised that although we've been calling him Alexis Panakovs, he actually prefers Alex Ponakov.
Oh, Ponakov.
So our apologies for not
Shows
having gotten it right, but Big Al didn't get it right either with King Queen. Great shape in the big. Not looking to tussle with the chip leader here with Patrick on such a shorty.
Yeah, I mean, it shows, you know, that Al is very aware of ICM considerations. I mean, I think for 12 blinds versus a button shove, for chip value, you got to feel pretty good about calling king queen off. I mean, you're not loving it, but you know, given all the price the pot is laying you with the 2.5 blinds already out there, the fact that you definitely, as we could see, could be dominating your opponent as well, you got to be doing decent. You know, that said, yeah, Patrick is short, and we've seen that Al, even though he's pretty willing to gamble pre-flop for a little bit of his chips, he's been pretty conservative when it comes to putting them all in. And, you know, Alex Ponakov is found a nice kind of shove spot on the button, right? I think it's a spot where with those two shorter stacks, he's going to be jamming quite a bit. And the blinds are getting short enough where that becomes, you know, part of the strategy to, like, continue with max ICM pressure. So interesting spot.
Also having settled into a bit of a groove, Orpin opening here with queen jack offsuit. Look at this. You talked about the queen deuce suited earlier. Well, if that was impressive out of Ponakov, how about this queen deuce offsuit out of the big, as Volkman says, quit picking on my blind.
And yet again, I mean, it just seems like Volkman, I mean, it's been a while since he's won a pot, actually. But they've just been all pre-flop, no showdown, right? And actually, out of the 3 of them, 2 of them were quote-unquote light. I mean, that was very clearly light, right? That's exactly, much earlier in this, at the beginning of the stream, I said, hey, at some point, keep a lookout for the big blind 3-bet with the big little, like the paint little offsuit combos versus the dealer button in particular, but late position open off of, like, you know, these kind of middling stacks, like mid-20s plus. It's just, you're going to see that. It's a play. It's what the solvers say. You know, you're taking a hand, you're blocking continues versus you. Like with the queen there, you're blocking the queens, the ace queen, the king queen, you know, queen jack suited, etc. And, you know, Bruno has navigated this final table pretty well, like not really getting very many cards, but finding a few spots to be aggressive pre-flop and just pick up. You know, he's had a tighter image. He has a handcuff stack, but he's found a way to stay alive and pick up chips. And actually, I think he has more than he started with, despite maybe only winning 3 pots.
So Alex putting the boys to the test with the king 4 suited off of this big stack. And Hecklin with 2 5s wants to spin the wheel off of a stack of 1.4 million. He is actually 6th in chips right now with 2 shorter stacks behind him, but ready to take his chances against Alex.
Yeah,
Is this
I mean,
reckless from an ICM standpoint?
it maybe slightly, but
I mean, look
you
at
know,
the pay jumps: 344,000 for 8th, 7th 440, 500, 6th 558, and the Jack 10 deuce board is a safe one for the 5s. No diamond to worry about. And might Hecklin take a little bite out of the chip leader? He certainly will, as the 5 on the turn leaves the king 4 drawing dead.
you know, it's an interesting question. I mean, if Ponakov's is going to be shoving a lot of hands like this, it starts to make the call a bit more reasonable, right? If Ponakov's shoving range has, let's say, a lot of suited connector type hands like 7-8, 8-9, 8-10, etc. Now, I mean, you're just flipping with those hands, so it's not as good of a proposition. But I mean, if he's got a bunch of ace-x, like, you know, this wheel aces, the low suited kings, maybe even low suited queens or jacks, like 3 queen suited or whatever, you know, now, I mean, against those hands where you only have 1 overcard to fade, you're a big favorite. So it's a very dynamic spot for Hecklin, where on the face it looks like, hey, maybe this was a bit questionable from an ICM perspective, but you know, maybe Hecklin made a good adjustment there if Ponakov is shoving with a really wide range.
Well, his hoodie says Sinners, as if he's aware of the fact that some people are out of line out there.
Yeah. And that'll be fun to see because Hecklin, I mean, Hecklin really just hasn't had much this whole final table. And he's a very good player and hasn't had some opportunities to showcase that. But that could be changing with that pot. Big Al. Maybe 9-8 off is one of his favorite hands. This is the second time he's popping it up. The other time was in early position when he lost that pot to the ace-jack on the ace-deuce-4 3 diamonds board. And this one's going to get through. Probably. I mean, 6-5 off. I mean, this isn't versus a min. I guess it's just bigger than a min. Maybe he defends, actually. He does out-chip Al. He might think he gets to realize quite a bit of equity. Had Al gone with his larger sizing of 300K or more, closer to 3X, I mean, this probably gets Pak to fold, but and Pak taking a little bit longer than normal on this one. Might even have gone into a time bank at this point.
Does decide to defend. And he flops himself a spade draw and a gutty here. Al in no man's land, but he does have perhaps the range advantage on an ace-high board.
Yeah, no spade. I mean, oh my goodness.
Wow. And doesn't this look a lot like an ace with a spade, this play here?
Or, I mean, maybe not even an ace. How about just like king jack off with a big spade, which is, by the way, doing really well against Pak's hand, which is 6 high with a spade. So, I mean, Al just going for it there, ripping it in with just no pair, no draw. Gonna be happy to get that one through, that's for sure. I mean, could just be dead when he's called. Actually, probably is just dead when he's called. Well, I mean, I guess Pak probably doesn't have too many ace-x hands, so the hands you're getting called with are, I mean, flushes. He has, you know, has a bunch of suited hands. Maybe like a 7 with a spade, or just a pair with a spade probably calls quite a bit.
So Big Al giving you a taste of his risk tolerance there. Just air.
Yeah. I'll play some interesting ones.
Yeah, he does.
That's. Yeah, it's like the Big L kind of memo. It's like pre-flop, he's a little bit cautious, but post-flop, that man gets after it.
How much is it?
Which makes a bit of sense because, I mean, Big Al's got big experience in cash games, playing very big cash games. Does play the tournaments, obviously played some of the huge buy-in ones, but you know, not like a tournament reg, not playing a lot of tournaments. So definitely more cash game experience. And you tend to find cash game experience, cash game players more comfortable post-flop than pre-flop in a lot of spots. But
Here we see Antonius raising to just about his entire stack with ace-7 suited. Volkman in the cutoff has flatted with 2 8s. And now the decision is to Hecklin on the button, who's got that newfound 2.9 million in front of him, which is currently good for 5th in chips.
yeah, and he's thinking, you know, can I get Volkman to fold some hands?
25.
King, queen off, go for it here. Pretty dicey. I mean, so this is just a random comment, but we saw like an 8 folded, a bunch of low cards folded, no king or queen. I mean, there's a good chance he's going to end up winning this based on the card removal. But he's out.
I mean,
So
he was about to show his hand.
not relevant
Are we
other than
supposed to say
fantasy
anything or
poker.
not say?
And let's see what happens. An ace in the window, a lovely development for Patrick. However, Volkman for an extra 25,000 cannot fold with second pair effective and the diamond draws. So it will be several outs for Bruno Volkman. The 9 diamonds and the 2 eights. A lot for Patrick Antonius to fade here.
Actually,
And perhaps
wanna
even
figure
more
out the
for
same
me,
Second or
Brian.
it's interesting that Patrick bet that 25K, because I think actually maybe one of the points of that is to just save it and just, right? Because you get that amazing spot where you put in the 25K to win the 125K antes. So you're getting, you know, plus the small blind, big blind, and anyone else that plays. So you're getting like 8 or 9 to 1 on it. So usually in that spot, I think you just save it. And if you lose, maybe your opponent doesn't even bet it. Maybe they do.
Well, Patrick will be delighted that the 2 red cards on the turn and river, respectively, were hearts, not diamonds. And his ace-7 yields a double and a little breathing room.
5-5.
Were you in the booth for the final table where that actually happened? I forget, it might have been like Chidwick and Adamo or...
Yes, I wasn't here for the hand, but I
Okay.
remember 3-handed action where Chidwick checked back the 10s full to keep Seth Davies in the mix 3-handed.
with
right, with
the
Adamo.
ante or with the smallest chip possible, so that in the next hand, you know, he could, you know, move all in with any 2, and the second would have to fold, and he would pick up the pot type, you know, type of spot. Which there's actually a lot to parse with that, which I'm not going to right now because it's a different time, different place, different tournament. But yeah, it just so that what you saw Patrick save that, it comes in handy. But when you have that chip and you're the one all in, you actually kind of want to save it. You don't really want to put it in because it's worth so much more if you end up losing the pot than it is if you win the pot and you just get another 25K. And Al again finding, I mean, you never know what
Fun moves.
pre-flop raise size is coming out of the bag of tricks.
Love to see
Even
him out
limps.
here navigating, by the way. Big Al, here's the thing. When he plays cash, he's playing big cash. And in big cash, you tend to have the blend of recreational, well-to-do, well-heeled players, along with some of the top pros. And granted, the cash game streets differ from these ICM-rich MTT tournament streets in long deck. But when he plays the tournaments, he also tends to play the really big buy-ins, and who tends to be in those? The same crew. So via osmosis, we've seen so many of the rec players really evolve and get themselves to a place where they are respected by these pros. Maybe the depth of knowledge isn't there. Maybe even the understanding of the mechanisms that they're employing isn't there. But a bit of mimicry and kind of a sixth sense for how to navigate is valuable as it gets. And Big Al is demonstrating that.
Yeah, really well said, Ali. Agree with all of it. Nothing to add. You're on fire.
Grafton looking to ignite on the button with King Deuce suited. And look at Alex Ponikov's just wagging his finger, saying, not on my watch, buddy.
Now I'm disappointed.
Yeah.
Just shallow stacks.
Again, that was an LP Open big blind 3-bet, right? Is that what happened?
Yep.
Yep. I mean, and we saw paint little. King 7 actually not that little. Who was it that opened the pot?
Sam Grafton on the
Grafton
button.
on the button, yeah, versus the button. So, you know, these guys have get their chip stacks, but Grafton's got had 22 blinds or something. So again, seeing the range played like that. 20 blinds is just getting down to where it's hard to find too many 3-bets. But again, versus min raises, you can find smallish sizes. You make it like 6x, 5.5. You're asking them to play for all their chips. Tough
Volkman,
questions to loose button opening ranges.
the opener here with the king 9 suited. And on the button, Orpin choosing to flat with jack 8 suited rest.
I mean,
This invites Alex, who we've seen be pretty aggressive, to put some squeezes on
yeah,
from
King
time
four,
to time.
King
Both
4 is
blinds end
pretty
up folding.
dusty for that. And when you squeeze here, I mean, you kind of need a hand that you're going with Bruno. I mean, Bruno's short. Like, what do you make it like 700, 800? It's like half of Volkman's chips. And this is an interesting flop that kind of interacts with both players.
Top pair open ender for Orpin. In position against the gutty and bottom pair.
I mean, that's a pretty loose flat from Orpin off of a guy who's opening off of like 15 bigs. But he's in position. Who knows? Maybe there's certain things he feels comfortable playing with Bruno. Bruno with an adventuresome bet here. I mean, this is a board where I would not be expecting the button flat to be able to fold very much. I mean, I think part of what he's thinking has to be, hey, I'm pricing it really small to get to the turn cheaply and realize my equity with bottom pair and a gutter. As opposed to checking and maybe facing a bigger bet. And that's exactly what he got out of it. So to a certain extent, what I'm guessing is his strategy worked.
No. The queen on the turn, and now Volkman hits the gut shot and has the better hand, but Orpin is hit the bottom end of the straight.
Yeah, I mean, just gin for Volkman, because it's not only is it one of the outs that improves his hand, but unlike the 9 or the king, like both of those cards, Orpin, yeah, I mean, Orpin's probably fine with the 9 to a certain extent, but those cards not as clean. Orpin has a straight now. I mean, you can find, it's a tough spot to go away here. I mean, clearly Volkman, I mean, when he bets at this, going to have a decent amount of kings in his range. That said, you can find hands to bluff with. How about any ace X of hearts? You can even start finding hands like ace 9, potentially ace 10, might find their way into bluffs. So, because at this point, you know, like ace 9, it's never good. And at least with ace 9, you're blocking a set of 9s. So, tricky spot for Orpin, and it's hard to see how he gets away from it here. Probably, I mean, my guess is he probably calls and tries to navigate the river in position. Maybe he decides, I mean, we saw him with the 9s earlier decide just to put it all in and see what happened. See what happens, and that's when he hit the 9. But that pot he was out of position, and this pot he's in position. So, yeah.
The bet of 450K, such a significant chunk of Volkman's remaining stack. Orpin going to call, keep him honest.
Oh, and that's a good card for Orpin because, you know, Volkman might check, and if he checks, Orpin, I will expect to check. And if Volkman value bets, Orpin can start to find folds now because a pretty big class of hands that would have been bluffing, which is flush draws, in particular ace X, you know, a big class here, basically ace 7 through ace 3 of hearts, all got there. You know, maybe even a hand like ace 10 of hearts. If you think Volkman's opening wide enough to have hands like 10-7 of hearts or 7-6 of hearts. So Volkman asking himself, what can call me? And I guess he decides for a very small bet. And I like this. This exploitively is a very nice bet. He's giving his opponent a very good price. And he'd really like 2 pair or a queen high straight to call, and he's giving himself a chance to do that. Maybe also perhaps saying if my opponent's going to bluff me, maybe he's less likely to bluff me now than if I check. Not sure whether or not that's true, but if it is, then it definitely leads you to want to make this bet. Orpin doesn't really have a hand to bluff with. Orpin has a hand that's obviously considering calling, getting 10, almost 10 to 1, 9 to 1 from this pot.
Look at the milkiness on this bet sizing of 250K.
I mean, I'll say this right now because it looks like we're going to use some time banks. Bruno, who was in some tough spots, and I'm not sure I agreed with all of his plays yesterday leading down to the final table. He's played, he's played basically perfect poker so far at this final table. Just only played like 5 or 6 or 7 hands and just don't find fault with any of his decisions. And look at this. Even found a way to get paid here on the river.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I like the decision there, the decisions he's made throughout this pot. He's picked up some pre-flop, finding good 3-bets. Hasn't had much to work. This is when, it's one of those things as a poker pro where, like, yeah, when you're making monsters and coolering people and just vacuuming chips, it's great. But when you have one of those days where you've had nothing to work with, but somehow you found a way to chip up and just play everything accurately, like, those are days you feel great about. Because it's like you're making the most with not that much. And that's been Bruno's day, and so I want to shout out some props to him. My fellow Brazilian, like, he has played super well today, in my opinion, and basically I can't find fault with any of his decisions.
Finds himself now 3rd in chips after that pot, leapfrogging Orpin, who sits in 4th. As Panikov and Pake continue to hold the top 2 slots. Only other player ahead of average stack is Henrik Hecklin, who took his chances with 2 shorter stacks out there with those pocket 5s. Managed to double. Pretty cool sizing on the end, by the way, from Bruno there, where that 10 to 1, such a broad range of hands, is going to feel like they've just got to take the price.
Yeah.
As
Yeah, I
Hecklin
like that
wakes
play.
up with the 2 10s, 2 overs for Grafton in the hijack.
Oh, an interesting spot here. What's Grafton going to do? 20 blinds. Call, 3-bet, rip it. He's going with 3-bet. So 600. Yeah, I mean, giving himself 600 to win 550, but I mean, 10s is very high up in Hecklin's range here, even for the UTG +1 or 7 max under the gun spot. Hard to see him folding this. A lot of incentive to rip it in. I mean, you get hands like probably Grafton's to fold. I don't think Grafton's 3-bet calling ace-jack off here.
All in.
Yeah. Yeah, I like this play from Hecklin. I mean, it sucks when you get called, but, and I'm not surprised to see Hecklin make it. I mean, he made a big stand earlier with 5s calling. You were in the booth for that, right? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, with the King 4 suited. And Hecklin is a guy who's not going to be afraid, I think, in order to take some chances, maybe speculative in the ICM type spots, but super plus chip EV type spots. So, but I like that play. ICM or not, I don't think there's any quibble with it. It's just the right play. I mean, as you can see, Grafton's going to have some raised folds there.
And indeed, the ace-jack did hit the muck after 3-betting. A tidy pile.
Yeah.
Gift wrapped over to Henrik, who is
Grafton's in
northbound
7th now.
Yeah, look at Hecklin. He's 2nd.
I mean, it's been 8-handed so long. It's been crazy. Grafton, chip leader to come in. They
Biggest
played a
stack of
lot.
Ponnikov, by the way, Ras, 35 bigs. Shortest stack of Antonius, 10 bigs. Not pretty condensed range of depth there.
Yeah, because what's happened is the blinds have just kept going up, and nobody's left the tournament in a while. So the average stack in terms of big blinds getting quite short. So you just keep dividing a smaller and smaller number by 8. That number being the total number of big blinds in the tournament.
So good. They told you to keep them in the box, huh?
Yeah.
You saw them?
He did. Yeah. Wasn't good.
Mine too. Mine too. Hopeless.
I mean, this is just a comfy 10 big blind shove here from the cutoff. Don't think there's anything else to do.
Sure enough, in it goes. Ace-10 off suit for Patrick and disaster behind him. Big Al DiCarolis has him covered and comes over the top. Patrick did hold back 25K, but we know where the rest is going, as neither blind will be making this call. And just a cold, cold spot for the Finn.
Patrick can't love that timing either. I mean, Al looked at his cards
Yeah.
and like insta went all in.
Yeah, yeah. You know it's bad. Best case scenario, maybe you've got one over.
Or like the 9s, maybe.
I don't know. The 9s
yeah.
feels ambitious, doesn't it?
For the snap
The
shove.
speed, yeah. 2.8 million chip pot. With all of Patrick Antonius's hopes and dreams of taking down his 100K main laced between the chips. King Jack 5 yields some hope, as he has a gut shot Broadway draw. 4 outs twice.
No club.
Oh my goodness, the Queen of Spades rolling right off, and you wouldn't know it from the look on either of these players' faces.
Nope.
DiCarolis only drawing to a chop now.
Both of them very stoic. Stoic, excuse me.
And the Ace-10 gets there, much to the dismay of all others who were hoping that the pay jump would be realized.
Yeah.
That's a couple of grizzled veterans right there. Queenberger rolls off.
Yeah.
Nobody said a word. Nobody flinched. I'll tell you what, the rest of the table didn't either.
Yeah.
And it's not as though DiCarolis had a redraw to like down the straight. It was just maybe we chop if a 10 comes off.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
My goodness. What was that?
and now Big Al on life support. I mean, 600, that's like 5 big blinds.
You know what that was right there, Raz? That was an omen. That I'm going to Formula One this
Yeah.
weekend, baby.
I had actually had that thought and was going to say something, but forgot it as we in our back and forth. But exactly, it's
The good
news
Lord
for you.
wants yours truly to be amongst the bright stars and lights of Formula One. I got to find a yacht to party on, Rast.
I mean, listen, it could, maybe it'll all work out with this final table. It'll be you staying in Patrick's pad and
Right.
on
And Patrick's going
Orpin's-
to buy a yacht.
on Orpin's yacht.
Oh, yeah, right. Orpin
Okay.
in second.
Yeah.
I just need that exacta, right? I'll just box it. Orpin Antonius for the yacht and couch combo.
Exactly.
My weekend complete. I
you know
gotta
how to
admit,
live.
though,
You know how to live, Ollie.
I don't really know Orpin.
Well, you know, that never stopped anybody before.
These guys are going to be in a festive mood if they're in the top 2. They're going to be making lots of new friends, whether they like it or not. Hecklin. He's got that Nordic warrior aura about him. Limps.
Yeah, and sub 30 bibbies here. Pak probably not going to raise this up because you really want to realize the equity with hands this strong, but that can't really continue versus a limp re-raise or limp shove. So generally players, yeah, just check these back, even though it seems pretty strong, even as good as like Queen 9 suited. But yeah, you just don't want to get taken off all that juicy pre-flop equity in position as well. And good flop from Hecklin here. Top pair, good kicker.
Yeah, deuce 4-5. Pretty sweet development. Rainbow texture. He will tread lightly.
I think he decides this flop is a little bit better from Pak and gonna check a decent amount over there. Pak has an interesting hand because, yeah, I mean, you can't get ace high to ever fold here because an ace not only is ace high, it also has a wheel draw. But can you get king high to fold? King high, you know, like let's say Hecklin has the king 7, king 9. Those hands you can definitely get to fold with a bet. So, you know, he's got 2 overs, got the backdoor clubs. The immediate purpose of this bet, getting king high to fold. Not a disaster if you get raised off your equity. Flip side, now the pot's inflated, your hand's pretty modest. And
10 on the turn.
pro Hecklin card, given their holdings. Don't think after getting check called, Pak barrels on this one too often. And probably setting up check, check, Hecklin value betting the river on most cards, I would guess. I mean, he can barrel. Not saying he has to check this one back, but feels like not a lot of reason to barrel it, and definitely no equity in the form of other draws, but he's going to go for it.
Yeah, he is.
And I mean, to me, this bet is now starting to target pair of 2s, potentially some ace-x or 3x combos. I mean, he's sizing about half pot. So some of those hands starting to get pretty uncomfortable calling. I don't think you're getting a 5 to fold, and certainly not a 5 with a very good kicker. I mean, at this point, Hecklin could even be beating value. I think Pak can have, probably isn't, I mean, maybe he has really good 4s, but he definitely could have a pair of 5s.
And a troublesome card here on the river as the wheel is produced.
And I actually think Pak might triple barrel that card, and not because he's repping an ace. He doesn't have many aces in his hand, so he's not really, oh, the ace gives him a pair of aces or aces up that much, although he definitely could have some weak ace-x offsuit hands. What he's really repping when he bets the river is a 3, and so he might actually go big. He's also unblocking he's unblocking a 6, which is a good card to unblock. A lot of cards like deuce 6, 4, 6, 5, 6, all weaker, and hands maybe even like 6, 7, or 6, 8, and a lot of those hands fold. So he has a pretty good hand to 3 barrel on that river card, in my opinion. 0 showdown, good blocker effects. My guess is he goes pretty big. But he's taking his time. Hecklin would be very happy to get a check back here with just his modest pair of 5s. In his mind, he's thinking, check, 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 check. There he is, the stoic Viking. Oh, and Pak doesn't go for it. Look at the speed with which he just turned that over.
Yeah.
Like, thank goodness, here we go. 1.5 in the middle. And
King
Pocket-
5 very much felt like it was going to be a winner in that spot there, didn't it?
I mean, and I'm not saying Hecklin would fold that. Hecklin, I mean, would have sat there and thought that one out. Maybe he even calls, but just so happy not to get put in the blender and have to make those big calls. It's just nice to just win. Check back. Okay, give up. That's easier. Love the blind versus blind hands. They're really some of the most interesting. You end up, because oftentimes when they're limped, you end up getting multiple streets, even though they're shallow. The stack to pot ratio's so deep, you get a lot of turns and rivers. So just as an analyst, they can be very fun. A good mix-up from a lot of mostly pre-flop and flop spots that you end up getting in all the other pots, especially this deep in the tournament, stacks as short as they are.
Mm-hmm. Paquet took his 2 shots, laid off Hecklin, now the chip leader overall, as Big Al with 10-9 off piles in, and Grafton asking for a count with deuce 3.
Wow, and look at that card distribution behind him. Got through queen 10 and pocket 3s that almost certainly would have played in the big or small blind maybe, and big blind for sure, small blind I don't know, but then the blinds themselves had super dusty holdings, and Al getting that through adds 50% to his chip stack. I mean, huge pickup.
Very much so, as Big Al cherishing every single chip, just like we cherish every single chair. Produced by the good people at Secret Lab, the official chair partner of the Triton Poker Series. Our players are best at their game. That means spending long hours seated to really perfect their play. Secret Lab's research-backed chairs are extensively tested and engineered for optimal sitting health. Integrated lumbar support, fully adjustable armrests, and a pebble seat base that guides you into a healthy sitting posture. Over 2 million users have a Secret Lab in their homes, and you too can get in on the comfort.
I don't know why I was thinking I'm in the big blind.
Oh, and here we go, back to back. Okay, I mean,
Pocket 5s.
for sub 10 big blinds. I mean,
You prefer a shove? Oh,
yeah.
might be a good thing that he didn't shove, though, as Paquet wakes up with 2 kings, and we'll see how Kevin chooses to play this.
Well, I mean, the biggest reason why is that you want to deny the big blind equity, right? And 5s is in particular a hand that doesn't really want the big blind to call, whereas when you min raise, they're going to call with, you know, like 8-9 off or something that's never calling your shove. So that's really kind of the biggest reason why. But this could work out in his favor. Like if Puck 3-bets here and Al ends up folding by taking a line that maybe no one else at this final table would have taken here with the 5s, he could stay alive. And it's like Sam Grafton, who is in 7th and well behind Patrick in 6th. He's got 1.6 in 7th. Patrick's got 2.8. It would be, yeah, so no surprise here, 3-bet. Grafton is going to be a little amazed that Big Al, he got it through with the 5 big blind shove, no call. Now he's going to kind of get away from a spot where he would get it all in super bad to go out in 8th. I mean, I think when you raise here, you're probably folding most of the time. I think the one reason maybe not is if he thinks Pac's messing around with him, but no reason to think that here. You know you have no fold equity. You can't put in that 700. Pac's never folding, so he has to have at least a pretty good hand.
No world in which Big Al can choose to flat. It's fold or shove, right?
I mean, maybe you choose to flat and then go with it all in on fading like an ace on the flop. But I mean, now it's assuming your opponent can never have like king queen or king jack suited or something. So, wow, Big Al found a way to stay alive where I think everyone else at this final table would be out in 8th right now. Well, I mean, I guess he could hit a 5, right? So, but probably out.
But I mean, in terms of barring that sort of development. And a peek at the chip counts, which have diluted further with the blinds, up to 75 and 150,000. Every orbit costing 375K here, 8-handed. Henrik Hecklin has vaulted to the chip lead, neck and neck with Alex Ponnikov. Bruno Volkmann with the ascent as well, neck and neck with Kevin Paquet. Antonius was on the short stack, now in 5th, and Orpin has slipped to 6th with the ranks of Grafton and, of course, the shortest of all stacks, Big Al.
Yeah, and I mean, not to be too much a prisoner of the moment because we see the cards and we can see that he was up against kings. You know, I mean, another thing that could happen is, yeah, easily the hand that 3-bet him could have been ace king, ace queen, ace jack, king queen, etc. And Al's super small favorite and folding a decent amount of equity. But that wasn't the universe we live in today.
Right.
It was pocket kings, and Al is somehow still in this tournament, folks.
Pretty amazing, isn't it?
So I can't help myself. I'm a prisoner of the moment. And the blinds have gone up. 150K. We still haven't eliminated a player for a long, long time. But I mean,
what were the odds of that, by the way, coming into it? That Sam Greenwood is the only elimination this deep into this final table.
The chip leaders who have Hecklin and Ponnikov both have only 29 blinds.
That's really short.
Yeah.
Obviously, there'll be some consolidation once we lose some more players, but if it continues to take as long as it does in this protracted 8-handed affair, that depth will be outpaced by the ever-increasing blinds.
Yeah, really, kind of really interesting situation here. No one's been able to really move away. Every time someone seems to move up, they get knocked back.
Yep.
Wow. Okay. Well, I mean, what a comfy little all-in with 10s.
Hecklin, the opener to 300,000, is going to hear from the Brit. Squid Poker on Twitter. Sam Grafton.
I mean, with 15 blinds here. Okay, he's going. Interesting. He's going for a 3-bet. I mean, it starts to feel like once you get down to 15 blinds, like how often are you ever 3-bet folding, right?
As Hecklin doesn't waste any time putting King Jack into the muck. Yeah. But it seems like the general adoption here has been this very cautious.
You know what I think he's thinking, actually? I think he's thinking not so much, hey, versus Hecklin, he's 3-bet folding. But I think with 10s there, let's say he had some people behind him. And let's say like someone went all in, and then Hecklin goes all in. I think he can feel pretty safe that there's a bigger pair other than 10s. Like other than maybe just like it has to be like ace king, ace king. Otherwise, like that configuration, like someone cold 4-bet jams behind him, and then Hecklin overshoves, 10s shrivel up, and you can kind of get out, slide up a ladder. He still had a bunch of chips behind. I'm pretty sure that was why he did it. Not so much for Hecklin.
Improbable as those sorts of developments can be, they do happen.
Yeah.
And so in preparation for them, the cautious line is certainly the one that Grafton took. No need to be too cautious here with ace-queen, though, as he opens to 450K with the newfound chips. King 10 suited in the cutoff for Orpin. A resistible holding. And this one will get through. So a nice back-to-back pickup here for Sam Grafton, who's looking to take a deep breath. Up over the average stack. that. Just 3 bigs remain for Big Al.
3 bigs, but he's going to have a number of hands to find the one that he wants to go with.
Okay. You all right with you? No, it was just.
Be getting a great price from the pot, but not the spot you want to be in. And a pretty extreme ICM for everyone at the table now, because Patrick is in 7th with 16 big blinds, and the chip leaders have 26 big blinds. So everyone else is clustered, with Al super short and almost certainly going to be all in the next few hands. And somewhat likely to be going out in 8th at this point.
Come on.
Patrick deciding to call here to put the big blind in a really tough spot. If should Al decide to go all in. But Volkman, pretty good hand here. Does he call? You let Patrick in the pot, but there's no side pot, so you get a lot of check downs. You maximize your chance to bust him. Do you put in like a little mini 3-bet? Kind of making it like 700K. Yes. Yeah. Now you isolate it. You get Antonius out with some hands that maybe you don't want him to play, such as the one he has, the 10-8 suited. So Volkman again, just very precise, accurate play.
And for Al, it's going to be 9-6 suited. So unfortunate to be sharing a 9 with Bruno.
I feel like you're not going to win this one. I feel like. No way. It was looks too good, bro. It's too dominating.
Especially with the ace of hearts, right?
It's like you've looked too good here to have isolated this.
9-5 deuce, and unfortunately, despite hitting top pair, Al needs improvement.
4, 7, 8, 3.
Needs the 6, maybe some straight equity. Instead, it's a jack of clubs on the turn, and now De Carolis is just
coming. I've got you. It's coming. It's coming.
1 card away from elimination. It's official.
GG.
King of Diamonds will leave Big Al with an 8th place finish. Leave behind 7 players after he will collect 344,000 euros, but perhaps the more important collection is that of Bruno Volkman, who absorbs the remainder of Big Al's chips along with the blinds and annies.
And let's talk about the roller coaster ride Big Al had at this final table. I mean, he came in 9th in chips, shortest by quite a lot. He got up there and was actually virtually tied for the chip lead, and it went on so long he ended up dropping back down, and not all in one pot, going out in 8th. Crazy ride. Probably a lot of emotions on that one. You come in, you're just happy to ladder up once, being the shortest by a huge amount, and then all of a sudden anchored to the chip lead, probably disappointed to go out in 8th. Almost certainly has to feel that way a little bit walking away from the poker room here in Madrid.
Let us not forget that he had Patrick Antonius all in with an ace-king against an ace-10, and obviously that was a disappointing outcome for him.
Yeah, I mean, you lock up 7th place, win a big pot, he'd probably still be among the chip leaders, right? Instead, lose a bunch of your chips as a big favorite. I mean, kind of some bad luck all in. I mean, huge pot, dominated ace-king to ace-10, loses it, has a chance to stay alive there, 9-6 suited to ace-9, and loses it. So just on the wrong end either way.
Two 7s for Sam Grafton. First hand of 7-handed play. Next payout, 440,000 plus. As Hecklin defends and comes up short on King Jack Deuce. Ace of clubs does work.
I mean, this is a flop which favors Grafton's range quite a bit. Opening in early, he's just going to have a lot of strong hands here, and his range is narrower. So 7's a hand that very much likes
225, 225.
betting and getting protection from hands such as Hecklin, or even other hands that could have 2 overcards, such as Queen 8, Ace 8, etc. You know, backdoor clubs. We can see he's only 79%, so a 4-to-1 favorite, and a bet so small that Hecklin's actually getting, you know, over 4-to-1 to call, right? So a bet accomplished exactly what he wanted to for the size that he made it.
Nice pickup there for Grafton. Finding himself 5th in chips at present. Bruno Volkmann, by the way, after eliminating Big Al, moved up to 2nd in front of Henrik Hecklin. Leader, still Alex Panakovs.
And more blind versus blind action between Hecklin and Puck. Exciting. Hecklin definitely going to play 6-3 suited. The decision is call or raise.
I don't know that I had the same emotional reaction to looking up at these two holdings, but I get what you mean, Rast.
No, well, I mean, Hecklin's going to play, and then it goes to Puck. Puck might turn this into an attack hand, attacking small blind limp, decides not to.
Ace Jack 7.
And Hecklin going to win this one a lot. I mean, this flop much better for him. He has, even though the ranges are wide, he has more strong hands on this. Has a lot of reason to bet at it with 6 high and a club draw.
Yeah. I mean,
And
obviously it's just also the way it's
feels,
gone, right?
even
Just
for the
don't
min
want
bet
things
here,
over the
like
short
this is
stack
reaching
minimum,
too deep
because,
for minimum
like,
defense for
someone
Puck
else
to
would-
continue,
Bruno had to have
even though he
someone,
does
like,
have a
completely
club.
locked up
But
in order to knock someone out. Oh, thank you.
Thought he was just giving you more time.
Yeah, I
Wow.
was like, wow, I can help.
I get it.
He was like, I should get him. I'm older than you.
You're only one.
It should be like the oldest guy at the table gets the most, and then
one.
down to
What do
the.
you mean
Kevin
by
should get like
only
2-time bank, and I should have like 10. I mean, that would be reasonable, by the way. Can we recommend that to the higher ups, please? Like, put it in the suggestion box. If you're over, once you're over 40, you get double the time banks. You know what I mean?
And one thing we could do is to actually have 30 seconds pre-flop on the final table.
Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, I mean, I was obviously just sort of joking, but.
It's 20 seconds is just not enough on the final table. I don't think so. I mean, in the tournament it's fine, but
You mean pre-flop, not 20, but 30?
yeah, just on the final table.
I actually think that's a pretty reasonable
I know he doesn't
suggestion
like it,
because
but-
so many big decisions pre-flop actually for huge money. The stacks are shorter. A lot of the big decisions
for
are
the final
actually
table?
pre-flop at the final table.
Yeah.
But yeah, earlier in
I
the
think
tournament that would be
poker needs to
annoying.
Played a bit faster than.
Volkmann's
Patrick wants it short. You
to-
want it,
to-
want it
to-
down to 10, Patrick?
To be
ace
a better
queen
game.
open. Flatted by the
Yeah, but
dominated
obviously
ace
it's
7,
good
and now
to-
Grafton
we can
out of
have
the
a-
big blind with 2
I just
tens.
think it's.
But then again, they also give you a lot of time banks. So the flip side of that is
It's okay to make mistakes when you are rushed.
Can you count, please?
I think it's part of the game.
True.
Patrick with a good counter argument. Time pressure is part of it.
Sorry.
Yeah,
It's
I
fair
agree,
for everyone.
obviously.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to see where the line is, you know. Is
Yeah.
it like 20 seconds, 30 seconds?
Yeah.
Maybe it's 10 seconds.
I don't think people want to see. I don't want to see 5-minute hands and, you know, like I would like to see good rhythm, and it's all up to us. We can all. It's what we're used to. We're a bit too used to playing slow.
Or maybe like more time banks for the final table. Instead of 5, maybe it's like 10 or something. That could be.
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah.
Better this way.
Then you need to cut it to 15 seconds.
All in from Grafton.
Actually, that was idea to cut maybe to, I don't know, 15 seconds and make it like 1.5.
Like, I mean, we are still like 7.
I mean, this is
one
a-
time back. I have 4. You know, this is not optimal.
There's
you know.
but
the
And I haven't
difficult
been,
thing
like-
about this is,
even if you play on GG,
I mean, you call with
I was
ace
playing
queen
many
here.
tournaments when
I
I was
mean,
like,
You're not worried about heckling behind you, right?
5 seconds hands up. So.
a little bit, sure, not
Sliding
a lot
the
though,
button?
not a lot, but not a lot. You know, but he can have aces for sure, maybe even kings. He can have some big hands. He probably doesn't though, right? But the more interesting part of this is, I mean, these guys both have a lot of chips, right? 3.6. I mean, they're way up there. I mean, again, this is clumped. No one's close in 7th. I mean, going out here and risking your chips, there's a lot of ICM effect on this, to the point where I think I like folding ace queen. I mean, let's say even knowing that you'd be getting the right chip EV to call against 10s, my guess is that it's a fold. Like if Grafton showed that he has 10s, I don't think you're supposed to call here. So because of that, it's hard for me to imagine that this should be a call. Oh, wow. So this is a massive pot. Like whoever wins, like this is the biggest pot for the tournament so far. Whoever wins this is going to be in the chip lead by like 2x. And whoever loses this is on their bicycle and out in 7th. I mean, even Volkman, but you see he has 1 blind. So even if he...
Yeah, he has Grafton
Yeah.
covered here, but all of that hard work that he put in to cobble together this second place stack could be vanquished in the blink of an eye if Grafton can hold with 2 10s. 3rd in chips to start the pot. Volkman 2nd in chips. Massive. Almost 8 million.
All right? Little right back.
Sam negotiating a nice bottle of wine if the ace-queen ends up winning, which right now it's in front. But Grafton can hit a 10 or a 9 as he has the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, I mean, it's a tough spot for Volkman. It's pretty exploitable.
Oh, my goodness. The 9 rolls right off. And now all Volkman can do is chop with a 10.
Yeah, you can't win. Brutal spot to be in. Wow.
And the board pairs on the river.
I
Grafton
think you might have me by a little bit. Can we?
with the full helping. They're going to do some accounting and verify that Volkman does indeed have him covered. But you are looking at your new chip leader, Squid Poker, who is going to have almost 8 million in front of him.
I mean, now you're kind of seeing, I mean, this is the counter argument to calling, right? The counter argument is you had a pretty big stack. You were one of the, you know, slightly, I mean, it was really close, but you were up there with the group of people kind of in the chip lead, and now you're basically out in 7th, which, you know, you look at the payouts, 7th is 440,000. It's not bad, but I mean, all the podium spots are all 7 figures. First 2.4 does increases your chances of winning if you gamble here and win that pot. Interesting spot, and I really wonder what an ICM calculator would say.
People in the PLO.
Yeah.
And, you know, some of it also, you know, how often do you think Grafton is going for it there, right? Does he have
I don't care much
some of the
about
suited
ICM, you
aces?
should know that.
Sure, bro. I mean, don't care much about anything I've seen.
If he has a lot of hands like that, like ace-5, ace-4 suited, ace-10 suited, etc., I mean, now those are hands you're big favorites against, and that really like leans it in favor of calling. So, a lot of things Volkman might have been weighing there.
Unless you have all.
293.
But, I mean,
Big
my
zero.
feeling is that the ICM
Is that
effects
true?
are such that you have to feel
Yeah.
that you are a reasonable favorite in
3
chip EV to want to call there. Definitely not flipping,
It's a lot.
even with a slight overlay from the pot.
All in.
And now Grafton is vaulted up and in the fun
Is there a
spot
box here? Where's my box?
where he gets to put some pressure on. So what was a very even
Yeah, like, I'm sorry. I'm getting-
experience could have just turned into the Sam
I'm
Grafton
sure I
show.
had the goods there.
Very much so.
What's that?
You can just say.
I had Queen Jack.
I mean, right now, too, with Volkman having 1 big blind, people aren't really going to want to call Grafton.
It's pretty much the goods there. I would have shoved Jack 10 as well, though, suited.
Yeah, as long as Volkman's hanging out, I think Grafton's got that Super Mario star working right now. Think about how specific the scenario would have to be for somebody to be willing to take their chances.
Well,
With that big pay jump looming right now from
I mean, here's the thing.
7th to 6th, it's 118,000 euros.
Big pairs will do it, and I think the reason why is if you know he's blasting super wide, then you're a significant favorite with like jacks, queens, kings, aces, and it really increases your chances of making podium money as opposed to, you know, yeah, you go out in 7th, but then you put yourself in a really good spot to get like 3rd or 2nd. You know, Grafton isn't running away so much that you can't win either. But yeah, I mean, that's not that many hands. And you're going to get folds from some other really strong hands that might, for chip EV reasons, want to call you, like king, queen, ace, jack, etc. You're going to find those hands passing quite a bit. Because those hands it's hard for them to be big favorites against a really wide range. So, I mean, that's a lot of fold equity when you're getting some really good hands to fold, even if, like, jacks plus call you.
Volkman all in with the ace tray. Orpin
175.
out of the small, gives him a little protection from Alex just in case by moving all in himself with ace queen, and he's in a dominant position. Grafton will be disappointed if Volkman were to depart in this spot here. The 650K pot meaning a lot more to Bruno than it does to Orpin. 7-5 deuce, and suddenly it's not just the tray that Volkman hunts, but a 4 as he can make a wheel.
Yeah, I mean, Volkman has two people here at this final table cheering for him, right? Himself and, of course, our chip leader, Grafton.
Jack of diamonds on the turn, no help to the ace tray, which now has 7 outs once to avoid 7th. Is it there? No. Running jacks, and that's it for the Brazilian Bruno Volkman, who was very impressive in his navigations here today, but in the end, not able to stick around for a shot at the title. Everybody realizing 118,000 euro pay jump as Bruno walks away with 440,500, and 558 is secured by our remaining 6.
Yeah, a lot of
Turn
precise
was
play
blank.
all day,
Yeah,
and
no
in the
No
end,
fun anymore.
he decided he wanted to win that first Triton title. You know, he gambled with the ace-queen in a dicey spot for ICM reasons, and it didn't work out for him, but that's a man who you can say came over here from Brazil to play to win.
Tremendous respect for a guy whose initial ambitions were professional tennis, but life took him in a different direction. And currently that direction is on his bicycle out the door.
Yeah. But it was fun watching him play. Some nice, accurate decision making for most of the final table, at least. And we'll leave it to the nerds and virgins at home to decide, as my man Colby Covington likes to say, whether or not that was the correct play for ICM, whatever.
You judgmental bastard.
This felt like it was a good time to bust out the Colby Covington quote. It felt right. Like, who are the people that are going to be looking at the ace-queen hand? I mean, who knows? Maybe I'll be interested. It's kind of joking, tongue-in-cheek, but. But you know what? I would like to apologize to absolutely nobody. I said it, and I'm sticking with it, nerds and virgins.
I mean, I don't know too many guys that can get after their romantic lives while running solvers.
Yeah, it's a tough combo. Don't think too many ladies are turned on by the solver running. Like, hey, baby, I'll be in there in a minute. Just Keep the jacuzzi warm, pop open the bubbly, because I'm running some solvers over here.
Talk dirty to me.
Oh, Jack. You know I love it when you run those solvers.
All in.
Ace 10 for Alex Ponikoff.
Oh.
4.25 million, and it was a pretty quick shove out of the small from Patrick, who's got 2 sevens. 6th place in chips, 13 bigs to start the pot.
And here we go, Antonius all in once again.
He's on his second of perhaps 9 lives, given that ace-10 against ace-king confrontation. Outlasted Big Al, has outlasted Bruno Volkmann, courtesy of that suck-out.
Maybe you just can't beat Antonius in a pot where someone has ace-10 all in. Let's see if that holds.
Oh, 10-8-4, and while Patrick's disappointed,
You need to fade
so
the turn,
am
by
I.
the way. This is the biggest sweat.
And you know exactly why.
This is the big one.
As I got to get
Seven
back
of-
on
seven of clubs is
Booking.com and try to
common
find a
card.
reasonably priced hotel for next weekend's Formula One.
The turn fade big because there's a lot of cards that give Antonius straight draws, right? Like 9, 6, 5. I'll give him double gutters or open-ended. But the deuce, a total brick. So now it's a 7 and 7 only.
2 outs, 1s for Patrick.
GG, Patrick.
And the board
playing
pairs
with you, mate.
as Alex Panikov breaks the heart of both the Finn and yours truly in the booth.
Yeah,
all
tough
at
day,
once.
tough day.
And people just flying out of this now. 7, 6, function of the blinds being so short.
Does seem like the dam has broken. 558 collected promptly after the departure of Bruno Volkmann by Patrick Antonius.
Should I use
And
the
now,
same box?
716,000 euros secured by our remaining
maybe-
five.
His box is here.
It was a good run for the Finn, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was.
An old school legend. Nosebleed cash games. When there's big stakes, he tends to find his way into them. And
Not a bad score, over $500,000.
I'll help make it a plus EV trip to Madrid for Patrick. But plenty of EV still remaining to be claimed by these 5 players. Event number 9, the main for No Limit Hold'em from Casino Gran Via. Here as the Triton Super High Roller Series Madrid 2022 rolls forward, and the big stack of Alex Ponikoff looks like it's ready to roll forward as well. On the button, 2 jacks. In the face of a Grafton raise, you know Sam wasn't going to let dust collect on that pile.
Queen deuce suited. I mean, harkens back to a pot these two played where Grafton had 10s
Call.
and Ponikoff 3-bet him with queen deuce of clubs way at the beginning of this final table. Now it's
Oh my
flipped.
goodness. A flat from Ponikoff, who might be thinking he's going to lure one of these blinds into this confrontation. Instead, Kevin Pake, who currently sits 4th out of 5 players with this 2.7 million, has woken up with 2 kings.
And he's going to be putting some more chips in right now. The question he's asking himself is, should I jam or should I 3-bet? And so he just feels like he doesn't really have a 3-bet
Can I
kind
get
of
exact count?
fold size there. So let's just move all in.
Like 3
And,
million?
you know, maybe I get some action. And I think that's exactly what's about to happen. I mean, Ponikoff can somewhat comfortably call this,
3 million 50?
right? I mean, it's for less than half of his chips. And,
Call.
yeah, Jax is
Call.
just like, he's trapping when he flats it on the button, kind of. So
Is that call?
What?
Yeah, I said call anyway.
2850, no?
I probably would call anyway.
It's 3 million.
This is 15, 17, plus 1 is 27, 850. Is it correct?
little dispute about the exact number of the chips, but I don't think it matters.
Yeah, okay. Two.
Yeah, the app is wrong.
I understand 1,850. I don't know.
No, 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 no. You have 150 here for the empty.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
I think you got it.
would be fair.
kings and the jacks lock up. Paired board. Not a great one for Ponikovs, but the two spades are there.
It's like 5%.
Pake just needs to fade a hook on the end here and claim 6.2 plus. He's done it. And Alex will be left with the shortest of all stacks. That's Kevin Pake. Patience rewarded here at the final.
What's the free meal?
Yeah, and again, Pake is a person who's shown a very dynamic strategic adjustments. You know, when he was the chip leader, he was playing very loose and aggressive, especially with his opens. When he lost the chip lead and fell to the middle of the pack, he tightened up considerably, which is what you've experienced, Ali, but you didn't see, you know, I mean, I think he opened Jack-5 off in, like, early position, you know. Interesting hand with Patrick, actually, where Patrick ended up kind of value betting the river for a large size, and Pak folded the best hand. But now that he's chipped up and
Consider folding.
he very well might open up again. I mean, the one counter argument to that is that he's in second, a lot of chips, 6.2 million, but the chip leader is Sam Grafton, who is to his immediate left, immediately in position with 7.5 million. So you'd think that even if Pak maybe wants to open up and put pressure on these shorter stacks, that he's going to hear from Sam Grafton quite a bit, who can put him in the ICM torture chamber. So actually, I think Pak probably won't go back to his kind of laggy, overly aggressive ways, given that he's out of position to the chip leader and in a spot where, yeah, he can really get the pressure put on him, because he can just kind of drift up some serious pay jumps now. And it would be kind of a disaster, given how many chips he has, to go out or lose a whole bunch back to Sam. So I think we'll see him play a little bit tighter and not open back up. You never know, or at least maybe he'll do that for a little while to give off that impression.
Both players sharing a deuce in this limp pot as Grafton, the boss stack, in position against the number 2 stack. Newly minted for the Dutchman, Kevin Pake. Neither connect with the 864 rainbow board.
Yeah, I mean, what I just gave is like the level 1 analysis. Obviously, there can always be levels on that. Like, you know that I'm going to tighten up, so I'm not. But, I mean, given that Pak was playing pretty laggy and loose earlier, it seems like the level 1 would be a good place to go here. But we'll see. That's the fun part. We get to see what happens.
Right now? Sure.
Spread everyone out.
So players going to get adjusted a bit, give themselves some room.
And lest us not forget about Hecklin here, who gonna shoot it up off of 20 bigs in the cutoff with Cowboys. And Grafton with 3s, what's he gonna decide to do? It's a spot where the big blind doesn't have that many chips. I mean, is he gonna play this in the aggressive way? I mean, one of the counter arguments for just going all in here, which is what he does, would be if Hecklin is opening tight, so you're not getting as many open folds that you normally would. But I mean, this is a pretty reasonable play that certainly versus a standard cutoff opening range is reasonable to jam like any pair, maybe other than aces, out of the small blind.
So Hecklin in wonderful shape here up against the chip leader as he picks up 2 kings against the 2 threes. Grafton's going to give him a big spin. Are there crabs on this beach? No.
Thank God you didn't have ace king.
Yeah. Well,
Ace jack.
yeah.
Spades are covered.
How about an ace on the turn?
Greedy. Very greedy.
Ooh. You think you can do it, Sam?
Not against you, Heckler.
Oh,
No,
fuck's sake, I'm done now.
I mean, there's no way the river can be a 3.
Oh my God.
No way. I mean, it can't be. Are you following?
I don't think we
You had 3?
No. I kind of hope it's coming now.
I had no 3 as well.
The river is safe.
I think it's 2950. But
They're really working hard to reverse jinx.
Yeah, they are. Pulling out all the stops, aren't they? No superstition in high-stakes poker. Is there?
Wow, and that pot
Let you have
will
2.9 if you want.
bring some
Little
parity
chip.
back to this tournament now with
Yeah. Let me out for 2.8 if we don't run the cards. You can just buy out for 2.8.
I mean, Pock and Hecklin will both have virtual tie for the chip lead, I think, with about 6 or 6.1. And I think Grafton slides.
Bro,
Yeah.
you're chip leader now. I
Oh
just
my
wanted you
God.
to know. Like,
I swear I knew it was coming.
I just want to be sure. Let me just check. Wow. Yeah. There it is.
And now we could see
It's fun.
Pock
It's
open up a little
fun.
bit.
I just had I had an orbit. I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
I had a good old
It's like
time.
the fucking Tour de France.
I really enjoyed it. Yeah, I put the yellow
Yeah,
jersey
exactly,
on.
yeah.
I enjoyed the orbit. It was good. And now I hand it over to you, my friend.
Little Tour de France reference there.
And you
Maybe
see
I'll just
Pock almost with
dust
a
it
little
away again.
smile. He's liking
Maybe
this
you get
because
down
now
the crabs and just lose your mind.
I think we could see Pock go back to opening up a little bit.
Hecklin.
Still good fun,
6.2 million, good for the lead. Paque
good
in
fun.
second, just a click behind him. And
I'm
then
having more
Grafton
fun
in
than-
third,
than I
followed
did when
by
we played the GKBT 2.5K.
Yeah, of course you have. Because there's no one here telling you to shut up.
Orpin.
I'm allowed to be loud.
All in.
Ooh.
Pocket 3s as well.
No.
Go time.
Chip leader. Not
Think
getting
he's
much
gonna take
respect
both
from
bucket threes?
Alex,
He
who's
juices
looking to
things.
reclaim that title.
Get shoved on by ace deuce. This is next level with these kids.
On Ponikov's deciding just to pile the ace-9 versus the cutoff there. Out of the big blind. Which is, I mean, it's a little bit of a light pile at 25 bigs. But if you think Pock, who now, you know, he's basically tied with Hecklin for the chip lead, but Hecklin had already folded. If Pock's going to be opening at all wider than normal, then you just pick up all those extra hands that he would be opening there. You know, you get folds. And I think that might have been a good immediate strategic adjustment, because take ace-3 off. I don't think ace-3 off makes a standard cutoff opening range. And we've already seen Pock dig really deep into opens, especially when he feels like he can put pressure on. And I think that flips ace-9 off there, which I think normally would be a call, into a pretty good shove. So, I mean, that was like a pretty cool real-time strategic adjustment there by Ponikov that, like instantly, like an instant call that, okay, Pock's opening wide, I'm going to shove a little bit wider than normal as a response.
King Jack for Grafton. Min raise open. Five-handed, these ace-eights of the world can begin to become a bit more interesting, but Hecklin not looking for Valhalla with that kid.
This is a nice little hand to defend here. Yep. Let's see 3. 5-3 suited.
Not the 3 that Kevin had in mind, to be fair. Grafton not in love with it either. 8 1/4 in the middle. Check to him.
Yeah, but again, this is a board that favors him some, and with his stronger opening range, he's going to bet at it quite a lot. He has a hand that likes picking up the pot now. So get ace high to fold. Even like the hand like the 5-3 suited there has we saw a decent amount of equity, right? Just hitting a 5 or a 3, pick up the 4 backdoor clubs. So this is a man we haven't really seen get any playable hands for a while. I feel like it's been a minute since we've seen Orpin in some pots.
Yeah, it's been a spectator sport for the most part for Orpin Kisachikolu. Lives in London, along with Grafton and Hecklin. Blind versus blind here. Queen deuce suited, gonna limp.
What did Grafton think about the time on that limp? It seemed maybe slightly longer than normal. Does he want to attack that? 8-7 off's not the worst hand to do that with. It's not the end of the world if you raise fold, but so far we've seen a fair amount of just big blinds deciding to realize their equity and C3. And this is a decent flop for, I'd say probably a slightly better flop for Grafton than Puck.
Bottom pair for Pake, who checks, and Grafton with 2 overs and an open-ender, but spadeless.
Yeah, but let's put it this way. This is a board where Puck wants to get the showdown, but with his hand, it's not the easiest to get there. It's actually kind of a good card for Puck, actually, because he's going to have more aces than Grafton will. I mean, Grafton with 8 high is at some point probably, and you know, an open and a straight draw probably will try to find a way to win this. It's not the best calling down with deuces. Problem with betting this card now is that it's like, did you really not bet a 5 or a 6, and now you're betting on the ace, which is better for Puck? So
look at this card, the 4 of spades, which completes the straight for Grafton, but places a 4th spade on board.
I mean, Puck has kind of an interesting hand to check and then like sometimes check raise bluff. So I think he's going to play this for a check. You know, maybe once in a while you get to showdown versus king high or something, king or queen high. And then if Grafton bets, like maybe consider check raise bluffing, because you basically have the stone bottom of your range for a hand that checked 3 times. So that was my idea. Pox has another one. Pox is, I'm just going to go ahead and turn this into a bluff right now, which
525K into 450. An overbet. Oh, Grafton looks him up, and that's gutsy stuff there from Sam. Rasty?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, he didn't have a spade, but pretty good hand. 8 high straight, like, seems pretty reasonable to call. I feel like folding that would be pretty tight.
But really, at
Just
that
for the-
point, you're just basically betting on does this man have a spade or not? Because there's not a lot of other
Yeah,
hands.
but-
Is there some threes in Paque's range that he would
I
bet
don't-
525 with?
I don't really think for an overbet.
Agreed.
But
So he polarized?
Yeah, but it's like the ranges are super wide, and obviously you can come up with a ton of bluffs, right? I mean, he even turned bottom pair into a bluff, which to me, I actually almost think I like check and like sometimes check raising it as the bluff more. I actually do think you will occasionally get to showdown and win. By the way, not just against maybe king high, but what about against a deuce? Deuce 7 through deuce jack. You're actually beating all those hands, and those hands will just probably check back. So I think, yeah, whatever. It's an interesting spot. I would be curious, but I think check raise may be a little bit better. Listen, he may have also made a determination in the moment that the way Grafton maybe thought about betting the turn, maybe he thinks he's got a 4, 5, or 6 a lot, and those hands all check back, and he feels like, hey, if I'm overweighting my opponent to a pair of 4s, 5s, or 6s, why don't I go ahead and try to get him off it right now by betting? You know, maybe that's one of the things he was thinking, just trying to get into his head.
Too many things like this time, just folded them.
For sure, there was a free in the hand, but
Sure. By the way, good read. Good read.
Reduce?
But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't call like 7-8 a huge
3-8
call
off.
there or anything.
Yeah,
Like
flush.
when you have to start defending
No,
some
I-
hands. Yeah, spade, sure, but maybe this is another hand that you're just like gonna look up your opponent a decent amount with.
Upstairs from Grafton on the button. Currently sits second behind Hecklin. Paquet in third. Panakovs and Orpin rounding things out. And Alex with 8-4 suited in the big will defend.
Grafton in position with a hand that happens to dominate his opponents. Pretty good spot. But there's the 4.
10-6-4. Bottom pair for Alex, checking over to the disconnected Grafton.
break, right?
I mean, this is a flop where Grafton can size up a little bit. Yeah, I'm not surprised. I think a 4, especially with backdoor clubs, this isn't going to be enough to get it off. But you are putting a ton of pressure on, like ace highs, king highs. I mean, those are really tough calls. But even like a 4 that doesn't have a backdoor flush draw,
Niks lukt, man.
I mean, not that comfy anymore to continue as opposed to versus a small c-bet.
550K does get called, however, by Panakovs, who picks up a club draw on the turn. Might the ace be a card that Grafton would seek to represent?
Maybe, because here's the thing. After kind of sizing up on the flop, Panakovs just doesn't have very many aces anymore. So the ace is like considerably better for Grafton at this point on the turn, given both pre-flop and flop action. So he could barrel there. You know, the argument against barreling is, you know, maybe if my opponent has a 10 or a 6 or something, they just call again. But I think it's a spot where you do see some barrels. And Grafton decides not to. I think he was going, we're just one and done. Kind of bet large, and now I'm just going to give up. Maybe if I hit an 8 or jack, I'm good. Otherwise, I'm done with this.
The check back from Grafton allows Alex to peel the 5 and check once more with the best hand, unimproved.
Now Grafton deciding if he wants to go for the bet check bet line. If so, how much? Can I get my opponent to fold a 4, a 6, maybe even a 10? You know, I check back the ace, little pot control, bet the river. Maybe I made a straight somehow.
4.
Nope. It's BCC, not
not folding.
BCB for
Check raise, right?
Grafton, who knuckles back.
Maybe check raise.
SPR 1.
All right, okay.
Alex with a little post-mortem
Yeah, sure.
as he shows down and hauls it in.
I mean, just too good hand to call it off.
Not bad.
So the players are headed to a break, and that is a nice note on which to head to said break for Alex Panikov, who was at the top of the chip counts for a time, finds himself currently in third place with 25 bigs, a tight cluster there in the middle 3 spots. Henrik Hecklin sitting up top with 31 bigs, and Orpin, the shorty, with 12. As 5 remain here in event number 9, the 100,000 euro no limit hold'em main event at the Triton Super High Roller Series from Casino Gran Via here in Madrid. Back inside our broadcast booth, Ali Najad, joined by Brian Rast. And Rasty, it took quite some time for us to whittle away from 8. We were stuck on that 8-handed action, but since then, the seal broke, and we lost Big Al in 8th. We lost the Brazilian, Bruno Volkmann, in 7th, and then Patrick Antonius in 6th. And these 5 players here are going to have themselves 716,000 euros locked up. A tidy jump of about 172,000 between 5th and 4th as they head to this break. Blinds obviously going to be going up. And as we look at the depth of the stacks here on the Triton Poker Plus app, which of course is available to all of you at home free of charge to monitor along with us here in the booth, the depth is still lacking. 31 bigs at the top, 12 at the bottom, 5 left.
Yeah, I mean, there isn't that much play left. We spent so long at 8th, the blinds kept moving up, up, up. You know, it's no surprise that after some people finally started busting, it's going to happen pretty fast. This is probably going to be a tournament with a ton, other than blind versus blind, of pre-flop play going forward. You know, maybe unless some people go out right away right now, consolidating down to 3 or 2 stacks that are a little deeper. But yeah, it's short stack. There have been some exciting hands. I think one of the keys to look at is if someone can separate themselves a little bit. You know, there's still a lot of big pay jumps. Can they really put some ICM pressure on some of the other players? Right now, we haven't gotten too much separation. I mean, there's a slight chip lead, and then 3 that are all bunched here going back. Yeah, I mean, Hecklin has a slight chip lead, and then there's 3 bunched, and then Orpin. So, you know, the problem for Hecklin is that he's actually kind of out of position to 2 of them. So, you know, it's a spot actually where they get to decide what to do after he comes in quite a bit, which it's been brutal for him because earlier in this final table he was, you know, playing pretty tight but still getting picked on when he came in pots. You know, the queen deuce suited hand that was kind of a fun one that Panikov played versus Grafton being an example. I mean, in that pot, Hecklin opened in early position with ace jack off, and after getting flatted, Panikov decides to 3-bet the queen deuce of clubs and ends up picking up that pot with queen high on the turn. So
yeah, some risks have been taken, and for you, the decision, Rast, is going to be what you do with the next couple of hours, I guess, is we are going to cut you loose and bring in Randy Liu. Players on a break, but plenty more
there's
still
no decision,
to come.
Ollie.
No?
I'm hopping in the
25K. I had a feeling
so
that was going to be the case. Perhaps we'll see you tomorrow on the other side of the lens. Good luck out there. Randy coming in. We're stepping aside. Don't go anywhere. Lots more still to come from Spain.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Welcome back inside Casino Gran Via, where we have exchanged the czar, Brian Rast, for Nano Noko, Randy Liu. Welcome aboard, my friend. We started today with 9 players, and we have had 4 casualties thus far. Only 5 remain, and there's a look at their chip counts with the blinds. Stratospheric, 100, 200,000 with a 200K ante. Orpin, Kisachikolu, 12 bigs, the short stack. Tight cluster in the middle between the Dutchman, the Latvian, and the Brit, and then up we go to Henrik Hecklin, the Dane, chip leader.
Yeah, I wasn't ready to come in until we busted out some people, so I'm ready to
You wanted the
commentate.
stakes to really be high before you
I like to see
got
some
out
pain.
of bed, huh?
But yeah, I see the stacks are getting a little bit more shallow, but it may appear things are getting more shallow, but these guys really know how to extend the life of their blinds. You know, you'll see maybe a little bit more limping, a little bit more passive play. But you know, sometimes there's someone that wants you to step outside that little box, be super ultra aggressive, potentially run away with it, or backfire and go out first.
I'm sure all the viewers at home are unhappy that they can't hear you.
They missed that gold.
But the thing is, they can probably hear you through my mic anyway.
Are the boys sweating footy? Seems that way.
That was funny.
Sunday's a big day
Heck, that's a
for
funny-
international football. It might also be regarded as a big day for poker, considering what the payouts are here and the jumps, but you wouldn't know it from that relaxed vibe on Sam Grafton, who is a joy to watch navigate. Kind of a deviator from some of the more surgical procedures. Not at all to take anything away from his aptitude in these streets. He has done very well for himself, understands concepts, sound. Jack 9 suited. Takes it. Randy,
What's up?
if I tell you you can't pick Henrik Hecklin, who do you like to win this?
I like Sam Grafton. I think he's chatty. I think this is his first Triton. It just seems like the perfect timing to just crush. And you know what? He goes for spots. I like someone that's aggressive.
You know, he just took the chip lead, so maybe I should have waited 30 seconds before I gave you a choice. Granted, it's still neck and neck between he and Hecklin. Queen 10 offsuit here for Alex.
He was going to be my second choice. I think he's just a big crusher. Also, maybe a newcomer to Triton, at least from Cyprus, probably. Was his first time.
Ponakov, first time at a Triton period. Did
Oh.
not show up in Cyprus.
Never mind. See?
It's been fruitful for him. Needless to say.
I've seen a lot of guys first time come to Triton win a trophy, so that's my read.
Something to be said for that, huh? And in fact, it is a bit of a storyline here as Sam Grafton at his first Triton. Alex Panakov's at his first Triton. Kevin Pake at his first Triton. The two veterans are Henrik Hecklin and Orpin Kisachikolu. I would like to spice things up during this portion of the broadcast by suggesting that with each subsequent bust out from this point forward, Alex Ponakov lose yet another button on that shirt until it's just open and he's heads up. Now that would make for Nice viewing experience there for the audience at home, right? Alex's wife joining him here. She's just outside the tournament area, sweating her man.
I feel like he's making other people sweat with his moves. I heard this queen deuce of clubs.
Oh, yeah, yeah. You're right about that.
This is aggressive. 7-4 offsuit. I would love to see Orpin jam this. He's sitting on 11 big blinds. Grafton has a lot of incentive to raise. Just calls, though. Oh, no, never mind. What? Okay. They confuse me. I'm fresh. He did a rejam. Take it down.
I have threes again.
This guy Orpin, he played the $1 million Triton event. I don't know
Yes,
if
he
you
did.
remember. Yeah, and I
Mhm.
believe he played on the businessman side.
That sounds right.
He's a pro businessman, in my opinion.
his style.
He's kind of like Paul. Just
Well,
big crusher.
In looking at Orpin's bio, he mentions that Ben Heath has been helping him a lot to take the games more seriously and improve. Obviously, Heath, a professional, always nice to have mentors in whatever it is that you do. My guess is that en route to all of his successes, Orpin had some positive influences along the way. He's an entrepreneur in IT, gaming, and real estate who first learned poker back in 2008, 2009, playing Office Friday events. And I can only imagine what his coworkers back then must be thinking if any of them are streaming their buddy right now. Here he is, 5 left in the Triton main.
And what has he got? Aces.
Just what the doctor ordered. Sadly, it doesn't seem like there's going to be too much commitment from Alex at a deuce 3 suited.
Oftentimes with a stack like this, 15 big blinds, you want to limp here. The reason is usually you're not going to wake up a hand. If you raise, it looks insanely strong. And the bigger stacks like to kind of punish with their garbage hands, and you just get the perfect scenario. But no bait, but still a very good spot, obviously. Aces versus 3 deuce suited. Oh, okay, gosh.
Ace 8-5. Top set against a gutter and a flush draw. Buckle up. 600K in the middle. Orpin, 2.8 behind. This one's going to get big.
I'm almost at a loss for words. How did he flop so well with 3 deuce suited? Orpin checks. Naturally makes sense. He's got top set. Poncob is trying to read. Okay. The guy didn't stab when the ace came out. Is he trapping me? Do I maybe take a free card, or do I just start barreling away against like king highs, queen highs? He sniffed it out.
Oh, my
no,
goodness.
God.
He gets there, but the board pairs, and this is going to be a problem.
This is a problem.
Orpin, though,
All
has
chips.
so much hand here, Randy. He could very well just try to induce a bet. He's thinking to himself, I've got all the good stuff. Where is Alex at this point? He probably expects that the heart draws would have bet in position on the flop. The 5X, sure, could be checking. But he will ask the question to the tune of 200,000, just 1/3 pot. And how will Alex Ponakov proceed? Clearly, he does not want to see another heart roll off. So my guess is we're going upstairs.
Think he's going to raise because Orpin can easily have an ace, an 8, or a 5, and those hands most certainly probably won't raise, given knowing how aggressive Alex is. And
625.
yeah, this makes a lot of sense. And I think Orpin's like, oh my, I did not expect this. What to do? I think he will just call because of well, his hand's not vulnerable, right? It's unless he's feels very strong that Ponakov has a flush. You gotta also ask yourself, sometimes Ponakov bets the flop of a flush draw, so I would discount it just a little bit. Yeah, I like this call.
Now the 3 of clubs on the river as things inflated considerably on the turn. Ponakov did actually have an out, which was the 4 of hearts, but his stack is smoldering here. And one wouldn't blame him with just north of a 1 SPR if he asked for all of Orpin's chips.
Yeah.
But he might come with something milky just trying to get paid off by Asex.
True. But, you know, Orpin could have a 5 as well. Like, bet call to turn when a flush comes. It makes a lot of sense. Why not go for the maximum? Plus, an ace might look you up anyways. I mean, if you're bluffing, you're going for a lot. And yeah.
1.5, yeah, this is meaty. And how sick is Alex going to feel when Orpin puts that extra 600 out there?
Yeah. Oh, wow.
And the pot's going to be laying him $5.45 million for 600K.
That's actually really interesting because he's got literally the worst flush. So it's not like, oh, maybe he's jamming a worse flush. I'll just side call. It's just... And
yeah,
Orpin should never be raising for the last 600K with 5 on the river. I would find it quite ambitious if he was to do that. So I think Hanakov's... It's going to be a tough situation. A problem for him is we've got shot clock, so he's going to have to try to figure this out quicker than normal. Just be the craziest bluff in the world.
$9 to 1 we're getting. And it's a quarter of our remaining stack. What a gross feeling for Alex Ponakov, who's looking over, slightly confused.
The thing is, it's 3 big blinds is actually quite important given how short you're gonna be, right? You call and fold, you have less than 10 big blinds, like, I think he knows he's supposed to fold. He just is trying to find some excuse based on the odds to make a call.
Or maybe based on a live read, but you're not going to get much off of that man there. Oh, so stoic. Orpin awaiting the decision. He's already locked up just a massive pot here.
Wow.
Okay, call. Aces.
And the full payoff comes in, and you see that disgusted look on Ponakov's face.
Exactly?
You can't blame him. Why does the heart have to pair the board?
Yeah, absolute worst card you can get. Brutal. I don't blame him for calling. It's just because it's so little, but it just seems so rarely your head. I know he kind of regrets it a little bit. You can see he's kind of pained.
And just like that, Alex Ponakov is going to slide down to the short stack, and Orpin Kisachikoglu is at the top.
This is what I'm saying, Orpin. You always do the opposite of what anyone wants you to do. So annoying. Just...
So far, so good.
But you are chip leader now.
I am?
Yeah.
That's why I need time back.
So, you want that?
That's not possible.
Yeah. Call into the thing.
How much do you
I
have?
don't think that's possible.
31 big ones.
Okay.
See? So annoying.
I guess it is possible.
Confirmed.
Just aces.
You can feel the pain on Alex Ponakov there, Randy. We've all been there.
I feel the pain. I'm not even playing. You feel the pain.
That's about as much pain as you're going to have when you know that you've got 716,000 euros at a minimum coming your way. But obviously, you're thinking about the 2.5 up top.
100%. Well, he's got pocket fours. 8 big blinds. Wow, this is a little annoying just because your shove is so small. The guy raising the cutoff almost always calls you, so he lays down the 2 fours.
400 to go from Grafton.
Not many hands I'm losing to. It's only aces or eights, and that's all. All other hands you go all in pre-flop.
Yeah.
I mean, flush can be, but you might be not even raised for value.
And a great flop here for
You
Hecklin.
might even not raise
Who
flush
checks
for
it
value
over to
sometimes.
the aggressor. Diamond draw, middle pair. 1.1 out there.
One of those boards you kind of want to throw something small up there. Kind of hard for your opponent to connect. Small, as in smallest, 200,000.
And we'll see how Hecklin reacts.
At this point, I don't think anyone's looking to raise and make big plays when Panakov's is down to like 8 big blinds. And I mean, look, yes, you're guaranteed 750K, but like, it's so much more if you can just survive a couple more spots. Ooh, nice.
Trip 8's now on the turn. Grafton with just dust.
And actually, usually people like to lead when the 8 pairs like this, but you got the same stack, the guy got you covered. Let's not make a situation where I accidentally bust right now. Clean.
5 of clubs of no concern whatsoever.
Yeah, Hecklin's gonna try to bet the most he can that he thinks a king will call. Yeah, I don't think he should expect a non-king to call him very often. So maybe like $1 million, maybe a little more. We'll see what he thinks.
1.2.
A little more. I think we changed that chip leader again.
So after the check back from Grafton on the turn, Hecklin gets busy doing his own bidding. And that pot, I believe, will leave him just north of Orpin. In any case, pretty tight cluster up top between Hecklin and Orpin. Grafton down to 5 million. Pocket 4.15, and then, of course, Panakov. We'll just get a load at what the folks over at Jacob & Company Genève have been putting together. The display case here at Casino Gran Via, full of hundreds of thousands of dollars of their handiwork. They'll be awarding a special collaboration timepiece to be worn and won by the Triton Madrid No Limit Hold'em and Short Deck main event winners. It is a beautiful, spectacular number. I had the pleasure of trying on yesterday. Just head over to Jacob & Co.'s website to get a look at all of their masterful complications.
I walked by that and I had to turn around and take another look. I was like, wow,
Yeah.
that's nice. I was like,
Yeah.
they're way longer than expected just staring
Yeah.
at it.
I think if I were to buy a timepiece like that, I would also wear a backpack with like a spotlight that hovers above me. Because when they're in those display cases and they have those super bright LEDs on them, they look as good as they're ever going to look.
Mm-hmm.
Then you get them out of that case. You're sitting in like a dark room, or, you know, maybe you're outside. And it's just never the same.
Still would be beautiful.
you get the self-spotlight backpack going.
Is that a
Raise
thing?
9.
It will be once I get my Jacob & Co. By the way, I am recruiting a spotter for out front of the casino to make sure there's no law enforcement nearby when I attempt my upcoming smash and grab.
Oh, you want me to be the spotter?
Yeah, I can't imagine that whatever the prosecution comes up with is going to be as bad for you as it is for me. The problem is you're going to be on the record as having had your own will, free will, and volition here on the stream. So maybe you say no here, but then you give me the wink wink. I know you're in, but you've got a little bit of evidence, kind of an alibi. Think it over, Randy.
I'm pretty sure I'll run away right away.
You're no good. I'm pretty sure I wouldn't get 2 feet before all of the security we have here would tackle me to the ground, render me defenseless. No defense is needed for Orpin Kizuchikoglu, however. He's got ace tray and this newly minted big stack.
He's like, I'm going to maintain this stack. I'm not going to throw it away like some of these other guys. It's fair. We got big pay jumps.
Snug muck there.
It is snug, but I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Just some people play different. 8-7, dealer button. We know this guy Grafton likes to defend a lot, so I think also cross Orpin's mind. It's like, oh, I'd rather just cruise my way to the top. Little call coming. Round 2.
King Jack 9. Bad version of a gut shot for Hecklin in position here. Grafton defended. Checks it.
Yeah, this is just looks bad for your hand. Is he gonna fire though? He is. Just put a little bit out there. Let's just get those little cards to fold, those ace X to fold. Well done.
Orpin glancing down at his phone, keeping tabs on exactly what's going on here at the final table. The work done for you if you have the Triton Poker Plus app. Obviously, the players are able to get their information in real time, but those of you streaming us will be doing so synced up on the delay, the same one that Randy and I use in order to maintain our bearings.
Ooh, look at that. Big slick.
Queen 8 suited, the opener from Hecklin.
So 3-bet, of course, is standard. I think Orpin's contemplating just ripping it in. Just like stopping the situation where Hecklin rejams like 2 10s or 2 9s into him and, you know, obviously flipping for it. I think 3-bet is fine, but definitely some people 3-bet jam this spot as well. When there's a guy that's really short, because you kind of want him to double or bust first.
Right.
1.6.
Well, instead of jamming, he's going to make it 1.6. That's still meaty enough that Hecklin's going to have to show some respect, in particular with Ponikov's short stack looming.
Yep. Looks good. Yeah, so basically, if you don't mind some variance, then 3-betting is ideal. But if you're kind of like a little more timid on trying to get it in, then you go for the jam and just keep it simple.
uptick there for Orpin. He and Hecklin neck and neck now with 6.6 million. Grafton with a couple of red fives.
All in.
On the button, jams it. And obviously the jam's going to get some respect from Orpin.
Oh, no.
Oh, I'm sorry. I spoke a little bit too soon. Here's a gentleman who's had aces, ace-king suited, and now aces again within the last couple of orbits.
Yeah, see, you jam 5 to kind of stop someone from reshuffling you, but on the flip side, when they wake up with it, you lose it all. This is bad.
Yeah, it is. Orpin has Grafton
One of the aces is Marcus.
in horrific shape.
Obviously wasn't marked by me. I'm shoved. Suspicions on you guys.
Last time it was on the flop.
Good luck, mate.
Thanks, bud.
Wow. Ponakals actually might get a page on, but these guys are buddies. Look at this, hugging it out. Pre-flop.
Let's see whether or not a 5 would make a better friend out of Grafton so far. The answer is no.
Man, I want you to hit the set now.
Huh?
I want you to hit the set.
Grafton looking for a wheel draw. That's a great image there. Despite the high
That's
stakes
disappointing.
and what one would imagine would be all of the pressure associated with this moment. Orpin showing love to his buddy Sam as he bids the crew adieu. GG's
Pleasure
all
playing with
around.
you.
Big smile on Orpin's face, rightfully, and Sam Grafton has not too much to be upset about, as he gave it all he had, and in the end came up with 5th place. Going to be good for 716,000 euros. As the remainder of the field locks up 888.
Orpin the aces.
Real gentleman, real chatty guy. You gotta love him after his first try and get a deep run.
I'll tell you what, he sets a wonderful example for how to conduct yourself at a poker table. Sam Grafton makes it a pleasant experience for all. Unfortunately, his experience comes to a close as 4 players remain in the main event 9 of 14 here from Madrid. There's a look at the dearly departed and their payouts, along with the remaining ones. This next pay jump, the healthiest thus far. 250K roughly. It's Ponakov's all too thrilled to secure the jump off of just 8 bigs. And really, it required a hand of the caliber of aces for Orpin to be willing to make that call against Grafton.
100%. But thanks, Ollie, for asking me to pick who I think is going to win. He's the first guy out, and he was the chip leader of the tournament.
Right. You caught him in second for a brief moment. Then he slid up to first. And
Yeah.
you were the kiss of death, Randy.
I'm going to avoid Grafton for the rest of this week. He may be friendly, but maybe not to one guy. Eight big blinds. So now we've got a clear stack discrepancy. Orpin with such a huge stack, and with Alex Ponakov so short, I would love to see Orpin get very aggressive right now. The guys in the middle really will shut down very tight ranges until Ponakov's either bust or double.
What he just said? What he just said?
Now?
Yeah, he just said to you something.
The levels will be 35 minutes after this.
Oh. Alright. Okay.
Pocket eights. Ooh. He's going to do one of those Grafton plays and just rip it in, keep it simple, but maybe bust. Or does he just raise?
You know what Alex is rooting for.
Just thinking about it. He's really tanking here too. You can see like a tough decision. Hopefully that doesn't go against him. He's actually used a time bank, I believe, as the first person to act. That's unusual.
It is indeed.
It's a little telling, but I think it's okay. When
And he's going to hold a little back, as we've seen many players do.
Gotta feel good taking that down.
Next time you should say 5 seconds because he was not. Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it was directed.
Because he doesn't have any time banks left, so you have to count down.
Yeah, because
you have
for me
to
it
go-
would be very important.
Yeah, sure. you have to go 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 with him.
I think for me even you should say 10 seconds.
So Ponakov was out of time bank, so maybe that's why he actually called the extra 600k against Orpin a little bit more. Literally has no time banks remaining. I did remember him saying something about time banks.
Lacking the necessary opportunity to perhaps reconstruct the hand.
Let's see, 7-6 offsuit. Clearly a bad hand in the cutoff. But he knows the situation. He knows how to play a big stack when there's a short stack out there with huge pay jumps. Raise it up. 8-5 offsuit. See, 8-5 offsuit normally would call min raise, but not in this situation. Well done.
The technical phase sort of re-emerging here, four-handed. Kind of a high wire act as of right now.
Tell you, if Orpin ships this tournament, a lot of people are going to hire Ben Heath as a coach, apparently.
Right.
Pocket fours for Panakovs, 8 blinds. Probably going to put most of the chips in, leave a little bit behind, just in case some craziness happened.
950.
There we go.
How much longer until we're going to see some post-flop play, some deeper streets? Or are we never going to get back to that, Randy, given the protracted nature of our eliminations, which have allowed the blinds to sort of escalate at a pace beyond our stacks sort of absorbing one another and then maintaining depth? Because Orpin right now, obviously, a stratospheric, almost 11.5 million in front of him. Has just 57 bigs.
We're going to see some post-flop play immediately after Panakovs either doubles or busts, because they have reasonable stacks. I know it looks shallow, but right now there's no incentive to try and take spots to post-flop because you could be put at risk before this guy potentially busts. Like you saw what happened to Grafton. You want to get those pay jumps. They mean so much.
Talked about almost €250,000 right now between fourth and third.
You can see he's making a move with 2 sport clubs. Panakov's trying to decide, okay, can I maybe defend this because it's such a small raise? He's actually going to lay down the Queen 9 offsuit for 8.5 big blinds to the very tiny raise. It's just so much pressure. And I think a reason Panakovs did that was, well, if I call and just fold to a flop C bet, I'm going to have a stack where I can't why shove and they're just gonna call me? He wants to keep the stack as large as possible so that his shoves can get through and pick up the blinds and antes.
And this is where, you see those big stacks like Orpin's really loving keeping that fourth place stack around to allow them to really abuse the other stacks, especially with the pay jump as big as it is. ICM leverage at its finest.
Yeah. Let's see, so he's got ace-4 suited. Some people just open rip this. The guy in the big blind, which is, I'm not sure how many blinds Heckman has. Well, 30 blinds. It would be a little excessive, but some people do it just thinking that guy cannot call unless he's got like aces, kings, or whatever. He agrees. Ace-4 suited with the open jam. Gonna take it down.
And we see the example of Orpin's willingness to lean. And there's a big gap between he and Henrik Hecklin in terms of the size of the second biggest stack, which also factors in. If you have another stack that's right kind of neck and neck with you, you can't be the lone punisher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, if they had like similar stacks, maybe just like like 2 big blinds above, he might be a little worried because if Hecklin wakes up with a hand, he's like guaranteed to bust next. But he jams there. Hecklin wakes up with aces or something. He still has 6 million. Like, okay, I'll just hang around and just play my game now. And 8 of clubs. Raise it up. Should get more blinds and antes. Really just speeding this along.
Orpin up to 12.35 now. King 9 suited for Pake. Oh, so playable.
Yeah, I think he probably will limp and just pray.
Yeah, that's
No
really what it
raises.
is. Because you can't fold a hand this good.
Nah, he's just going to jam.
Oh, wow.
I think he's just like, man, this guy's going to raise me so often. Let me just cut out the chance I just throw this extra small blind in. But it's risky, certainly.
I mean, Alex loves to see it.
Yeah, of course.
Go ahead, Kevin.
Because Orpin he doesn't need to only call with like aces, kings, and queens. He can call much wider than that, like ace, queens, 10s, 9s, like. So it definitely is a little risky. But he will take it down very often. I like to see a guy who's like willing to take the variance despite the situation. Just means, he's going to fight a bit more, give himself the best chance to get first place in that 2.5 million. Wow. It's all about being down to 6 big blinds, getting shoved on and having to fold because you just keep getting a deuce in your hand. Feels bad.
Orpin continues to vacuum up the chips.
He doesn't even need to play post flop anymore. This is great. Simple.
God mode engaged.
Doesn't even know where to put his stack anymore. He's got a wall. 4 offsuit. Does he raise this hand? Clearly a bad hand. Does he want to do it? Ah. Wow, Ponikov sitting on 6 blinds.
7-4 suited, and the gift of Orpin not having moved in.
It's 1.1?
115.
Yeah, Hecklin knows that it's just math with Queen 9. Queen tray deuce, as Hecklin's queen high was always in front, and now the 7-4 is in dire straits. Alex, so demoralized. And he's going to draw dead. After Hecklin makes trip queens on the turn and acquires the remainder of the Latvian fourth place finishers tokens. Lots of love shared between the boys. But unfortunately, it is not the turn of Alex Ponikov, who did oh so well here in his very first Triton. He was 0 for 4 coming into this, but now he cashes and picks up such a handsome payday. 888,000 as everybody left at our final table will secure 1.134 million. Alex unfortunately ran into aces full with the heart flush. And now we've got the podium, but not the order. Orpin, 12.85 million. Henrik, 6.75. And Kevin Paquet, 3.65. A nifty little distribution there for Orpin, who could really continue to punish, as you know that Hecklin is going to be somewhat mindful of this 576K pay jump.
And that's why you see him jamming these pocket threes. Look, had he just opened normal, this king jack probably would reshove him and he'd have to fold the hand. But by open jamming yourself, you just cut that play out. Paquet's thinking about it, but like, it'd be such a crazy call of king jack. So there we go, lay it down. Yeah, if the other two guys had a more similar stack size, they wouldn't be as handcuffed. But now it's Hecklin's got a lot of incentive to wait around. But he still needs to do proper reshoves and fight back because Paquet isn't so short that he's just waiting for, I don't know, like some kind of shove and get called with like he's got a good amount, a good stack still. It's less than 20, but it's fightable.
Can they change the level on in the app, please? Yeah.
What's sorry?
It's the old level in the app.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Just makes it easier to.
True.
Orpin up to 13.45 now. And really, it's kind of a war of attrition in terms of Paquet being on the short stack and Hecklin in a position to outpace him to a third place finish.
750?
Yeah, this does not surprise me that Orpin is raising such a bad hand. It's just Hucklin's gotta play patient. He's got 30 big blinds. The other guy's kind of like he's got a big advantage in terms of chips over Pake. And this is what you alluded to earlier was Orpin's just gonna keep leaning on him. Keep one guy's a little bit shorter. Keep attacking. By the time they're ready to go in, they're sitting on like 10 and 12 big blinds.
It would work out splendidly for Orpin if that were the case, where Hecklin is just willing to wait it out, unwilling to play virtually any two cards until Pake does something with his stack other than whittle away.
Yeah.
Because Hecklin would be left with crumbs going into heads-up play.
King deuce. We're playing about 11 big blinds, so it's actually kind of interesting. You know, I could see him call. I could see him jam. Looks like he's going to call. Pake actually has an interesting spot himself. He's thinking, okay, how often is this guy trying to trap me? The first time we get a blind versus blind spot. He knows Hecklin would probably open jam like ace rags and stuff. A lot of king X's.
On him.
Yeah, I love this play. This is a good read.
Jam and take it, sir. So Pake's showing he's willing to take some risks, as he knows that he needs to level off against Hecklin to make this a little more interesting.
Yeah. Just like a couple more of those and they will be leveled off.
The greatest spot for him would be doubling through Hecklin as opposed to through Orpin.
I suppose he wouldn't complain on which one he
No,
gets.
but in terms of then leaving Hecklin with crumbs.
Yeah, I agree.
That would be the preferred option.
King 4 diamonds. He knows that he needs to start picking up some chips, so he's gonna raise his pot up. 7-3 of diamonds. Definitely playable.
$500 a man. Both players sharing diamonds, but Orpin now with a pair of threes out in front.
Yeah, Hecklin is actually thinking, well, this is not a bad flop to see bet. It's so unlikely Orpin's actually got something, but you know what? He's got something.
That's not to say that there may not be paths to victory for Hecklin depending on the evolution of this board.
True.
Starting off with a bet of 400 into 1.375.
I'd expect Hecklin to multi-barrel a little bit less than normal just because where we are with these final three players.
And he really doesn't have a whole lot in the way of potential equity on the turn beyond just a straight draw, which does not come in as the Jack of Clubs produces a club draw for anybody with one club. Flush is there. If they've got two, as Orpin checks again.
This would be a bold play if he can make it, but I mean, Hecklin's aggressive. I just don't really expect it.
Now the King of Clubs on the end after two checks gives Hecklin the best hand. However, it puts the four flush on board. And will Orpin look to turn this hand into a bluff?
This pair of threes is very weak right now.
But if we reconstruct things, the bet check line on the heels of the button open from Hecklin would really have to contain a 9 or clubs at this point for the 7-3 to be no good. And Hecklin content to check back and will show the kings Nice pickup from the chip leader, and that is a disappointing development for Kevin Pake, who really doesn't want to afford Henrik any separation from his stack.
Yeah, Henrik's going to be very comfortable in terms of chips after that pot. It was actually very important he didn't lose that one. We're going to have a little bit of battle. As I said, you know, once we lost pawn and cards, we're going to see a little bit more post-flop. All right, let's see. Keep the pressure up, or do we just limp and play conservatively? 3x.
1 million.
1 million, not 3x. It's 4x. He's trying to de-incentivize the big blind from calling because he got more chips, so he makes it bigger.
And the king 9 will concede.
Probably would have considered calling the 3x. The 4x, he's like, oh man, now you can put me all in post flop. Screw this.
Yep. And it's those sorts of little things that separate the guys who are thinking at the level required to be considered elite and top tier.
Yeah, exactly. There's pros out there who, you know, to play a lot lower, just like, I've never heard of a 4x. That's just not a move.
You know, in reference to sort of those finer points, after that hand where Chidwick, Davies, and Adamo were at the final table, and Davies checked back the 10s full of 6s. Chidwick checked back the 10s full of 6s against Davies. I had a chance to discuss the situation with our tournament director, Luca Vivaldi, asking him, had Chidwick had quad 6s, which would have been the stone nuts, and checked back, would he have been penalized? By the letter of the law, checking back the nuts would be a penalty. However, Luca did mention that in this situation, he is not looking to give an advantage to the other player. He is actually looking to gain an advantage for himself. So that subjective viewpoint would not render a penalty for Chidwick. But the two of us were mind blown at the fact that he was thinking on that high level. And when a couple of other players were asked about it, they were like, oh yeah, that's standard.
Wasn't
I'm
standard
like,
for me.
not for me. Meanwhile, Hecklin, 2 black 8s, jamming over the top of the button open from Orpin, and Kevin Pake with ace-jack here. How narrow is the range that Hecklin would be willing to make this move with, given Pake's short stack and the fact that the chip leader could bust him?
That is a very important thing you just said, is how willing he's willing to jam. Because, yeah, Hecklin probably isn't jamming like ace-10 here. He might just flat call, he might 3, like, he's probably not jamming like little pocket pairs just because it's not really worth it. So the ace-jack, at first, to me, it seemed like a slam dunk. Now actually looks like a very tough spot because Hecklin's range should be pretty tight given his stack size. Now, if Hecklin was sitting on 20 big blinds, I think this become more of a slam dunk. But now, we remove like those ace-5 suited and stuff like that. Wow. Tricky, tricky spot. But Pake has not been shy of variance so far from what I've seen. Can he make this call? He's also thinking how often Orpin will actually call this jam if he folds and maybe busts out Hecklin. And I think given how many blinds he's putting in on Orpin, he's probably thinking Orpin won't call too often. Therefore, maybe I need to make a play now.
Boy, this is a bit of a blender, isn't it? Because he knows that Orpin's going to be super wide in this spot. What he doesn't know is just how narrow Henrik would be willing to be.
How much?
Pocket will be happier to lose time banks than potentially chips, although he could have spun the wheel there with the 2 overs.
Yeah, definitely was not an easy spot. Something he'll need to research in the future, but right now, just got to play your best game.
Well, you want to play your best game, let me tell you where you're going to do it. It's polymarket.com. It is the online marketplace to get your fix for betting on the most hotly debated topics, whether it's the Triton series, politics, or current events. Check out the latest markets happening on polymarket.com.
Okay. Oh, I think this is going to be confrontation. A6, of course, is going to jam. King Jack. You got to call this. It's 11 big blinds. The desperate guy's jamming. Here we go.
So Paquet going to spin it with A6. Orpin going to indulge with King Jack. King 9 deuce. Paquet way behind now after being ahead going to the flop. He's got 3 outs.
Oh.
And there's one of them, the ace of hearts. A beautiful sight for the Dutchman. Now needs to fade a king or a jack. And you see the smile, but the wince behind it. River is safe. Perhaps a bit of justice for Kevin Paquet. And while that pot isn't going to put him in second place, it is going to keep him more connected to Henrik Hecklin. And you see his buddy Luke Gilles excited.
Yeah, so that's a bit annoying for Henrik, I mean. Obviously wanted Paquet to bust there and collect that page up now. Paquet's got a fighting chance. Over 20 big blinds.
And there is a look now officially at the chip counts after the dust clears from that pot. Only 8 blinds will separate Kevin Paquet, the first timer to Triton, and Henrik Hecklin. By the way, Hecklin with 31 bigs. Randy.
This is close.
Wouldn't take much for him to suddenly be the man with the plan.
Yeah, Orpin actually can't really go too crazy because one little mistake, he's going to be in last place. So Paquet going to start opening. Picked up some chips. Hecklin's got Jack 8, but he's dominated. But he knows stacks are comfortable. So people are going to play a little bit more post-flop. Here we go.
Ace 5 deuce. Hecklin dominated pre. Doesn't improve. Checks over to Paquet. And those newfound chips are oh so sweet as he's able to get some post-flop play going. A C-bet with queen high. And more chips being infused.
Let's see. Does Orpin's game plan change? See, you can see he's folding 9-7 offsuit now on the button, whereas before he would have clearly opened because the other guy's got 6.8 and 6.2 million. It's a very different situation now. A bad hand, but he's going to try to get a free flop. He'll try. 8-3. Utter garbage, but you got the option to get a free flop. Take it.
And he will. Again, both players sharing a card here, strangely enough. And sharing the whiff on a 10-5 deuce board. Jack of clubs on the turn. Hecklin out of position with the flush draw and the best hand. Fires 2.5 and takes it down. Well, I didn't make a pick, Randy, when I put you to task. Perhaps I should have.
Yeah. No, you picked Ponikov, right? Because he's out too? No.
Be serious with yourself. Trying to think honestly about whether or not I would have picked Hecklin or Paquet. Well, Hecklin was the chip leader at the time, so I took him off the board, right? So would have been between Paquet and Orpin. Maybe I took Paquet. I don't know.
But honestly, all three of these guys have a really good chance of taking it down. Very strong. Chip leader's not that far ahead. Jack 9. I like to check these hands because I think they play reasonably well. You don't really want to get blown off of it. That's why you see people raise like the really good hands and really bad hands when it's blimped. Blind versus blind.
King, queen, deuce here.
Yeah, Paquet missed completely, but if he wants to fire, I wouldn't fault him because big blind often raise 2 broadways when it's limped. So it's actually pretty unlikely Orpin has a piece on his flop. But he does have just enough to continue. Little gut shot. Jack of hearts helps. Backdoor potential, and you know the guy's gonna stab from the small blind. So you float, he checks to you, you bet, you win. Lots of just good scenarios.
Jack on the turn. Pairs Orpin, who had the gut shot.
Definitely helps, just in case you're up against an ace high. This is a tough card to multi-barrel. 4-3 high. Because sometimes your opponent just has like a pair and then it has a straight draw, mandatory calls you, you don't know what you're doing.
The interesting thing is we often tell ourselves out of position that, well, this is a hand that is so easy after this street to just give up on. I'm going to barrel once, I'm going to try to win it, and then if I don't improve, I can just shut down and be done. Instead, Paquet barrels again. 850,000. Not at all an insignificant amount. And it sends the best hand into the muck. So credit to Kevin Paquet, who is showing some moxie here. 3-handed and working his way into contention as we vie for the title. And no longer do we have a clear short stack, Randy.
Yeah, I'm very impressed with Kevin Paquet. Never watched him play before this trip. By now, I always want to watch him play. It's just, wow. What a read. I think the logic was the big blind, Orpin, who's got the big stack, like I said before, would raise 2 broadways. Sure, 3 broadways come out. He's like, this guy can never have 2 pair. He would always raise me pre-flop. Therefore, he probably has just a random weak pair I'm going to blow him off of it. Ten, 8 of clubs. I think this is a limping hand. Here we go.
Confirmed.
I think Hecklin stacks a little bit excessive to kind of bloat this one, but I could be wrong. Yeah, this makes sense. Usually don't want to raise, get blown off of ace high. Usually it is the best hand, just when you're wrong, you're really wrong. Wow, look at that flop.
King 8 deuce. Club draw and a pair for Orpin. Dreamy.
I kind of like a little trap. Yeah, it's like, okay, you bet. What's going to call you? A deuce? You don't mind a little action. Maybe he picks up something and you make a flush. And do some bets.
Hard to flop a pair. The ace high could very well be good. However, Hecklin checks back and now he draws dead as Orpin makes the flush. And this is oh so much hand.
Looks like Orpin's going to just hope his opponent's got a little piece. Usually if someone's going to stab, they're going to stab on that dry flop. Reach a couple chips.
How much?
So a bet and a call. And now ace high is just adrift.
Yeah, Orpin's gonna make a sizable bet. I think he's up against a pair, even though he's not. He probably discounts the king a good amount though for Hecklin, just because Hecklin checked back the flop. So he likely will bet that a size he thinks a 9 or 8 would call. I don't think he would think Hecklin has 2 pair. 2 pair often puts a little raise in that tiny bet on the turn. We'll see what he thinks. Some people bet big, try to represent a bluff. Some people bet small, thinking he's weak. I gotta give him a good price to call.
Which of the two will Orpin come up with?
1 million.
The big bet.
1 million.
Doubtful Hecklin's going to feel.
Yeah, wow.
Like playing sheriff, but
He's really thinking about this one.
yeah, there's a pause here.
Maybe he's like, well, I've got the 7 of clubs, so you have less flushes, you have less straights, so maybe I'm supposed to do something? This would be heroic. I feel like he's thinking about a raise as well, even though that would not work. Time bank is danger for him. Is he contemplating a call ever? This would be ambitious. Oh no. Those are raising chips, aren't they? What are those calling chips? Are those calling?
Yeah.
Yeah.
10
wow.
blacks.
What is it? Flush?
Oh man. Ace
I'm a
high
little
good.
bit surprised, but obviously the rationale there for Hecklin was as played. Orpin was polarized, so he was bluff catching with that ace-7, not afraid of a pair. Had to be something along the lines of what Orpin produced if it was the I'm wrong class of hands. And he deemed there to be more I'm right probability for that ace high. And that is a welcome sight for Kevin Paquet, as now the stacks of he and Hecklin are effectively level. And what a tight cluster. Just 8 big blinds separating the chip leader from third here at the final table of event number 9.
All right, now he's looking at stacks. He's like, can I just jam into them? Nah, they're too deep, so let's just raise.
Round and round we go. The air is thick as the weight of this $2.5 million presses upon the shoulders of all 3 remaining players who have secured 7-figure payouts.
Should see some more checks. There we go.
Both players sharing the 8. Advantage Paquet. Paired ace-high flop.
Tempting to bet just because it's so unlikely your opponent has something, but also it's actually suspicious if you bet, because if you had an ace or a 5, why would you ever bet this flop? No flush draw out there. So that's why I see Paquet check. But Orpin gonna try and rep it. Wow. I wonder if there's ever a scenario where Paquet just like, why are you betting? Maybe I just do some funny out of position float? No, he just doesn't want to risk it. Nice play from Orpin.
Now, Orpin, 45 bigs. Paquet, 26. Hecklin, 22. These pots are just massive. Every single one so meaningful. Paquet on the button with the 4s.
Some people just jam this in, keep it simple, and I've seen Paquet kind of make these plays earlier. So
don't forget, it's
me.
576,000 euros to separate third and second. And nevertheless, Paquet is going to spin the wheel. This is a welcome sight for the third place stack of Henrik Hecklin. Unfortunately for him, Orpin's not going to find something to call with, so his 8-4 goes into the muck. And Paquet ascends. I may have to tap into my bag of candy that I came upon around the corner from Gran Via. I found one of these sweet shops. It's called Captain Johnny's. Randy, and they did not give me free candy in exchange for a promo. Before you go suspecting that I'm working the angles. But for €3.49, per 100 grams. You too can make your dentist very afraid.
Cool. Cool story.
Sour belts. I'm fading, buddy. I might need to dip into the candy is what I'm telling you here. And if you want to get involved, I got your back.
Okay, okay. Gotcha.
So you haven't had a chance to get out and explore yet? Is that what you're telling me? You're just between the hotel and the casino?
I just keep walking around Uncle Johnny's or whatever it's called.
It's not Uncle Johnny's. That's Johnny Esposito. It's Captain Johnny's, and it's got a lovely pirate theme.
Is that right?
All the candies contained in these little treasure chests. Felt like a child again. Open late, mind you. Okay. Now you're really suspicious that I'm on the back end. I'm on the take, is what you're thinking. Because I'm pressing this place way too hard.
Well, I've got another destination I can go to now, at least.
Have you been lured in by the tractor beam of the McDonald's across the street yet?
All in.
I've seen it.
And? Have not gone in?
Can't do it.
Proud of you. Hecklin, 2 5s. Jam and take it. I have a confession, Randy.
Mm-hmm.
Got late the other night.
And?
Wanted to see what a Spanish McNugget tasted like.
And?
They're not great.
They actually taste different.
Yeah.
Really?
The chicken composition.
Ah.
Strange.
Any new sauces?
I went with barbecue, but that too was a little different. Needless to say, I won't be returning.
I'm glad Pirate Johnny's.
You can't. Just stop.
Okay, let's see. King 8. So blinds are 150, 300,000. Pocket going for it now. All right, ace deuce. Obviously not the greatest hand, but enough to see a flop. I know he's probably thinking about reshoving, but a guy with 23 big blinds. Oh, he's going to go for it. Wow. I was going to say, a guy opening with 23 big blinds is much different than a guy opening with 30-something big blinds, but you know what? Just fighting for it.
Well, Randy, pardon me. I'm going to step out. Go grab some candy from Captain Johnny's. Are you okay with it?
Captain.
I'm not going to leave you alone.
Can I get some?
Don't ask me now. No, you don't really.
Give me the nuggets.
No, you're just patronizing me. You want the nuggets?
No, I don't.
They're in the bin somewhere around here. Unless they took out the trash already.
It's okay.
Let's get one more hand under our belt, shall we? As I summon the young greatness of Henry Kilbane to cover. You thought I was kidding. I need a sugar rush.
Mm-hmm.
Henrik Hecklin looking for a chip rush.
750.
Wow.
And he goes to work with this King 4, making it 750K. Currently sitting just north of Paquet, and that hand's not going to be enough for Kevin to defend. So I will leave you in the competent hands of Henry Kilbane, and perhaps be back shortly.
I like Henry. Hey, Henry, so we've upgraded.
Wow. Thank you. How are you doing, Randy? What's been going on today here at the Gran Via in Madrid?
Well,
Main event, eh?
100K tournament, 2.5 million up top. play has been intense. It took a while, but then we eventually lost a bunch of people. But it was like a standoff, like 8 people for a long time.
That's what I heard. Like between 12 and 40 big blinds.
Yeah, but now we need your expertise because stacks are getting kind of shallow, and the pay jumps are getting big. 20 big blinds, 25. You see a lot of limping right now. People battling. Orpin, current chip leader, ace-8, debating just jamming it in.
Yeah, he seems to
Keep it
agree
simple,
with you.
right?
Yeah. Agrees with you on that one, Randy.
I like it. You know, sometimes you raise 3x, the guy calls, comes some dumb card combination that doesn't hit you, you see bet, he calls. Like, why not just lean on your opponent and chip up very slowly?
So just a case of waiting each other out then, is it? No, I'm talking of waiting each other out. What's this? This is 18 on the button.
Yeah, these stacks are pretty tough to play, I'll tell you. Especially three-handed. It's different when it's four-ring because you just kind of wait around, right? Reshove. Yeah. But here, you gotta fight.
Yeah, I was about to say, I think limping button makes a lot of sense off 18.
So as the stack size went down, by limping, we kind of create a larger stack to pot ratio, allow you to get multiple bets in post flop, see cheaper flops, right? Do some trapping. I like the adjustment.
And Hecklin most likely going to check his option in the big. He's dominated, Randy. Queen high flop would be, oh wow.
Oh. Aye, aye, aye. And now this is one of the problems with limping is you let the big blind do its thing, the big blind special.
The big blind special indeed. Henrik flopping bottom 2. Kevin, middle pair, backdoor hearts, and 3 emergency outs in the form of the top pair pairing. Would counterfeit Hecklin's 2 pair.
I wonder if he raises or check calls. Since there's no flush draw, I kind of expect him to call more, but it looks like he wants to raise. I think if he just calls, he's thinking, I miss out on the rest of the chips. So let's just go for it. And plus, to be fair, the button limping range often has a king. Or like he's kind of like reasonable hands like king 10. So it's not unreasonable for him to be able to bet call right now.
Yeah, I can agree more. A lot of those hands that you don't want to have to raise fold, the hands like the king jacks, king 10s, queen 10s, jack 10s of the world.
Yeah.
Hence Hecklin deciding to go for the check raise and build this pot.
Oh, now this is the funny card, right? Like, let's see. Does Hecklin just put more chips in, or does he get a little afraid? It's tough because what's in the middle is so much compared to their stacks. Pocket. Probably thinks the ace technically improves him more than Hecklin. Considering turning his hand into a bluff. Does not.
Five of hearts finding its way to the river, Nano. Insignificant to the outcome of this hand in terms of showdown. Only way Hecklin can lose is if Kevin somehow gets him to fold, which seems unlikely given the turn action. Question for Hecklin now is, do we block, say, something around 25% pot, or do we come for something even bigger, targeting the ace jacks, ace 10s of the world?
I don't think Hecklin is worried He's just wondering how can he represent a bluff, right?
It's tough to have bluffs though.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying it's just
like you'd have to be turning like Jack 9, Jack 8.
he
like, with
might
back
size in
doors.
a way. It's like, oh,
All
I'm
in.
trying to move you off of a king. Yeah, all in is what he thinks is a play that looks the most suspicious as a bluff. And Pake is confused. This is an overbet jam.
Wow. That is not the size I thought he was going to go for. Heckling going for the jugular.
The
And Kevin, sorry, Nano, go on.
No, don't worry about that. But the line doesn't make sense to Pake. That's why he's thinking about it, right? Like, it's good laydown. Just couldn't figure. Just like, I don't know what you got, but I think you got me beat.
Yeah, still going to value jam King 6, Queen 6. Does he ever check raise a hand like King 5? Unlikely, but hey. Kevin getting away from it. Could have potentially eked out a bit of value in the form of a small bet, but I'm not going to question Heckling's moves.
Yeah, sure. Of course, a small bet will get called a lot more often, but sometimes you, well, I mean, whoever studies the game will try to figure out, is the EV more if I jam and get called a little bit less, but does that add up to more than me getting called by these little bets over and over and over again? I think there's no correct answer to which won't be ideal, since he doesn't know the exact frequencies that Pake would use in terms of calling.
So Heckling, courtesy of the big blind special, as Nano likes to call it, has done a great job. And
You're telling me you've never heard of the Big Blind Special?
Big
This is a
Blind
classic
Special.
live fish thing to say.
Oh, classic live fish. That's why I haven't heard of it, Nano, okay? the rare self-burn, boys and girls.
I'm surprised you really haven't heard it. Okay, never mind. Living on a rock.
I deem myself a fish, Nano. Maybe that's where I'm going wrong all these years.
All right, back to this one. Let's see, obviously very connected. Let's see what drops off. A 6, still very connected.
Three 7-figure paydays locked up for these chaps. 1,134,000 euros for third. And quite the pay jump, Nano, between going home now and finishing runner-up. Casual 600,000 euro difference.
All right, check it down. 6 is good. It's got to feel good to win a pot with 6-3 offsuit. Such a tense moment.
Tense indeed, Ran. You could cut the tension in the air with a spoon. Not much being said between these three. Makes sense. Not often that these 7-figure payout opportunities come round. Year in, year out.
Looking good. Ace Jack of clubs. Start for raise. See what happens.
Yeah, certainly strong enough to raise, call off. Ooh, Kevin.
Interesting.
Could
It's like
be showers.
this is
15.
the solver special 3-bet bluff hand, right? The
Yeah.
best worst hand to jam.
this could be showers for Kevin.
It's actually interesting because if he folds, Orpin's an interesting spot. But look at that. It's a jam with ace-5. Solver says yes.
GTO no, because he's going to run in to the ace-jack of Hecklin. Talk about ill timing. The sick thing is that Orpin could have applied a ton of pressure on Hecklin had Kevin got out of the way with the king-queen.
The hand would be completely different. Maybe he rejams king-queen. I don't even know what Hecklin would do, but who knows? Ace-jack versus ace-5. Key spot.
Orpin just gets to rail from the sidelines. Potentially make 600,000 euros more if this ace-jack can hold. We could be heads up, Nano. Henrik Hecklin, the Danish Armada, out here in Madrid. Well,
bad news. 5 of clubs, no good.
How'd you like that flop? To earn yourself 600,000 euros. Ooh, it was close.
I would have jumped out of my seat for a second.
6 of hearts. Hecklin didn't even flinch.
GG.
GG.
GG's announced at the table. Fist bumps all round as Kevin Paquet exits in third, earning himself over 1 million euros. 1,134,000 to be precise. And Nano, we are heads up here in Madrid. It is the Triton Super High Roller Series main event. The No Limit Hold'em main event, I should say. We obviously have the short deck main event to come. But both Henrik and Orpin guaranteed a cool 1.7 mil for their efforts so far. When we come back from break, they're going to be playing for 2.4. Well, almost 2.5.
Yeah, the Jacob and Co. watch, right?
Yeah, round that up to 2.5 million. Not the worst payday in the world.
I mean, this is the first time this guy came to Triton. I am impressed. I want him to come back. I want to watch high level No Limit Hold'em. This guy delivers.
Yeah, I have a funny feeling that we'll be seeing plenty more of Kevin at future Triton stops. We're obviously going on a short break, but Nano, just quickly, coming into this, heads up, how are the nerves out there on the floor between these two? Are they, talking to friends? Are they on the phone, or are you in their shoes just heading outside for 10 minutes and not even speaking to anyone, just trying to stay as focused as possible?
Well, I mean, people got different ways to approach this. Personally, I would just be super pumped, a lot of adrenaline going through me, and just need to calm down, right? But they might be talking strategy. The thing is, you don't get to be heads up in the main event very often. Play your A game, do what you did to get yourself there, and take it down.
Well, someone's going to be taking it down here at the Gran Via in Madrid. Nanonoko and myself are going to be going on break, as are the players, for the next 5 minutes or so. But when we come back, we will be crowning a No Limit Hold'em main event champion here at the Gran Via in Madrid. See you guys shortly.
We double up on everything. Come play now on GG Poker.
Welcome back to the broadcast booth. Nana Noko and myself, Henry Kilbane, tucked away in our little corner here at the Gran Via in Madrid as we are heads up in the No Limit Hold'em main event. Nano, coming back into this heads up match after, I mean, these guys must be pretty tired given how long that 8-7 handed play went on for. It was a real grind. And they're now coming back for the business end of the tournament. They've locked up 1.7 mil. They're 35 effective. What's the play here? Are we still just continuing to feel each other out a little bit, or do you think that there's going to be a lot more aggression being shown?
Well, you only got one more player to beat. So
That's
technically speaking, you shouldn't be giving up any close spots. However, Hecklin should have way more heads-up no-limit experience than Orpin. Orpin, his experience is going to be from getting to the end of a tournament, right? He doesn't play no-limit cash game heads-up. So we'll see how Hecklin approaches it. Because of that fact, he may want to small ball a little bit more, try to create a large SPR, limp a bit, so he can just multi-barrel. Who knows? It's going to be fun to watch, but there's a lot on the line. There's a trophy, points, special watch, champagne.
There's the whole shebang. There's just shy of 800,000 euros difference between coming second and first. There's the watch, as you mentioned, but the bragging rights. The bragging rights of saying you took down the Triton Poker main event. That's not a title that a lot of people can say they've won. And I think that, for me, when it comes to this level of the game, the glory side of things is where a lot of the people are just like, okay, how do I separate myself from everyone else, you know? But yeah, so just looking at it, so we are going to be coming back relatively deep, given how shallow we were, 8-handed, 7-handed. 35 big blinds for Orpin, 42 big blinds for Henrik. So Henrik coming in with a slight chip lead into heads up as we head on down to the main stage here at the Gran Via. Let's crown ourselves a champion here in Madrid. And so, again, Henrik coming in 42 bigs to Orpin's 35. And I do believe, Nano, we are being fed information that during the break, a deal was made. So the original payouts of 1,710,000 for second and 2,477,000 for first have now changed. They made an ICM chop and they're leaving 80,000 euros to the winner. So Henrik has guaranteed himself 2,090,509 euros. Orpin has locked up 2,016,491 euros. And like I said, a watch.
Oh my gosh.
Oh wow, okay. Straight away.
But yeah. Okay, so they made a deal, reduced the variance, makes a lot of sense. We're playing for so much money, but this could potentially be a cooler, right? Button limping. Hecklin will clearly raise of 2 kings. Some people just call the raise of pocket fours, but some people go nuts and like, you know what?
1.2.
I don't want to just try to hit a set. I want to just try to take it down.
Yeah, especially with the 1.2 and dead money out there, as you mentioned. And the fact that they've made this deal as well, so we're no longer potentially getting into, you know, a 800,000 euro flip. Don't get me wrong, 80,000, the trophy, the watch, the champagne, up for grabs. And well, Nano.
That was quick. Yeah, wasn't a tough one.
We're just talking about how we could be here for God knows how long, given that they're coming in 35 effective. And hand number 1, Orpin with the limp jam on the button with the 4s.
Wow.
Finds himself with 19%.
You can still get there, though.
Hecklin.
You don't say that.
Behave.
Yeah. Maybe on the 10.
Now's the time to be rooting for yourself.
The Danish Armada. Henrik Hecklin, 5 cards away from being crowned Triton Poker Series Madrid main event champion.
Ace, 8, 10, 2 spades.
Not even a sweat, Nano, in the form of a couple of wheel cards.
Still got to sweat that turn in river, though. Big moment.
Queen of diamonds.
It's coming.
Orphan says it's coming.
Huh? You think so?
It's possible.
It's possible.
The river card. It's the 6 of diamonds. And just like that, Nano, Henrik Hecklin is the Triton Poker Series Madrid No Limit Hold'em main event champion. And shakes all around.
Amazing.
He finally gets to just smile. You could see the pressure just kind of release. You know, the tension, as you mentioned, when we're three-handed. You could cut it with a spoon, literally. But now, smiles all around. Luca just coming over to inform Henrik that we're going to be heading down, or sending down, sorry, Ali Nijad to talk with our champion. Well, GG's. This is the official payouts. So Orpin going home with over 2 million euros. And Henrik with the lion's share of the prize pool, 2,170,509 euros, plus that Jacob & Co. watch, plus the main event trophy and the champagne and the bragging rights, sending it down to Ali Nijad to chat with our champion.
Well, Danish people are said to be the happiest on earth, and I would imagine that's going to ring true right now as I'm standing by with the champion of event number 9, our 100K euro No Limit Hold'em main event. Henrik Hecklin, congratulations to you. Your 4th cash, your 2nd Triton title, and now $3.6 million in career earnings after having worked out a deal with Orpin, roughly $2.1 million going to you. Obviously, you guys played for the title. Walk me through this final table. You had some friends here, and Sam Grafton, some guys that you're familiar with from London, but it was very challenging, was it not?
Yeah, it's always fun to play with Sam. He's always a fun guy to play with, and he brings a lot of energy to the table, and he talks a shit ton, and he's too loud sometimes, but it's all good. But yeah, I mean, it was a great table. Fun players as well to play with, and yeah.
Prior to your arrival here at the final table, how dark did it get? Were you down to sub 10 bigs? Were you all in for your tournament life on multiple occasions?
I think I was down to 20, and I got in king-queen against ace-queen, and I managed to hit a king on the river, so that kind of spun me off a little bit, spun me up.
Well, that's obviously allowed. Plenty of skill went into it as well. I ask everybody this on the heels of winning a title. What is it about these Triton events, you're a veteran to them, that keeps you coming back?
I think the main thing is that it's so well organized, and the Triton people take such good care of all the players and they make you want to come back, you know. So big kudos to the Triton people. Also, this new app they've developed, which is, you know, revolutionary for live poker, right? So yeah, I mean, all in all, great event and all this stuff. Yeah.
Any plans for tonight now with that extra 2.1 million euros sitting in your back pocket?
definitely have plans, but I don't know if it was spending all that money. But no, I'm definitely gonna get a little bit drunk, I guess.
All right, congratulations. Have fun, my friend.
Thank you. Thank you.
No, I think we found ourselves a new camera guy. Henrik just can come along to these. He's a walking advert for why these guys come to the Triton events. We're out of a job. We don't need to mention the app or how the players are looked after anymore. We can just get Henrik and that promo to just run all the time.
Yeah, obviously he is a veteran. He has come to many Triton events before. Primarily a cash game player that dabbles in tournaments, wins all the money. We know he's amazing. Throughout this tournament, not just the final table, he played amazing. I remember he made that sick bluff with the 9-7 against the Queen Jack of Bruno Volkmann, right? Like, it's just so sick. I've played with this guy long ago when it was a lot smaller, like 10, 20, 25, 50. He crushed me then. It does not surprise me. He's crushing all these guys in the 100K. I'm so happy for him.
Yeah, well, there were a couple of key hands from yesterday when you and I were in the booth that he was involved in. He mentioned the King-Queen against Ace-Queen, found the King of Spades on the river, and then that big hand against our co-commentator, Brian Rast, the Ace-8 against the Ace-9. That certainly felt like one of the biggest hands for him going into the end of day two, or the build-up into day two, I should say. But ultimately, getting it done here in Madrid, and like you said, a veteran of Triton events, he's now got 2 titles as well, which joining a very exclusive club, not many people with that to say. And also, yeah, going home with 2.1 million. I mean, Nana, I don't know about you. I personally can't talk from experience. What does one do with 2.1 million after playing poker for 3 days? I feel like I'll just go and pass out.
Well, you're definitely going to party a bit, but you know what? Triton makes big buying events. Technically, he should put half of that money on the side and wait for $1 million buy-in to come back.
There we go. Maybe at future stops later on this year. So, okay, so we are... Sorry about that, boys and girls. We are going to be continuing with our coverage here at the Gran Via in Madrid. It's not over. Although we have crowned ourselves a No Limit Hold'em main event champion, we are actually jumping into day one of the 25K PLO. So let's have a quick browse, Nano. So 34 players in the field, 19 left. And look at the top of those chip counts there, boys and girls. So we've got Stephen Chidwick currently out in front with 87 bigs. But in second, is that a recognizable name?
Jeff
JG?
Gross.
Jeff Gross out there in the mix, getting it done for the boys. Currently with 72 bigs. I did speak to him on break, and he said, "Hey, don't get too excited, Henry. I'm remaining cool. There's a long way to go. Even though he's over the million mark, there's a lot that can
Henry,
happen, right?"
You told me Jeff Gross wasn't going to play the 25K.
True.
He's playing it with practically almost a chip lead. Okay, I think he knows more about PLO than us.
You know what? We'll talk again in 6 hours, okay? All right? Just because he's won a few parts. So see, now you... But no, boys and girls, head on over to Jeff's social media, his Instagram and Twitter. He's actually doing a 5% giveaway So yeah, all you need to do is just retweet and like and everything, and we'll be coming back with that coverage. Going to head down to the floor yet again for the winner ceremony, so let you guys enjoy that. See you guys shortly.
Well, we have a champion in our main event here in Madrid. On behalf of Armand de Brignac Champagne, I'd like to present you with your trophy. First and foremost, Mr. Henrik Hecklin, well-earned, well-fought-out title as you made the deal with Orpin. And we've got some additional goodies for you as well. Rui is here with Jacob & Company to present you with the Triton Epic X watch, one of two, a limited edition piece. The other will be going to the short deck main event champion. Go ahead and get that around your wrist. And we've got even one more thing. Our sponsors, Dolce & Gabbana, here in Madrid, presenting you with a gift certificate for a pair of custom painted sneakers. So you got your wrist looking good, we'll get your feet looking good, and your bank account is looking good as well. 2.1 million euros richer. Second title for Henrik Hecklin. Congratulations.
Thank you.